Why the fuck we posting frog faces in the chat? What does this mean? I don't understand. I'm too dumb for this. Welcome back to another episode of Streaming in the Fucking Dark. Because it's just that sort of day. So Persona Cup, huh? I'm, like 3,500 points in out of 10,000 for max rewards. We're on that double rate shit where I pay 180 gold per game for no fucking reason. Yeah, end of service in 1 year because Persona 5 crossover, and that's just fucking what it means. I'm pretty excited. Game just certifiably objectively dead. Let's equip a bingo card and get to getting. Oh yeah, I gotta do free gacha too. What's in the box? This would be a lot faster if I had any of the P5 gacha items, but I fucking don't. So I guess that's just my cross to bear, right? Oh no, I have to play a lot of Mahjong. But yeah, please enjoy your view of my camera getting brighter and darker as my screen gets brighter and darker. I have always loved the shit where, like, VTubers do that to their avatar for no fucking reason. No, guys, really, I am in a dark room, I promise.
East 1. The
Gamer lighting gives you more flow. I can turn on the bisexual lighting. I do have smart bulbs.
How does this starting hand look to you?
The question is, where's the white dragon hiding?
Let's see how this
So, like,
unfolds.
I can accept 5 Sodora, but, like, despite ostensibly having 5 blocks, I kind of don't feel like this hand has any path to value without clicking the Yakuhai pawn button and just, like, getting out.
Who will come out on top in this confrontation?
I should turn the table backgrounds back on. I kind of like the Persona Cup map. This is in fact Mahjong, and I'm happy to answer questions about what it is I'm fucking
Whatever
doing.
happens, it'll be
At some point,
to
I'd like to
about.
attempt to do a teaching seminar, but I don't actually know if I have the chops for that. I think I might just, like, confuse the shit out of everyone. Wait, this is, like, bunk, because I
The
still
players
need to,
are
like,
already
complete a pair
visualizing their
anyway.
winning hands.
So it honestly would have been better to keep the 6-so and just fix the 8-mon pair. Oh well, I don't know how to play.
Who's going to pull?
Maybe Konami can
player
move in with
across.
Mahjong Fight
Made
Girl
a call?
Global.
The
They
player on
have
the left.
the
Here we
fucking
have a card.
Net Cafe
What to do
version.
with this took a pass
It
for
exists. Okay, so this is like, well, despite being like a really sad-looking
now. The
backfire,
player on the left. The player still holding back.
I assume that's
The
a Sozu
player
flush to my
can
left.
buy.
I'll stay in with this 1,000 point garbage hand basically until I see their overflow tile and then start getting
How are the players
confused.
going to approach this hand? Still
Not
no
really
call.
any center tile cuts from across.
My,
Okay,
oh
that's
my,
something.
and that's-
Okay.
Ah, geez. The player on the left, a very swift win.
Wait, I didn't
off
have to
the
be a
wall.
flush because that was their
Player on
C1.
the left. A very
I mean, I was kind of emotionally prepared to deal into like a
East
cheap
two.
open
The
hand
Dora
anyway,
is the
but
eight
you
of
know.
dams. The player is south.
Whoa, Street Fighter
The player on
indeed.
the left is in first.
At the moment, this is anyone's game.
This is not
alright.
an easy spot to work around.
So, like, bad shapes. Capital B bad shapes. Hey, Rihanna now. And like a bunch of annoying
The
hanging
player,
tiles.
First place is well within
That's like
striking range.
a
The
pretty
player,
respectable
one step
draw.
in the right direction.
The next few tiles could
Finishing
make a
that
huge
shitty
difference.
shape is good.
Draws yet another simple.
Hi Tyron,
The
dude, your
player
YouTube Mahjong
on
video
a
managed to
roll.
get a bunch of
This
my
is the
friends into
point where
Mahjong and have
skill
been learning
really
Mahjong for
factors
about a
in.
week now.
The player
Nice.
on the left drops a pair.
I hope
The
you have
player
been enjoying
gaining
it. I have found it
momentum.
to be
This
an
hand is
incredibly
really beginning to
rewarding
come
hobby.
together.
Despite or perhaps because of the fact that it is complete fucking horseshit sometimes. I think you should apply a filter to your webcam to make all light green.
This hand looks.
I got you. That's kind of an unfortunate Dora cut, but like, despite no fucking value, like, Ricci from behind being first, maybe it's sensible, I don't know.
The player on
there
the
we go.
Is on the default, making a move here.
Don't tell anyone it's the Zero Ranger shader
The
filter.
player across is playing cautious. The player, can this hand withstand the heat?
Damn, I should put that on fucking both of these, actually. We got the fucking Metal Gear Night Vision filter.
The air is very tense at this moment.
So, like, it's very possible that I walk into a giant rake and just, like, end up paying out 12k. That, like, suspiciously long center cut probably means, like, bad things for me. Hey, I got out! Ah, you thought you could cut an edge tile!
A very impressive finish.
It's nothing!
I'm simply blown away!
You're doing great. Hey, but I filled up my bingo card, though.
East 3. The Dora is the 9 of BAMs. The player is East. The player finished the
Alright,
last
I
hand
can
quick and
technically
dirty.
accept
The
9
stage is
Sodora
set.
here.
Anything can happen.
This is like 3 flush
calls on
blocks,
this time?
so like
Took a pass for now.
I kind of don't want to take that call when like one of my best shapes is in pin.
The player, 2 tiles to 10.
Maybe Fast Tanyao is right here,
together.
but like with 9 Sodora and the chance to accept it, I kind of don't believe that.
I'm curious to see if this develops into a confrontation.
Well, I can cut one Tunon
Wow,
without
and there's
regressing.
a call.
That's a
That kills
confident
the
call
Ipotsu.
for someone who cut a bunch of honors early and isn't cutting center
That's
tiles.
the last tile. Any takers? Still holding back. The player's going for it.
That tile made it.
I'm not
through.
really sure what to fucking make
What
of
to do
this,
with
honestly.
Still no calls. One step in the wrong direction.
Like, this hand has, like, no value, but I kind of don't feel like paying for a sumo.
The player.
So I kind of
First
just
place
want
is
to, like,
well
awkwardly
within
pivot
striking
around
range.
this and,
The
like,
player
hope that I
is
can stay
already
in
1 tile to 10
until
high.
enough
Certain
information
tiles will fit
appears
right
to
into
clear
this
a
hand.
path.
Others will gradually transform.
7 is Suji here, but
The player on the
honestly,
left
my
has
prospects
discarded
haven't
that tile.
improved much, and I'm kind of okay with just, like, folding into this at 2 Shantim with bad value.
Have things calmed down for the moment?
That West strikes me as, like, slightly suspicious.
The player on the right scored 3 Doras.
Wait, so is it Shanta, or is it just, like, fucking... Oh, Hatsu's not on the board, so probably
Maybe
it's
it is
just,
better
like,
to hold back
fucking
without
Yaku
any
Hyper in
West
there or
tiles
something.
visible.
Excellent evasive action. The player
Yeah, I kind
across
of don't
pairs
want
up
to
on
pay
the
sumo
Dora.
for any
Another
of
safe
these,
tile.
but I'd never really
The
felt
player.
like I had a
Time
compelling
for a
reason
call?
to push besides being a big, giant fucking baby. I was watching a What the fuck is this? Hello! We interrupt your rebroadcast of Jartcast.
Keeping a very cool head here.
This is a really sad pile right now. This is a deeply depressing river.
Who will see?
Ah, yeah, there we go.
On the right.
Hatsukan?
Here we have a
Why?
pawn. The new Dora is too cracked. Who will arise victorious this time?
Another safe tile.
Okay, so like, given the circumstances, a no 10 payout is
We're
probably the
witnessing
best
a
thing I could have
tense
hoped
push
for
and
here.
There it is. I hear a roan.
With a fine play. No doubt about it.
Man, that really didn't need to be Chanta either. That was horrifically unnecessary.
East 4. The Dora is the 6 of BAMs. The player is North. Heading into the final hand of the match.
Ah, you're on a rug?
For Tsumo, a
Well,
Mangan
welcome.
will take first. For Gong, a Haneman will take first.
Well, it's hard to know just how this will turn out.
What am I? So, like, this isn't an unreasonable position. I would love to, like, sneak my way into second or first tier, but, like...
Call out of nowhere.
I think I have to beef pretty hard to risk fourth, so I can probably just kind of hit all the buttons.
What's going to happen to this score gap?
I was watching the VOD with the deeply satisfying tile sound effects. Isn't that client fucking cool? It's so clickety, I really like it.
The player, is there any way to turn the tables here?
I feel as though there is a zen to be found between, like, the arcadey, flashy, like, joy of gambling look of Sega MJ and, like, the connection to the physicality of the, like, actual table game that comes with clients like Mahjong.
That's a pawn. The player.
Two-pin is sensible there, right?
This hand looks nothing like it did at the start.
I would still love to pick up 6-0 and then just, like, hit the button.
No one dares to make the
I need
first
5,200.
move. Any calls on this time?
I don't know why I brought up the all-last solver when I can't read Japanese. I'm so fucking stupid.
Ah, jeez. The player on
That's
the left.
not a bad
What
outcome.
an incredible
That's probably
win
fine.
off the wall.
With a fine place, no doubt about it.
I think probably I handled that situation in East 3, like, with the right broad approach. I don't necessarily know if it was the most sophisticated Moashi ever employed, but, like, I think it was sensible to just try to reposition there. Thank you very much, Envy. 82 is a fucking number. Jesus. Yeah, so it's gonna be a lot of, like, very fucking stupid Tompu today. Because, alright, so if we, like, naively assume that I place third every single game, with about 6,000 points left to make up at, like, what I believe is 240 points a game, I need 25 Tompus. So we're going to be playing some Mahjong, as it were. And I just hope everyone is, like, emotionally prepared to deal with that. What? Cerber? Cerber? Looking at a Ring Racers dev video.
East 1. The Dora is the 7
Jesus,
of
that's
BAMs.
bad.
The player is south.
We're doing
I'd
some
love to
very
see some
invasive
tile
things to the
drawing
engine
magic here.
right
Let's
now.
see
Oh, I
how
forgot to
this
turn on
battle
my
unfolds.
the table. The mat. 7-so, Dora.
The player. One step in the right direction.
Holy shit, is
This
that the
hand
real
is
Oscar
really beginning
Langley?
to come together.
They're like 1900. They play here. They capital P play here. And then, like, these two are just some fucking guys who installed for the prosthetic
Who's
collab.
going to any calls on took a pass for now?
It's weird. Collab events in this game are tricky because, like, you kind of need accumulated
What to do with
resources
this
in order to
tile?
really,
Still
like,
holding
actively
back.
play the event rooms. So
The
they don't
player.
really get the
2
Ricci
tiles
City,
to
like,
10
everyone
points.
clicked on the
The cracks
Steins
are
Gate
really
button
coming
effect,
together.
I imagine.
Draws yet another simple.
Gonna light our Rick and Morty pinball on fire. Is that a good machine? I've heard, like, I've heard people say some nice
This
things
table
about,
is
like,
so quiet, I could hear
the
a
rule
pin
set.
drop. My, oh my, and there's the niche.
I'm curious to
the
see
whole,
if this
like,
develops into a
hop
confrontation.
bumpers
Would
right
it be
above an
possible
outlane
to
thing
catch up here? The player's
is
going
kind
for
of
it.
That
extremely
tile made it
fucking
through.
goofy. I probably shouldn't
player
pursue
across the
this super
table has
aggressively
discarded
with,
that
like,
tile.
Nodora and no obvious path to value.
Look at that Dora.
Well, that's something. 8 so passed. It makes 5
Who's
so
going
half
to pull
Suji, but
away
I
from the
extremely don't fucking trust that. I would honestly rather
One
cut
step
Lemon
in
here.
the wrong direction. Jeez! The player across. A very swift win off
That
the
looks
wall.
like an
The player
hand
across
for
the
sure.
table, a very favorable start.
The player across takes a modest leap.
Yeah, sure.
East 2. The Dora is the 6 of cracks. The player is East. The player
Yaku
across the
Haipon.
table is in first.
The point
Two
leader is
Dora.
not terribly far away.
This is not an easy spot to work around.
This seems to me like it's probably a button clicker hand.
The player. First place is well within
Like,
striking
especially
range.
in dealer seat, I think you kind of just, like, employ button clicker no jutsu.
Things are at a
Maybe that should have been
standstill.
tuned before on there. I spend a lot of time worrying about early
And
discard
there's a
efficiency
call.
and not about the fact that all of my macro level strategic decisions are based entirely on works-cited crack pipe.
The player. One step in the right direction.
The next few tiles could make a huge difference.
Draws yet another simple. The
So, like, at this
player
point, do I
gaining
call
momentum.
5 or 8
This is the
mon
point where skill really
before
factors
having the
in.
Yaku locked? I think it's possible that I do. Play is nice when configured correctly, and when it actually works, Spooky's hardware is
Who
not
will
meant for
come out
public
on
play.
top in
Oh
this
my god.
confrontation?
It's one of those, huh?
The player
Maybe cut
is
this and
already
Primabitsu?
one tile to Tenpai.
This hand looks nothing
I
like
kind
it
of
did
fuck
at
with
the
it.
start.
That's another fun path to value.
How
Did
are the
Spooky
players
do the
going to
fucking
approach
machine that
this
I
hand?
thought they did? Yeah, they did Halloween. Halloween is the worst functioning machine I have ever seen on location in my whole fucking life. So it does not surprise me that fucking Rick and Morty has, like,
No one
similar
dares to make the
public
first
location
move.
problems. Halloween is so
The
fucking
air is very tense at this
the
moment.
theming is kind of dog shit IMO, but like the fact that the machine doesn't work probably has something to do with that. I have never played or heard of Class of 1812.
Have things calmed down for the moment? The player on the left drops a pair.
This is a funny changelog for Halloween's code.
Is this hand going to
Left
end
ramp
quietly?
now registering. Ball save light finally fixed.
Any calls on?
どうしません
There it is.
Oh,
the
okay.
player on the left suffers an unexpected loss.
With a
The
fine
fucking
play,
kick-out
no
coil
doubt
was
about
stuck
it.
on and the machine has no protection to shut itself off.
East
Hey,
3,
bro, do you wanna
the
cook
Dora
your
is
entire
the
fucking
9 of
machine?
cracks. The player is
Energize.
Let's see where this hand ends up going.
north. The stage is set.
Alright, we have 9
Anything
Mondora
can
acceptance. Could potentially Paranorth. Scores are pretty close
The
to
player,
flat,
first
so
place
like
is well within striking
just
range.
pulling something across the finish line seems respectable. Probably I could fucking cut that north anyway. Alright,
The player, one step
both
in
my
the
Yaku
right
high pair
direction.
options
This hand is really
kind of
neat to
drying
come
up here,
together.
so 6, 8, 9 with 9 Mondora is a little
Doubled up on the Dora.
Sure,
The player
man.
Gaining momentum.
The next few tiles could make a huge difference.
put too much whiskey in my drink, but I think it kind of bangs. I do
Doubled
still
up on a
technically
tile
have
that was just
Malibu.
discarded.
Thank you, Az. I love you. I could totally just, like, sip a little bit and watch the quality of my play completely fucking evaporate. That sounds fun.
What to do with this tile? Still holding back.
I'll kind of take 3-5 over 8-9, but like I don't really know what I'm holding on to the red 5-so here for it. Like maybe that just needs to go before it like causes someone else. Sanshoku? This is like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 blocks. With 2 pairs, probably the correct thing to do is to cut 6-8-mon here.
Uh-oh, East has declared Nietzsche.
I'm curious to see if this develops into
Just because there are a lot of ways this can fucking upgrade or complete.
Draws yet another simple.
Do I cut 8-mon into this to stay in? I don't think I'm supposed to.
The player.
That was so immediate.
This will be a repeat of East.
Oh well.
East 3.
That was
1 counter. The
not particularly well advised, but I ran out of fucking patience for folding. I'm just like, no, it can't possibly be the right choice to fold again. Too many things have happened.
How things develop.
Like, I had no reason to think that was actually, like, safer than any other particular tile other than being, like, edge-ish.
Any calls on this? Took a pass for now.
So, not really a lot of Dora acceptance here. I can swap some red 5s.
What's going to happen
that
to this
penchant kind of dog shit though. There's an extra surprise that appears if you leave the machine idle, controllable by the menu setting feature attract mode frequency. An extra surprise. Thank you for not telling the fucking operators what that is. Very cool of you.
It's important to find the best possible weight.
Two, 4 is like fine, I guess.
Things are at a standstill.
Very, very light, gentle Sakagiri.
The air is tense as the players take their what to do with this tile. Still holding back.
Can't actually call that. I wonder if this looks suspicious to anyone. Hey guys, you think it's middle Sozu?
First call here.
Do I slide to allow this to stay in? Means I'm on the hook for cutting fucking 8-mon later, potentially.
Look at that!
Or that.
There it is!
It's Riichi Pinfu.
That is a very confident reach.
It's not, like, not a hand. Oh, it's Riichi Pinfu toss on the player that I need to hit most badly.
A very impressive finish.
This is officially
Yay.
a very close match.
Thank you, Kiriage Mangan. I'm alive.
East 4. The Dora is the 2 of Bams. The player is West. Heading into the final hand of the match.
Okay.
Any player could take first.
Suso
It may be
Dora.
the first player to make Tenpai.
Well, it's hard to know just how this will
With
turn
2
out.
Dora, I'd love to just, like, Yakuhai pair. So, like, cut the guest wins and maybe hang on to those dragons for a little bit longer than I would otherwise. Because this hand does, like, kind of have 4 blocks if I squint. Now it's got 5. That's, like,
one
fine-ish.
step in the right direction.
This is the point where skill really factors in.
They're not like 5 good blocks by any means,
Look
but
at that Dora.
this is still potentially a chance for me to, like... Can this pawn? Fix the pair of 8s.
Another simple. The player. 2 tiles to
Cut the 9, just aim for
This hand
Tanya
is
Dora
really
3.
beginning to come together.
I think if I see 6 mon, I definitely have to.
Things are at a standstill. The air is tense as the players take their any calls on this. Took a pass
Not
for
that,
now.
though. I would
Another
advise against
useless
that.
Draw. Who's going to make the first call here? Oh, wow, and there's a call.
Maybe keep the 3 to, like, slide to a 3-sided 2-5-8.
Have things calmed down
Nope.
for the moment?
Don't want that one.
How are the players going to approach this hand?
Is my acceptance bad, or did I just, like, have an uninteresting series of turns? I do kind of have 3 pairs.
No. My, oh my, and there's the niche!
I'm curious to see if this develops into a confrontation.
Will it be possible to catch up here?
I wonder if I ever stay in here. Actually, better question, what the fuck could I fold with?
The players going
Weak
for
Kabe?
it.
That tile made it through.
Alright, 5 mon can fold.
What to do with the still holding back?
Dora 3, but...
The player on the right has discarded that tile.
Not giving up on this one. Safe!
6-0 is safe, and I
The
don't
player.
think it
Time, still no
technically regresses. This is a reasonable pivot.
Jeez! The
Dang.
player on the right. A very swift win off the wall.
With a fine play, no doubt about it.
リーズもドラ
I don't hate that outcome, but I'm a little bit disappointed. Remember, this is not a 4th place avoidance client. This is a very flat rating system. It's aggression is pretty warranted, I would say. Where is event room backgrounds? I'm just gonna play a shit ton of games today, so hopefully I can keep my, like, mental acuity available here.
East 1. The Dora is the 9 of Bams. The player is West.
I'd love to see some tile drawing magic here.
Yeah, it's like, that's
Let's
not a
see
bad
how this
match,
battle
genuinely.
unfolds. Any calls on this tile? Took a pass for now.
Could ostensibly have been Pawn Palace if squinting.
Who's going to make the first call here?
What is my path to value here if I wanted to open?
What to do with this tile?
Yeah.
The player makes a call out of nowhere.
The hand has
This lifts a
blocks, I
heavy
don't know
burden.
what to tell
The
you.
player,
I think
2
maybe
tiles
we
to
just
jump
go
on.
fast.
This hand is really beginning to come together.
1, 2, 3.
The player is already one tile to Tenpai.
It feels like a little bit of a cowardly cut, but it's like...
Who will come out on
This
top
isn't
in
even a
this
Tenpai
confrontation?
Renshan room. Like, just limping over the line with like 1,000 points is sometimes enough, so going for these cheap horseshit hands can matter.
Who's going to pull away from the pack?
In a lot of ways, it's like FF14 Mahjong, except instead of taking fucking
Still
forever,
holding back.
it like actually completes at a reasonable time. I think, wait, that was a sensible call. That was like
The player
on 4s and
Tenpai.
couple 1. To leave myself with like, I don't know.
How are the players going to approach this hand?
So like the weight's not good, but it's like something. I am ostensibly Tenpai.
My, oh my, and there's the niche!
There are any number of responses
Do I
here.
break this to kind of like, oh, okay, cool.
Amazing!
Yeah, I was kind of like prepared to just cut all of my forces
Takes the lead in
against
the
that
race,
because
the player.
this is dog shit.
Takes a modest lead.
But like, thank you for your Richi stick though. Bingo!
East 2. The Dora is east. The player is
Life is
south.
good, man. Okay.
The player finished the last hand quick and
Doraton
A
pair.
modest lead with
I
that one.
see.
dirty. This is not an easy spot to
Sometimes
work
you
around.
just draw it. Block situation. I think it's
This table is
slightly
so
better to
quiet,
think
I
about
can hear a
that
pin drop.
as like 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, rather than like the stretch and then the Shanpon 8, 9. Yeah, I don't know if anyone ever cuts that ton, is the thing, but like, I'm also not completely sure I
Things
ever
are
need them
at a
to.
standstill.
It's totally possible that that's just like a pair, and this is like a Richidora 2 hand. But
The
boy,
air
would
is
I
tense
love to
as
be
the
able to
play
call.
calls on this tile. Took a pass for now.
Yeah, like that's a nice completion. Fucking whatever.
The player is already one tile
6, 7, 8
to
Sanshoku
Tenpai.
potential,
And is very near completion.
rather than taking the 3, 5, 7.
The perfect tile.
There's just no way. Damaten? Surely not, right?
On Tenpai.
That is a very confident reach.
Sitting here like Damaten Sanshoku? But probably not though, right?
No one dares to make the first move. The player on the left decides to match the player's discard.
I don't know if anyone at this
The
table
player on the right
wants
is
to
on
shove
the
into this
defense
with, like,
against
no
the
visible
player's
Dora.
reach.
The player on the left is assuming that it's an open weight.
The player on the right is playing cautious.
The player on the left won't be
If
taking
only it
risks
was
here.
Pinfu.
The player, can this hand
Why couldn't you have been
withstand
guest wins?
chasing Beach?
This is a Deech shootout.
There's only one win.
Don't.
There it is. The player
There's just no
across
fucking
suffers an
way.
unexpected loss.
With a fine
Okay.
play, no doubt about it.
Cool.
リーチ一発発ドラワンラン
My stick.
East 3. The Dora is the 3 of cracks. The player is East.
The Mongon has
How does
arrived.
this starting hand look to you?
The question is, where's the red dragon hiding?
The stage is set. Anything can
So,
happen.
like, 3
The
Mondora.
player, already 2 tiles to Tenpai.
Like, Itsu
The next
potential
Any
here.
calls on this tile? The player makes a call out of
We're on that button
nowhere.
clicker shit, I
This
think.
lifts a heavy burden.
The player is already
Yeah, you
one
know what?
tile
Sure,
to
let's just
Tenpai.
slide around a little
It's
bit
important to
and,
find
like,
the
see
best
if it
possible
magically
way.
happens for no reason. Dreams of Dora acceptance.
The player. First place is well within striking range. The player on the left drops a pair.
I wonder if this is dog shit.
This
I guess we'll
hand is
figure out if
going
this was
nowhere.
better off closed. Wait, no we won't. That's not how fucking the outcomes in a gambling game work.
Whatever happens, it'll be
Hey man,
something to
cool.
tell the player. Tenpai.
So Shanpa Itsu. It's like not a hand.
Very tense at this. Oh, making a move here.
That's fine.
Ah, geez.
Dude,
the player
this
on
fucking
the
idiot
right,
sumo
a
clicker.
Very swift win off the wall.
With a fine play, no doubt about
Injustice
Four.
detected.
The Dora is the 9 of Bams. The player is north. Heading
I
into the
wish I
final
was that
hand
good
of
at
the
drawing the
match.
right
the
tile.
player
Fuck.
will win with a mangan off the player on the right.
Well, it's hard to know just how this
So,
will turn out.
like, Pinfu? I
The
fucking
player
guess.
already 2 times. Any calls on this? Took a pass for now.
Pinfu with 3 pairs,
That's the last time. Still holding back.
and one of them is now completely fixed. Did I just break one of these pairs?
What's going to happen?
I guess I could just
to-
draw a bunch of red
and
fives, that's
there's the
true.
call.
You better stop. Ugh. No, right?
The player. Is there any way to turn
Ah.
the tables here? The player is already
Well, hey,
one tile to
maybe it
10-5.
mysteriously
Certain
becomes
tiles will
Hanuman,
fit
right?
into this hand. Others will gradually transform.
2 pin is on board, 2 mana's on board, 8 pin is on board,
The player on the left drops
Shun is
a
in my
pair.
pile.
What to do with still no calls?
8-so's clear, right? Or 8-mon's clear? Yeah.
The player. Is it time for a call? How are the players going to
My
approach
Chitoitsu
this
acceptance maximizer. This is actually kind of fucking diabolical.
hand? There it is! Nietzsche! The
I don't
player
know
on
whether
the
attempting
right
to apply
decides
defensive
to
theory to
match
this
the
2-mon
player's
cut
discard.
means you're more or less likely to cut the 1-mon.
Ah,
Dude,
geez.
fuck
The
off!
player suffers an unexpected loss.
With a fine play, no doubt about
What a gamer. What a fucking gamer, dude. I just don't know what to do. I don't know how to draw the tile. Hey, at least I got bingo. That was a fucking outrageous game. That guy clicked the button really well. I'm in awe. Teach me how to click buttons like that, TBH. I'm thinking about, like, Ring Racer's fucking code architecture issues.
よろしくお願いします
Holy shit, is that the real Nodochi?
East 1. The Dora is the 5 of dots. The player is north.
Thinking about the aesthetics
I'd
I
like
want
to
to
see
bring
some
to a
title
Mahjong
drawing
client, I
magic
keep
here.
going back
Let's see
to
how this battle
fucking
unfolds.
Notika's stupid fucking online character and like, okay, but what if the game looked like whatever that is?
Who's going to make
Because
the first call here? The
This has
player.
been documented
One step
about
in
me
the right
before,
direction.
This
but
hand
it
is
might
really
come as a
beginning to
shock
come
to some of
together.
you. I kind of fucking like women.
The player on a roll.
I don't know if you know that about me. Have you heard this?
The player gaining momentum.
This is the point where skill really factors in.
So, like, if the pawn button appears, I think I click it, and then I click it again until, like, the hand is tempai.
Another simple.
In fact, this is basically completely safe to just, like, click the button.
I could hear a pin drop.
Because Tanya. Like, Tanya Dora 3's Mangon, that's a hand, right? How's the pair situation?
Oh, wow.
I think I just click button.
The player on the right continues to
I open for
discard
no
simples.
Shanten advancement because having a pawn makes me happy.
Who's going to pull away from the pack?
The longer I have to
What to
hold on
do
to
with
this, the
this
more
tile?
nervous I feel like I'm gonna
The
get.
player, that's a pawn.
Like, is this a sensible dash? It feels reasonable to me
How are the players going
with
to
this many
approach
live
this
pairs.
hand? The player across discards another crack.
Too many center tiles, perhaps. Leaves me with a tough ending weight.
No one dares to make the first
Okay, but what if
move.
it, like, came out anyway, though? What if I just, like, believed in it really hard?
The air is very tense at this moment.
What if I just drew the next tile with all of my heart?
Have things calmed down for the moment?
Wait, that's my win. What the fuck does anybody else want with it?
Ah, jeez! That's a roan from across the table.
The player across the table, a very favorable start.
The player across takes a modest lead.
Honitsu Chitoe.
East 2. The Dora is the 5 of
Maybe
clubs.
not reading that
The
was my
player
fault
is
because
west.
the
The
sumo
player
Giri
across the table is in first.
at the end
Very
of
much
row
in position
2.
to win the game.
This is
I
not
guess
an
that was
easy
the
spot
overflow
to
I was
work
supposed to be reading.
around. The player on a roll.
The next few tiles could make a huge difference.
I definitely do kind of feel like I summoned that one. I just
What's going to
marked my
happen
own
to this
location
score
with the
gap?
Call of Duty airstrike.
Doubled up on a tile that was just discarded. Another useless draw.
I've Mondora. Fucking some pairs, I guess. I don't know. The hand is not currently sparking joy. Presently, it's just fucking annoying to me.
The player.
I actually
Is there any
kind
way
of
to
just
turn
want
the
to go
tables
backwards
here?
just to make sure that I don't have to deal with that Shanpon.
Things
It's like
are
that
at a
9 is
steady-
not my favorite thing if this turns into a pair hand
my,
anyway.
and there's the
Oh well.
beach.
There are any number of responses here.
Holy
Question
shit, is it the real
can the player
Motochi?
survive this situation?
Well damn, now I kinda wish that I had that tile that I threw away, huh? This
The
is fine.
players.
Wrong.
Ah, jeez. The player
It's Chinitsu, no, it's
suffers
not.
an unexpected loss.
That was a speedy finish.
Okay.
East 3. The Dora is the 5 of dots.
So circumstances
The player
aren't
is
great
south.
at the moment, I would
Let's
say.
see where this hand ends up going.
The stage is set. Anything can
A lot of
happen.
honors, but no terminals, so probably not.
The player, one step in the right direction.
This is the point where skill
It's got
really
some Dora
factors
in it. There's something.
The player, on a roll.
This hand is really beginning to come together.
2 pairs. Some kind of wacky fucked up wrong shapes.
What's going to happen to this score gap?
I wonder if Aegis is going to be incredibly common on this client, since this event is like one of the few times you can get like
is there any way to turn the
a
tables
flashy
here?
character without directly engaging with gacha.
Oh, wow, and there's a call.
Still waiting for John Sega to fucking drain my wallet directly by announcing the new Madoka collab. Shaft, I'm ready. Just fucking break my heart in two.
Who will come out on
345
top?
Sanshoku,
The
like,
player across
exists
makes a
as a
call on
possibility.
another bam.
This is really fucking suspicious up here, and I
The
don't
player,
really like
2
it.
tiles to Tempai.
The cracks are really coming together.
Could slide to 456 here.
Any calls on this tile? Took a pass for now. What to do with this still holding back?
Okay, so that locks that as my pair. The potential still exists for this just to be
How are
like
the
a
players
completely
going-
fucking normal.
There
Okay.
it is. The player on the left suffers
Yo.
an unexpected loss.
That was a speedy finish.
Alright. Dealer
East
turn.
4. The Dora is the 9 of Bams. The player is East. Heading into the final hand of the match.
The player, a Haneman, will take
All right.
first.
Well, it's hard to know just how this will
So,
turn
like,
out. The player, already 2 tiles to Tempai.
9
The next
Sodora,
few
huh?
tiles could make a huge difference.
Could be like 7, 8, 9 Sanshoku. Got enough reasonable blocks that I can hang on to the
What's
phone
going
for
to
a
happen
little
to
bit.
this score gap? The player
I don't
on
really
the right
think that
makes
this
a
hand is
call
in a
out of
particularly good
nowhere.
position to call anyway,
Making
but
a move here.
yeah, there we go.
The player on the left already caught. The player on the right refuses
Could you
to
guys slow down a little bit? I
compromise.
wasn't actually finished with my dealer turn. This is kind of fucking rude, actually.
The
Well, I don't really
player,
have an
is
option
there
other
any
than
way
to, like,
turn
click on the
tables
tiles
here?
that make my hand faster. So this is sort of a, like, if you deal in sort of situation, I feel.
Whatever happens, it'll be something to talk about. Any calls on this tile? Took a pass for now. The player is already 1 tile
Got the weakest
to
shape and
10.
just kind
This
of...
hand
Wow,
is
this
very
is
near
gonna end on,
completion.
like...
The player across. The player on
Well,
the
it's
left.
likely that it
Here
can
we
end
have a
on
con.
3-6.
What
That's
to do with
unfortunate.
this tile? Still holding back.
Suspicious.
The player on the right continues to
That
discard
consigns me to
symbols.
dog shit weight if I try to believe in it. So, I'm choosing to
There
not
it
do
is.
that.
Nietzsche.
Three six still has like
No one
fewer
dares to
outs
make
than I
the
want
first
out
move.
of this, but it's kind of what I'm
The
getting
player
here, so...
across decides to match the player's discard.
The player on the right is assuming that it's an open weight.
I feel like I kind of got video gamed.
The player across
You know?
calls to form a Dora meld. The player, can this hand withstand the heat? The player across is playing cautious.
The
player on the right
Chitoi
won't be
guest
taking
wind
risks
weight.
here.
Chitoi Honitsu guest wind weight. Thank you.
There it is.
That's the
player
right
on
person
the
to hit
left
if I want to make
takes a
personal
beating.
A
advancement.
very impressive finish.
I'm simply blown away.
One or a hit. Okay. Okay.
ピンフ
Fundamental Mahjong, baby. And bingo.
East 4, 1 counter. The Dora is the 4 of dots. The player is East. Still on the final
Ooh.
hand. What's our situation?
The player.
Thank you,
a
based
Mangan, will
random
take first.
Ishanten.
Is there a victory on the horizon? The perfect tile!
That's sort of fucking dog shit.
The
Do I
player
hang out and
stand
wait to
by.
slide this to like a 3-6 or something?
What's going
This
to
feels
happen?
unusually likely
The
to
player
not happen
across
right now,
makes
but
a
if it
call out of
happens
nowhere.
and I don't have Yaku, I'm going to fucking kill myself in Minecraft. So,
Look at that Dora.
is that better? It's...
There it is.
Hey man, it's got 2
Heck of
outs,
a
so
lot
I
of
can
work
totally
went
hit
into
the
this
button.
reach.
The player across decides to match the player's
That's
discard.
cool. That's cool.
Chasing
All right.
Beach.
This is a neat shootout.
There's only one winner in a neat shootout.
Now we're gaming. Do you believe in miracles?
The player.
That-
Can this hand withstand the heat?
Okay. I fucking love gambling.
The player. Is there any way to turn the tables here?
To every weighty ass call delay.
The air is very...
いいや
The player across. Here we have a cheat.
ロン
Ah,
Dang.
geez. The player suffers an unexpected loss.
It
With a
happens.
fine play, no doubt about it.
連品
Is that placement change? It is. Just barely. Dang. I got shoot up and spit out. That's fucked up. Why'd they do that to me? Hey, at least I got bingo. Oh shit, it's 100 casino chips. You know what to do with 100 casino chips every time you receive it. I don't hate it. The locational acceptance is pretty good. Like, everything fixed besides one suit is pretty good for me. This is just a trash can for chips. I believe, okay? One of these days, Beaver Mode will hit 7 times. One of these days. Alright. Hey, we hit. So I already didn't get nothing back, which is nice. This is like kind of an irritating location for a Rionman wait, but like it could totally happen. Woo-hoo! We gamed. And we hit the Dora. Who the fuck said trash can for chips? Have you tried being fucking better? What? No. Please remove the magnet from the machine. Impossible wizard pin pattern. Insane. Well, nothing to do but game again, and hope I don't randomly throw a guest wind into fucking Mangan Shitoi. Dama Mangan Shitoi. Bro, I can't believe you. How dare you, Dama-ten? I can't believe this dishonest bullshit.
East 1. The Dora is the 8 of Bams. The player is North.
I'd love to see some tile drawing magic.
So we have
here.
Dora
Let's
acceptance,
see
and that's
how this
basically it.
battle unfolds.
There's like a Rionman. Sure.
Who's going to make the first call here?
I don't know if it's that
The player,
complicated. Okay,
one
thank you.
step in the right direction.
This hand is really beginning to come together.
This table is so quiet.
I don't know if I
hear
could
a
ever
pin
draw
drop.
anything that makes me not want to cut the
The
east
player.
here.
That's progress.
The next few tiles could make a huge difference.
So like value impossible unless I draw 7
Any
mon.
calls on this? Took a pass for now. The player gaining momentum.
This is the point where skill really factors in.
It's definitely like advancing.
Decided that dots aren't worth chasing.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Things are at a standstill.
Maybe it was better to hang on to that for like
Still holding back.
upgrading a block. The fucking 9/8 is like bleh. But
My, oh
there's
my,
also
and there's
not
the
any
beach.
fucking
I'm curious to
value
see if this
in the
develops
hand
into a
at the moment.
Will it be possible to catch up here? The player's going
So I'm
for
kind
it.
of emotionally
That tile made it
prepared to
through.
just cut 9 mon a bunch and then like see what happens
One
at the table.
step in the wrong direction.
6 mon is
Excellent
fine.
evasive action.
Do I have something strictly safe?
The player
Yeah.
on the left has discarded that tile.
I feel like 9
What
so
to
is
do with this time?
probably,
Still
well,
no
that's
calls.
definitely okay. East is also definitely okay, but I'm trying
Who's
to
the
cut
player?
my
Is it
like
time for a call?
safe tiles in order of like most to least generally dangerous.
The player across the table just pushed that tile through.
Like, I'm not gonna lie to you, I'm done. It looks like everyone at this table is also done.
Is this hand going to end quietly? Ah, geez.
I don't know, maybe this is a
Player
push.
on the left. A very
but
swift win off the wall.
Doesn't look like
the
it to
player
me.
on the left, a very favorable start.
The player on the left takes a modest lead. East
Regular
2.
ass
the
hand.
Dora is the 1 of dots. The player is west. The player on the left is in first.
At the moment, this is anyone's game.
So like
This
pin
is not
pair,
an easy spot to work around.
some shapes.
The player on the right makes
Shut
a ball
up.
out of nowhere. The player on the right already calls a second meld.
I get the feeling I'm going to
The
be seeing a
player,
lot of
one
Aegis
step
in this
in the
event.
right direction.
This hand is really beginning to come together.
The player gaining momentum.
The next few...
Oh, making a move here.
Maybe it is better to hold back without any green dragons visible.
If you asked me to like actually explain that, I don't know if I would be able to do it.
Any calls on? Took a pass for now.
The moment that I see like Manzu from over here, I kind of just want to cut the 2-pin into it and then, yeah, no.
The player.
I don't
First
think
place
so.
is well within striking range.
I just don't know if I
Who
believe
will
that's
come out on top
spooky.
in this confrontation? How are the players going to approach this hand?
Paradion.
There it is. The player on the left suffers
okay.
an unexpected loss.
This will be a repeat of East.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I would have dealt that too. I wasn't looking at that guy.
East 2, 1 counter. The Dora is the 8 of
That's
craps.
just something that
the
fucking
player
happened.
is West. The player across the table is in first.
At the moment, this is anyone's game.
The stage is set. Anything can happen.
So I feel like I'm definitely, like, somewhat likely to just drown. I always get nervous when I feel like I have to play passively.
The player, 1 step in the right
I'm
direction.
like, hey, I would like
This
to
is
make
the
forward
point where
progress
skill
on this
really
game of
factors
Ryuchi
in.
Mahjong, and then the game is like, okay, but have you considered line 1 scary shit?
The player, gaining momentum.
And I haven't, I
This
never
hand
have.
is really beginning to come together.
The player, first place is well within striking range. Draws yet another symbol.
Okay, so that
The
was like a
player
bunch of
is
really
already
good draws
one tile
at
to
the same
step
time.
by.
Nearly every draw
So that's
has been
cool.
an improvement.
Any calls on this tile? Pick a pass for now.
The pair situation could definitely
The
be like
player on the
massaged
right
a little bit.
drops a pair. Look at that.
This is kind
The
of
player,
dog
10
shit.
by.
Like, single weight, no value as a non-dealer. I feel inclined to question the choice to Ricci that. No one
The air
else
is
looks
tense as the
particularly
players take
fast,
their turns.
but like, considering I can't see any Dora, I kind of want to hang out and like at least see if I can potentially draw like Forso. Or
Who's
like
going to
massage
make the
this
first call here?
into like
Still holding back.
something that resembles a shape.
リーチだ
Like, yeah,
There it
3-6
is,
dual
Beach.
pair is, like, not unreasonable.
The player on
As
the
in,
right
like,
is assuming that it's an open
People
weight.
might actually ever deal into it.
The player on the left decides to match the player's discard.
オリギア発動
Chasing Beach.
This is a Deech shootout.
There's only one winner in a Beach shootout. No one dares to make the first
Well, obviously,
move.
I kind
The
of don't
player,
fucking
can
know
this
what's
hand
going to
withstand
happen.
The heat?
決めた
Three-player Deech.
Taking a gamble here.
There's only one winner in a Deech shootout.
悪いな
Okay.
The
Goodbye,
player on the
1,000
right.
points.
What an
That happens.
incredible win off the wall.
That took care of that East Deech.
リーチ一発ツモピンフドラドラパネマン
Yeah, huh, got it.
East 3. The Dora is the 5 of BAMs. The player is South. The player
Meddling.
on the right is in first.
Still very much in a position to win the game.
Now,
So,
let's watch
like-
how things develop. The player,
IDK
one step
Yaku
in the
high
right
pawn?
direction.
The next few tiles could make a huge difference.
Like, I'm not actually that far away from second, so just kind of like,
Any calls on this tile?
ポンだ
maybe I
The
just
player
button click
makes a call
for a little bit.
out of nowhere.
This lifts a heavy burden.
Just lock the
Doubled up
Yaku
on a
and then,
tile
like,
that was just
do some
discarded.
stuff. Because there is no path to happiness in this hand.
The player, 2 tiles to Tempai.
This is the point where skill really factors in.
The player on the left drops a pair.
I like 3, 5, 6, 8 there, more than like this extraneous fucking horseshit tile.
Oh, making a move here.
This hand is now a guaranteed 2-han.
Very suspicious center tile cuts. Super
What's going to
fucking
happen
sketchy.
to this score gap?
I don't really know what my criteria for folding to, like, imaginary hands is. But I feel like if
The
I see
player
one or
on the
two more
left,
center
that's
tiles,
a
I just
pawn.
fucking leave.
What to do with this tile?
小さな
The player refuses to compromise. The player, one tile to Tempai,
This hand is very near completion.
draws yet another simple.
Like, I feel like I should have some, like, reasoned, principled breakpoint where I decide that, like, continuing to play
The player,
aggressively
is
against
there
whatever
any
this
way
is
to
is no
turn the
longer worth
tables
it.
here?
But I don't know the theory. I just, like, know that I have the spirit of a gambler
The
within me.
player suffers an
Anyway, I fucking dealt
unexpected
in.
loss.
This will be a repeat of East.
East 3, one counter. The Dora is the 8 of bounds. The player is south.
Let's see where this hand
Did I
ends up
have black?
going.
Is this a battle that can be won?
Like, with my dealer turn coming up as East 4,
Player on the right
maybe I should have
makes
just
a
tucked my
call
tail and,
out
like,
of
allowed that to
nowhere.
happen. I'm not sure, though.
What's going to happen to this score gap? The player, one step in the right
I am
direction.
very
Any
susceptible
calls on
to
this took a pass
the
for
feeling
now.
of, like, running out of time in Tompu.
The player, is there any way to turn the tables here?
This is, like, all horse shit, right? I guess it's just dog water?
The
I don't know,
player,
man. Maybe I
that's
just cut
progress.
center tiles
The
and
next
believe in
few
Shanta or
tiles
something.
could make a huge difference.
Like, at this point, the
What
hole
to
is
do
large
with this
enough that
tile?
I kind of... Do I open for it?
Still holding
Probably
back.
not, right? Well, with two pairs available...
The player across drops a pair. The player on
I don't know,
the
this is-
right
this is kinda
continues
sketchy
to
and dog shit.
discard simples.
I don't know if
The
I
player on
emotionally
the
believe
left
in what I'm doing here.
discards Another bam, another useless draw. The player
いい
on
気
the
分
right,
だ
that's a pawn.
I'm gonna hear a lot of that fucking character for a bit, huh? Can you imagine, like, the Mahjong Soul style, like, option
air
to
is
mute
very
specific
tense at this
character
moment.
in this game, where it would just be, like, a list the size of the fucking Library of
The
Alexandria?
player on the left scored 3 Doras.
So, like, at least in a broad theory sense,
The player, 2
it
tiles
should
to
be
Tempai.
less
the
justifiable
point
for me
where-
to fold to this than to anything that I have failed to fold to so
The
far.
player on the left. Here we have a cheat.
That kills the Ipatsu.
The player's going for it.
But I will personally just feel like kind of a
The
jackass.
player across. What an incredible win off the wall.
With a fine play, no doubt about it.
リーズモピンフドラサンパネバウ
East 4.
Alright,
The
so I wouldn't
Dora
say that
is
circumstances
Green
are stellar for
Dragon.
me
The
right
player
now.
is East. Heading into the final hand of the match.
The player has one final
What?
chance to make a big move.
Well, it's hard to know just how this will turn out.
Well, if I force a flush, it'll be like
Look at
in
that
a suit
Dora.
where I have a Ryeonman, probably.
What's going to happen to this score gap?
Yeah, dude, I don't know.
The player on the right makes a call out of nowhere.
I don't know why I'm so emotionally attached to the South.
The player, is there any way to turn the tables here? Any calls on this tile? Took a pass for now. The player, 2 tiles to Tenpai.
Oh
The next few
no.
tiles could make a huge difference.
Making
That
a
is what
move
it is,
here.
isn't it? This is not the highly aggressive dealer hand
things
that I
calm
needed
down for the
to
moment.
achieve my dreams. I think all of the pairs are still,
Another
like,
useless draw.
viable.
悪いな
Ah,
石
jeez. The player on the right. A very swift win off the wall.
タイヤを
Fine
ド
play.
ラ
I'm just
gonna get up and
stretch for a bit. Oh, that's smart. That was a very silly series of things to happen.
奇跡ってのはただじゃないんだ
My orb! No! I'm gonna drop down rank too. Life is hard, man. I'm like, surely I won't log in and lose every game. Alright, I'll be right back. Alright, I didn't know that I was dealing with professional fucking gamers today. All of these fucking elite gaming warlords here to, like, assassinate all of my Mangan chances.
East 1. The Dora is the 2 of Bams. The player is West.
I'd love to see some tile drawing
Yeah.
magic here.
Okay.
Let's see how this battle unfolds.
My four so.
Who's going to make
If
the
I just
first
match
call
cut
here?
honors, maybe I can kind of stumble my way into Honitsu blocks and just pursue that. Does that count?
The player.
I feel like
one
it
step
kinda
in the
counts.
right direction.
This hand is really beginning to come together.
That's 4 Honitsu blocks.
Any calls on this tile?
ポンだ
The player makes a call out of nowhere.
That kind of fucking blows, though.
The player, 2 tiles to Tempai.
The next few tiles could make a huge
I mean, I guess I
difference.
should commit, like, rather than cutting Hatsu there.
The
Probably
player
better to
across
cut 4 pin or
continues
7
to
pin right
discard
away.
simples. Who will come out on top in this confrontation?
If I had had, like, even slightly better shapes, I think I would have probably tried to stay closed.
Another useless draw.
I so.
Whatever happens, it'll be something to talk about.
I have my whole life ahead of me. Wrong, the Pinzu flood is coming.
Who's going to pull away from the pack? I see storm clouds on the horizon.
Mm-hmm. Very interested in this set of outcomes, thank you.
How are the players going to approach this hand? What to do with this tile?
I
Took a
can't even
pass for
actually
now.
chi that, can I?
The player across calls north, but it's not a Yaku.
So is that Shanta? Manzu flush?
No one dares to make the first move.
Hidden Yaku High?
The player,
East is
Is it time
alive.
for a call? Still holding back.
This might be the point where after, like, failing to make any kind of progress and
The
being
air is
stuck
very
to
thin.
Shanten at the end
The
of row
player
2 for,
across.
like,
Here we have
a
cheat.
hand that is, like, 5,200 at best. Maybe I just kind of awkwardly slide out.
Have things calmed down for the moment?
That was probably not the
The
tile to
player
cut
on
if
the
I
right
wanted to, like,
drops a pair.
leave. Considering, like, probably the thing going on up here is an honor.
One step in the wrong direction. Is this hand going to end quietly? Look at that Dora! The player. That's progress. The player across discards another crack. The player on a roll.
This is suspicious.
The player on the left made a call there. The player, Tempai!
This hand may
I guess
have
I don't
poor
have a
weight,
specific
but it's
reason
still
to not take that
explosive.
Tenpai. All things considered.
Ah, geez.
Dog shit, dog
The player
shit,
on
wait,
the
though.
left, a very swift win off the wall.
The player on the left, a very favorable.
Alright, well that was a
Piece
fun
two.
experience.
The Dora is the 8 of dots. The player is south. The player on the left is in first.
At the moment,
What are
this is
you
anyone's
exactly?
game.
This is not an easy spot to work around.
You are like a hand that would really love to pair up one of these
The
dragons.
player,
I
first
feel.
place is well within striking range. This table is so quiet I could hear a pin drop.
So, like, those are blocks. The hand can, like, ostensibly advance
The
and,
player,
like,
2 tiles to
accomplish
This is the
tasks
point where skill really
at this
factors in.
stage. I have some questions about this
Things
discard
are
priority.
At a standstill. Any calls on this tile? Took a pass for now.
Actually, I don't have any specific questions, I just have, like, a vague concern.
The air is tense as the players take their turns. What to do with this tile? Still holding back. The player is already
that
one
guy's
tile
gone.
to
Okay.
tenpai.
This hand is very near completion.
The player. Is it time? Still no calls.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Kind of just don't want to deal with that. So I'm pretty sure this pair of sixes is like the thing. And that accepting that 7 kind
Who's
of
going
leads
to
me to
make
like
the
a
first
situation
call
where
here?
instead I'm gonna be like on a stretch.
Uh-oh, East has declared Nietzsche.
I'm curious to see if this develops into a confrontation.
Okay,
Will
just
it be
checking.
Chasing Nietzsche. Ah, geez. The player takes a beating.
This will be a repeat of East.
That's good.
リーチドラ3番ラン
Ouch. Pain.
East 2, 1 counter. The Dora is the 8 of dice.
Keiki
The
Musume,
player
you
is
rat.
south.
Let's see where this hand ends up going.
The stage is set.
How could you give me the spicy Hote High?
The player, 1 step in the right direction. The player on the right makes a call out of nowhere. Any calls on this time? Took a pass for now. What's going to happen to this score gap?
So like that's dog shit.
The player,
But-
that's progress.
Excellent.
Making up what
Shut
to
up.
do with still holding back.
Fuck. It's like, what is this actually? It's like Sad Pinzu and then like confused Monzu. Those are like still
The
blocks
player,
though.
2 tiles to tempt. Ah, jeez! The player suffers an unexpected loss.
That was a speedy finish.
East
I mean,
2,
that just
2
happens,
counters.
right?
The Dora is the 1 of dots. The player
I don't
is
necessarily
south. The
feel
player on
involved
the
in that
left is in
outcome.
first. The player has more than 40,000 points.
What's needed is a roan off the point leader.
Now, let's watch how things develop.
Excellent.
Any calls?
Maybe
on
I
this?
should just
Took a
stop
pass
discarding
for now.
Yakuhai.
The
Maybe
player
that'll help.
gaining
I feel like I'm
momentum.
hitting
The next
12 5 stages of
Excellent.
grief
The
when they
player
came
on
over
the
to play
left
with us.
already calls a second meld.
1 pair and
Look at
1
that
stretch. Do I like slide here?
The player is already 1 tile to tenpai.
It's important to find
What to do with this tile? Still holding back. Draws yet another simple. Look at that.
Do I have time to wait around?
There it is. Nietzsche.
Against a disconnected player, I'm a little bit more comfortable on like a Kanchan
The
center
player
tile
on the
weight,
left
but
decides
only
to match the
marginally.
player's discard. The player across is on the defense against the player's
This did
Nietzsche.
have a Yaku, so it could have been Damaten. But like being down by like a quadrillion
What's going to
points
happen to
and
this
like
score
choosing
gap?
to Dama for Tanya Dora 1 might have actually
The
like
player
been
on the
grounds
left
to
is
like
playing cautious. The player, can this hand
just
withstand
end my
the heat?
life.
the player on the left won't be taking risks.
Dude, I'm
here.
gonna drop below 1600 at this rate. I'm not gonna have a rating anymore.
The player, is there any way to turn the tables here? Chasing Nietzsche.
This is a Nietzsche shootout.
There's only 1 winner in a Nietzsche shootout. The player
Teach me how to
can't
get
quite
to-
get the
get to
job done on
1800.
this hand.
The real Mitsuru Kirijo.
Oh my!
Thank you.
There it is. The player on the right takes a beating.
Wow, what a show.
Right?
I'm simply blown
Oh, yeah.
away.
リーチタンヤオドラドラマイラ
My 3 favorite women in the whole wide world at this exact moment.
East 3. The Dora is the one of BAMs. The player is East. The player is coming off a spectacular hand. Is this a battle that can be won?
Yoko Sakura on second net reel. It's true.
The player on the right makes a call.
Thank you
out
for
of
the meal.
Nowhere. The player one step in the right
So like this
direction.
isn't anything.
The BAMs are really
I'm just gonna
coming
like
together.
click the tiles that are far away from other tiles and like hopefully reach Senpai.
The
Pinzu
player,
basically
2
single-handedly
tiles to Senpai.
preventing me from
This is
calling
the
this
point
hand
where
in a
skill
meaningful
really
way, I
factors
feel.
in.
Why did that advance my Shanten, actually?
Decided
Fuck
to
it.
pass on that middle weight.
Was that my pair? Is this... Oh, this is a fucking...
What's going to happen? Any calls? Took a pass for now.
Ugh, that's gross. Yeah, this is a sequence. This is 2 sequences.
The player is already
All
one
good.
tile to Senpai.
Certain tiles will fit right into this hand. Others will gradually transform it.
Sorry, I forgot to parse the bamboo tiles in my hand because I was too busy thinking about how fucking based it is that I keep dealing into
The
invisible
player.
warlock
Is there any way
shenanigans.
To turn the tables here? The player across
So, like, it's Sozu over
continues
here,
to
probably,
discard
right?
symbols.
Decided that dots aren't worth chasing.
Feels a little suspicious. This is
How
kind
are
of
the
dog,
player-
but
what
like
to do
it
with
potentially
still holding
represents
back?
some non-zero source of
Maybe
value.
it is better to hold
I'm a
back
little bit
without any
afraid to
green
throw
dragons
that.
visible.
Better take my medicine now, right? Yeah.
No one dares to make the first move.
Technically, I am in 3rd place and could just, like, ride it out, you know?
Who will seize the win this hand?
Sumo here would be quite bad,
The player. Is it time for a call? Still
and
no
it
calls.
doesn't look as though anyone else is pressing them particularly hard. Considering this player is disconnected, and this player has been just, like, cutting edge tiles and watching grass grow for a bit.
Who will arise
So I
victorious
kind of
this
don't
time?
want to throw that
The
8
player on
zone,
the right discards another crack.
even though, like, it's now the most outrageous backfire tile in the entire fucking shit. This passed recently, so maybe it's okay. Yeah.
We're witnessing a tense push and pull.
And then if I kind of just awkwardly limp away from this interaction completely.
The player on the left discards another dot.
It's not Manzu.
The
I
player-
don't believe you.
Nobody wins this
Avoided
shootout.
no 10
Three
payout.
players are Tenpai.
Yay!
East 4, 1 counter. The Dora is the 5 of BAMs. The player is North, heading into the final hand of the match.
This
The
also
player
kind of
has one
fucking
final
isn't
chance to
anything
make a big
yet.
move.
Well, it's hard
It
to
has
know
Dora
just how this
acceptance.
will turn out.
So that's, like, relevant.
What's going to happen to this score gap?
Pair East is, like...
The player,
Something.
one step in the right direction.
This
So
hand
I can
is
just
really
sneak
beginning to
above the
come together.
literal disconnected player who was about to finish second. That's, like, an okay outcome for this game, I feel.
The player. Is there
The
any way
literal
to turn
disconnected
the tables
player.
here? Any calls on this tile?
I just
Took a
button
pass
click.
for now.
Is it a pair hand?
The player, 2 tiles to Tempo.
That idea
The
is
next
scary.
two
This
tiles could
is...
make a huge difference.
It's weird that this feels like this could be Honitsu despite my blocks
What
and
to
other
do with
suits
this
being
still holding
completely
back?
fucking reasonable.
The player is already 1 tile to Tempo.
These are some
This
pretty
hand
hot
looks
draws,
nothing like it
honestly.
did at the start.
this is a little bit
Draws
sketchy,
yet
but
another simple. This table is so quiet I could hear a pin drop.
those Easts might
The
be
player on
destined
the
to
left
remain a pair
drops a
for
pair.
now. What's going on over here? This discard order feels a little
East
strange.
has declared Nietzsche.
Gotta be cautious against an.
Oh, wow, and there's a call.
They're calling
That
into
kills
it,
the
which
Tatsu.
must mean that they also just reached Tempai.
Excellent evasive action.
Aku's safe against both. I'm a little bit concerned about Kuso versus...
The player across the table just pushed that tile through.
Which of these is actually sketchier, though?
The player's going for it.
That tile made it through.
The player on the
That
right.
Friso
Here
still
we
feels
have a con.
like-
The new Dora is
I
four
don't know.
cracks. The player
It's
is
Duji.
on still no calls.
This can't complete.
Don't.
Ah, jeez. The player suffers an
The trap was set.
unexpected loss.
With a fine play, no doubt about it.
6,800.
East 4, 2 counters. The Dora is the 3 of cracks. The player is North, still on the final hand. What's our situation?
The
Might be
player
all
has
good.
one final chance to make a big
Happens.
Is there a victory on the horizon?
I'm starting to think that maybe I'm not good at this game. It's like entering
The
my
player,
mind.
one step
It's on
in
the
the right
periphery of my
direction.
move.
awareness
The bands are
currently.
really coming together.
The player gaining momentum.
This is the point where skill really factors in.
What's going to happen to this score gap? Any calls on this tile? Took a pass for now.
So this pretty obviously
do
has
with
to
this
stay
still
closed in order
holding
to get
back?
me out of the
Another
giant, like,
useless
Acme
draw.
hole that I'm now, like, squatting in, building a humble life for myself.
This hand
6, 7,
is
8
going
Sanchoku would be
nowhere.
nice.
The player. Is it time for a call?
I
Still
do
no
sort of
call.
have to be mindful of, like, the idea of
player
someday
is
theoretically
already one
accepting
tile
Dora.
to Tenpai.
This hand is very near
Fremon's
completion.
somewhere out there.
裁きの時間
My,
だ
oh my, and there's the niche.
I'm curious to see if
I was
this
so prepared
develops
for that
into
just to be
confrontation.
bots.
Will it be possible to catch up here?
I genuinely think this might be one of those
This tile is
situations
blocked
where I,
off by
like,
3 discards.
aim to Sashikomi.
Dora.
Can I, like,
The player on
kind
the
of
left has
awkwardly pivot
discarded
around
that
this
tile.
and avoid, like, throwing Dora
覚
into
悟はいい
it?
な
There it is. The player across suffers an unexpected
It took
loss.
that long
With a
for a
fine
disconnected
play,
player
no
to
doubt
deal in. Sometimes I guess it's just that way, huh? Woo! I ranked down, it finally happened. 1600.5! Yes! I am on the cusp of being the unranked shitter once more, but not there yet. I sort of feel like this has been an outrageous series of games. It feels like it's been a while since anything good happened to me. But I still wonder if this is just like the natural pendulum swinging around to like, that's a good fucking photo to my left. This is the pendulum swinging around to like, you play aggressively in bad EV situations, which means that sometimes these streaks will happen to you.
Let's see how this battle unfolds.
It's hard for me to say. That guy is 1800 and ready to fucking capital G game. So like, this has some Dora in it, I guess.
Who's going? Any calls on this tile? Took a pass for now.
Maybe it is better to hold back without any red dragons visible.
This like 258 maximum Suji bullshit in Manzu. Pretty good.
One step in the
Big
right
fan
direction.
of that.
This hand is really beginning to come together.
The player on a roll.
The next few tiles could make a huge difference.
Draws yet
Possibly
another
sketchy
symbol.
priorities from Twyman here. Not sure.
This table is so quiet I could hear a pin drop. The player on the right drops a pair.
For some reason, I assumed Persona Cup was like ring racers. Nah. There was definitely Persona content that hit the cutting room
The
floor
player, 2 tiles to Tempai.
This is the point where
that I
skill
think
really
I'd like to
factors in.
fucking... At least one member of the team wants to spruce up and kind of like pursue again.
The player, 1 tile to Tempai.
This feels
This
sort of
hand looks
embarrassing
nothing
as an
like it did
outcome
at
of
the
this
start.
hand, TBH. Like, I sort of just don't feel
Who's
like
going
that
to
should have
pull away
happened.
from the pack?
Both Mahjong and ring races are about shooting people in the head. It's true.
Things what to do with this
It's
tile.
true.
Still holding back. The player, is it time? Still no calls.
What to do here?
The air is tense as the players
I mean,
take their
obviously, I
turns.
kind of just wait to draw Investment and then hit the Ricci button. Because, like, I don't really feel like folding to complete Damaten Ghost Hands at the moment.
Is this hand going to end quietly?
And I imagine I do kind of look scary cutting to Dora as the dealer and then just Sumogiriing 18 times. I might just speculatively fold into that if I'm one
Who
of
will
these
seize
people.
the win this hand? Finally, there it is. There it
Big
is,
goddamn
Beach.
waste of time last turn,
The player
Ricci.
on the right pairs up on the Dora.
Spicy Hote High?
Who will
Nah.
come out on
Oh, well.
Nobody wins this shootout.
Only the player is Tenpai.
East 2.
And because it's
1
Sega
counter.
MJ, I don't
The
keep my
Dora
dealer
is
turn in
east.
that
The
situation, even
player
though I got
is
paid
north.
3K.
How does this starting hand look to you?
A quick Tenpai is very much in the cards here.
This is not an easy spot to work around.
So we got like one weird embedded pair, we got a
Any
stretched
calls on this time? Took a pass for
fucking
now.
thing. Dreams of Ricci Pinfu. Just like click a bunch of buttons.
Things are at a standstill.
I got Rinchan is like...
The player across.
It makes games
Here we
play
have a
very
con.
quickly, and I
The new
respect it for
Dora
that,
is
but
3 to
sometimes
what to
you do
with this
want to
still
like...
holding back.
I think
Another
Tenpai
useless
Rinchan
draw.
in fucking Hanchan games is still the right thing.
The player is already 1 tile to the player across.
1 tile
That's
to
a
Pwn.
The perfect tile.
Maybe I chill for a bit. Oh, that needs so many fucking tiles to pivot, though.
There it is!
With Condora available, I think this is just Insta-Reachy and Believe, dude.
The player on the left is on the defense against the player's Nietzsche. How are the players going to approach this hand? The player on the right
I don't know
is
anything
playing
about Mahjong,
cautious.
so all I can do
The
is point to the
player
Sega
in this
references and
hand.
clap like a
The
seal.
player
That's what
across
they're there
made a
for.
call there.
For sure.
No one dares to make the first move.
The
I'm looking
player
at this
on the
fucking
right
video that
is
Ashton
assuming
sent in
that
the
it's an
dev
open
chat
weight.
and like frowning.
The air is
Just
very
like, what the
tense at
fuck
this
has
moment.
happened here?
The player on the right won't be taking risks here.
The
Personally, I
player
would have pushed for
and-
Kokushi and dealt in.
Ah, gee. That's
Maybe
a
we're not
round
so
from
different.
across the table.
The player
So many
across the
divisions
table
in our
has a very
society.
favorable start.
When we're all more alike than we realize.
East 3. The Dora is the 5 of cracks. The player is West. The player across the table is in first.
Still very much in a position to win.
So, like,
the
can
game.
anybody explain to me
stage
what
is
the
set.
fuck I'm supposed to do to
Anything
win a
can
single
happen.
goddamn game of Riichi Mahjong?
What's going to happen to this score
Is
gap?
there any way to know for sure? Draw better tiles? You know, that's a good point. I hadn't thought
The
about
player.
that personally.
Is there any way to turn the tables here? The player, one step in the right
Have you
direction.
tried
The next
fucking
few
winning
tiles
if
could
your
make a huge
objective is to win?
Any calls on this tile? Took a pass for now. The air
So, like,
is
this can
tense
accept
as the
Dora,
players
so
take
that's
their
something.
turns. The player, 2 tiles to Tempai.
This is the point where skill really factors in.
What to do with this tile? Still holding back.
I don't know if it ever reasonably calls. Also, I just, like, deleted my Dora acceptance because it made the shapes prettier. Even though this is a fucking 6-block hand right
Who's
now.
going to make the player? Is it time? Still no calls.
Like, maybe I cut
This
the
table
Hatsu
is
pair
so
and just
quiet,
believe
I
in
could hear a
Pinfu. Who
pin
knows? Fucking... Whatever, man.
Another useless draw.
What's going on around me? Anything look super scary? There are, like, center tile cuts happening, but...
Things are at a standstill.
Yeah, cutting a Dora like that
Have things
is...
calmed down for the moment? My, oh my,
It's not a
and
flush
there's
discard
the
order,
leech.
I'm curious to
but I'm
see
a
if
little
this
bit wary of
develops into a
Pinzu.
confrontation.
Will it be possible to catch
Weak
up here?
Kabe
Look at
versus,
that Dora.
like,
The
2-chance
player's
honor
going
tile.
for it.
That tile made it through.
So that buys me some time. 3-mon passed. This can't tell if this
How
is a dismantling or a
are the players
push
going to
yet.
approach this hand? Oh wow, and there's
It's a push.
call.
The player on the left has discarded that tile.
There it is.
Woo!
The
So
player
much of my
across
fucking hand was
takes
super
a
hot.
beating.
With a fine play.
That's scary.
No doubt about it.
It's gonna be like 8-pin, then 3-mon next, which were both fine, so I had some time.
East 4. The Dora is the 4 of dots. The player is South. Heading into the final hand of the match.
Alright, so I would
The
really
player
like to
has
win a
one final
fucking
chance to
hand,
make a big
if
move.
possible.
Well, it's hard to know just how this will turn out.
4-pin Dora. A lot of largely
player, one
procedural
step
early
in the
cuts,
right
I
direction.
feel.
This hand is really beginning to come together.
Some edge-flavored tiles this could potentially call to Toy Toy.
The player, 2 tiles to Tempai.
4
The
pairs
next 2
is like
tiles could
definitely
make a
the
huge
decision
Any
point.
calls on this tile?
Oh, I should have taken it. I decided just a little bit too late.
That's the last tile. Any takers?
All right.
Oh, wow, and there's a call.
Lock
This
in.
lifts a heavy burden.
This can still like draw
What's going
Dora
to
or
happen
something.
to this score gap?
It's possible that staying closed for value was correct here, but
What to do with this tile?
with the hand shaping up to just be
Took a pass
fucking
for now.
cheat toy and having no confidence that it would actually make it across the finish line, I kind of felt like something more
The
drastic
player,
was in
is
order.
it time for the player. That's a pwn. The player. 1 tile to Tempai.
It's important to find the best possible weight.
One step in the wrong direction.
Shh, 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 shh. It's okay, it needs value, it's fine.
The player. That's progress.
This is the point where skill really factors in.
Does that qualify as never punished? Like, it felt pretty deliberate, but that was a kind of a quick turnaround for, like,
The player. Is there any way
a
to
decision
turn the
that on
tables?
paper
The
regressed
player.
my hand.
Tempai.
This is like 5,200, right? Is it possible that I did a single
very
fucking
impressive
thing
finish.
correctly in a
Ended
game
with
of
the
Richi
player on the
Mahjong?
right and first.
I'm s-
Do I dare to believe? 100 points short a second, but like... God damn. My card is looking more and more dire as time goes on. And I dropped at a 1600, but like... That was an okay pivot, I feel. I got lucky. Those were just like good draws. But I still feel like that was a reasonable identification of the way out of the hole. Maybe there was another path that was better, but like... I feel as though I picked something fucking sensible.
East 1. The Dora is the 5 of dots. The player is East.
I'd love to see some tile drawing magic here.
Let's see how this battle unfolds.
Alright, so, opening dealer turn.
Look at that
2-8.
East win.
Fucking fine, I guess.
Who's going to make the first call here?
Technically, this can be
The
Hamitsu,
player,
but
2
it doesn't
tiles
need
to
to be
Tempai.
by
The
any
next
means.
2 tiles could make a huge difference.
Any calls on this tile? Took a pass for now. This table is so quiet I could hear a pin drop.
Distant Dreams of Itsu?
Things are at a standstill. Another useless draw. Who's going to pull away from the pack? What to do with this tile? Still holding back.
I definitely don't feel as though I ever bail here. Maybe I click the plum button 100 times, if the opportunity arises.
The air is tense as the players take their turns.
What's going on around me?
How are
Nothing
the players
too
going
dodgy
to approach
looking
this
just
hand?
yet.
The player, one tile
So,
to
like,
Tempai.
This hand is very...
The player,
That
is it
Ishanten is
time
for
a call?
Chitoy. For
Wow,
sure.
and there's a call.
This
But what
could
if I
sound an
just
alert
click the
to
button?
other players.
I want that
Is this
fucking
hand going
Tuhan.
to end quietly?
Decent odds on all of those pairs, I feel.
And there's the Nietzsche.
There are any number of...
Chasing Nietzsche.
There are any...
No.
There it is. That's
Ah,
a roam
I see.
from the left.
The player on the left. A very favorable start.
The player on the left takes a modest
リ
lead.
ーチ一発白ドラドラワンラン
East 2. The Dora is the 5 of BAM.
I wasn't
The player
involved, so
is
that's
north.
fine by me.
The player on the left is in first.
At the moment, this is anyone's game.
This is not an easy spot to work around. The player, one step in the right direction.
This is the point where skill really factors in.
So... Yeah, these are all kind of bunk at the
Any
moment.
calls on this tile? Took a pass for now. What to do with this still holding back?
Kinda got a 6-block thing threatening to happen here. And hold on to this for safety since this is like largely valueless and we'll have like a hard time
What's going
making
to
it to
happen
value.
to this score gap?
3 pairs.
The player,
Maybe?
2 tiles to Tempai.
This hand is really beginning to come together.
Chitoy is definitely not an unreasonable way
Draws
to
yet
reach
another
value.
simple.
I don't know what the fuck that is, but... With that 7-8 cleaned
Is there
up,
any way
this
to
can
turn the
probably call
tables
for
here?
like an extremely unimpressive
Look
Tanyao.
at that Dora.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 blocks. Cut the pin, maybe? This 2-3 is
table
kind
is
of
so
an
quiet, I
unresolved
can hear a
fucking
pin
question
drop.
mark, truthfully.
Still no calls. Things are at a standstill.
That cut feels weird to me.
The air is tense as the players take their turns.
And this is totally unseen.
Maybe it is
I
better
think
to
I
hold
might
back
bounce.
without any white dragons visible.
I kind of don't fucking
The
trust
player,
that at
is it
all.
time for a call?
This is still far away without great prospects, so...
Who's going to make the first call here?
Probably looking to block that white dragon for quite a while.
This is okay. So that's hit now. I feel as though I
Who will
definitely
seize
folded
the
to a
win this
ghost.
hand? Who will arise victorious this time? The player. That's progress.
The BAMs are really coming together.
2-pin, 9-cell...
The player on the right. And
Calling for
there
Tempai?
we have the first call.
流局
Nobody wins this shootout.
2 players are Tempai.
Sure, I
East
guess.
3, 1 counter. The Dora is the 5 of cracks. The player is west.
Let's see where this hand ends up going.
The stage is set. Anything can happen. The player, One step in the right direction.
The dots
That's
are
a
really
beautiful
coming together.
fucking three-sided shape and pin.
The player across makes a call out of nowhere. Any
Some
calls on
somewhat
this tile?
aggressive cuts up top.
Took a pass for now. The player across already calls a second mount.
Honors after edge tiles sort of
The player.
suggests to me
That's
that
progress.
it
The
might
next
be a
few
flush,
tiles
but it
could make a
doesn't
huge
need to be
difference.
by any means. That's like 5,200 worth of value open
The
on the
player
table.
gaining momentum.
This is the point where skill really factors in.
The player across. Here we have a cheat.
That late south.
The player is already one tile to Tenpai.
Nearly every draw has been an improvement.
Yeah, that's super fucking sus. That's fucking scary.
What to do with this still holding back? One step in the wrong direction.
It was tempting to kind of try to slide under that.
What's
But-
going to happen to the player? Still no calls.
I feel like I'd be exposing myself to a fuck ton of risk for it.
The player. My, oh my, and there's the niche.
I'm curious to see if this develops into a confidence.
The player. Is it time for a call? Following suit on that last discard.
The player on the left
There's
has
just way too much
discarded that
scary
tile.
shit right now.
Excellent evasive action. Following
All right,
suit
3
on
mon
that
got
last
cleared.
discard.
7
Taking a
pin.
very cool head here.
The player across. Here we have a
Yeah,
call.
not a
The
fucking
new Dora is
snowball's
6
chance. I'm like shoving into that.
The player. Is there any way to turn the tables here?
Oh shit. Do I have?
The player. Nobody wins this shootout.
I had a really
Two
bad
players
feeling
are
about
combined.
terminals, and I fucking hesitated like crazy.
East 4.
I'm like,
2
dude, if I
counters.
pitched into
The
that,
Dora
what would I
is
even
green
do with my
dragon.
fucking
the
life?
Player is south, heading into the final hand of the match.
The player. For Tsumo, a Mangan will take first. For Gong, a Haneman will take first.
Well, it's hard to know just how this will turn out.
So like that's some amount of Manzu, I would say.
Any calls on this tile? Took a pass for now.
That is definitely a greater than 0 amount of the red tiles.
The player on the left makes a
And the
call
shapes like
out
aren't
of
bad. This is
nowhere.
complete horseshit. I don't know what the
The
fuck this
player
is.
on the
Dude,
left
no, come on.
makes a call on another BAM.
Do I already have to climb up and not like throw
Probably
Sozu into
looking
this?
to block that white dragon for quite a while.
Look at that Dora.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
The player
7, 7 is the
already
pair
one
here.
tile to Tenpai.
That like
It's
doesn't
important to find the
regress, but
best
isn't
possible
like
weight.
perfect either.
What to do with this still holding back?
This is still clear, I think.
The player still no call.
7 mon is fine. I feel like this 8 is a better bet. It's not Tanyao. This is
What's
it's
going
an
to happen to
indicator.
this score gap?
So it'd be slim, but that means I'd be even more fucking humiliated if I fucking threw it in. Can I even continue to
One
pivot
step
around
in
this
the wrong direction.
without regressing? Okay, that passed.
The player, 1 tile to Tenpai.
Certain tiles will fit right into this hand.
Maybe it was
Others
better for
will
me to hang on
gradually-
to it, though.
The player on the left. Here we have a cheat.
Is it Chinitsu? Is it capital C Chinitsu?
Oh my, and there's the meat.
Oh
There are
god,
any
dude.
number of responses here.
Will it be possible to catch up here?
Oh, yeah, it is just Itsu, isn't it? Huh.
Ah, jeez. The player
Well,
on the
holding
right.
in third
What
doesn't
an
feel great,
incredible
but-
win off the wall.
With a fine play, no doubt about it.
リーチ一発
Despite, like, some value available, none of those felt like positive EV pushes. Definitely, I folded to a ghost at one point, but... hard to say. Thank you, Kurs. Jong indeed. Ooh. Brain hurts. We're using 100% of that smart right now to make, like, tactical decisions that just aren't that good. Second time, huh? You're not gonna, like, tell me the event is over, right? I didn't do JST that wrong. A communication error has occurred. Ain't that the fucking truth, brother? I'm definitely feeling my mindset change a little bit, just like spamming games like this.
よろしくお願いします
Holy shit, is that Jonkler?
East 1. The Dora is the 6 of Bams. The player is South. How does this starting hand look to you?
This starting hand is certainly very
What?
competitive.
Let's see how this battle unfolds. The player, already 2 tiles to Tenpai.
This hand is really beginning to come together.
6 Sodora. What are you exactly?
Who's going to make the first call here? Any calls on this? Took a pass for now.
Do I, like, fix a pair here, or what? What the fuck is this?
What to do with this still holding back?
Better to, like, fix a pair and... Dreams of Ippei?
This table is so quiet I could hear a pin drop.
Better to take a Ryonman than this, maybe? God, I burned so much
Still
reserve
no
time
calls.
just like fucking completely
The
freezing
player
up on that.
across drops a pair.
Maybe the 9-pin cut was better. Like, I guess technically at some point in the far-off future, that might have allowed for,
Things
like, 1,
are
2, 3
at a
Sunshoku.
standstill.
1, 2, 3, 3, 4.
The player is already 1
Yeah.
tile to Tenpai. The player, is it time for a call?
In vain search of the value that
Decided that
never
dogs aren't
was,
worth
but,
chasing.
like... It is technically a hand that can complete.
Who's going to pull away from? Oh, wow, and there's a call.
It's just also complete fucking horseshit.
G
The player on the left
Tanya?
calls to form a
3, 4,
Dora
5. Kind of a dodgy
mount. The
cut.
player on the left, that's a pwn.
I'm now in, like, extreme time trouble because I froze up in a 6-block situation fucking again.
How are the players going to approach this hand?
Sananko would be kind of cool and based, definitely.
Is this hand going to
I can
end
always
quietly?
panic cut Tuso if I draw something super scary, and it's good to, like, have that in mind when I'm in, like, dire time trouble and freaking the fuck out,
Who
bouncing my
will
leg
seize
under my
the win
desk.
This hand?
Yeah, like that.
Who will arise?
オリギア発動
Oh my!
ロン
There it is, the player across.
Yeah, I
Suffers
fucking knew
an
it. I fucking
unexpected
knew it.
loss.
I knew it that
ド
time.
ラドラ
A very
East 1, one counter. The Dora is east. The player is south. The player on the left is in first. The player has between
6,
30
7,
and
8, 9.
40,000 points.
At the moment, this is anyone's
East
game.
Dora.
This is not an easy spot to work
Slightly
around.
scary.
The player, one step in the right direction. Any calls on this topic?
It would be
pass
worth
for now.
shoving this if I had any means of actually accomplishing that task, but without a Yakuhai pair, I kind of just have to wait to draw the tiles, I
player
think.
on the right makes a call out of nowhere.
Maybe a distant 5, 6, 7
What to do
Sunshoku,
with still holding back.
but like, nah. Don't think so. Well, now we can accept any Sozu tile,
The
so that's
player on the
cool.
right already calls a second meld.
Alright, Dora East's hitting the board. Looks like those are just
The player,
largely not
2
in play.
tiles to Tempai.
This is the point where skill really factors in.
And I can see 2 of the red 5s, so like, most of the straightforward sources of value are like, I don't have a lot to worry about. I assume, like, this has to be Yakuhai
The
over
player,
here,
First place is well within striking range.
but like, I have 2 of the Wests,
The player,
So,
1 tile to Tempai.
fucking
It's
cope.
important to find the
I
best
guess.
possible weight.
I guess those are just a locked Pinfu pair while I wait to, like,
The
draw
player
4,
on the
7
left
pin.
continues to discard
Little
symbols.
dodgy.
No one dares to make the
That's
first
all it
move.
can be, right?
The
It
player,
just has
is
to
it
be
time
West.
For a call? Still no calls.
Hurts a little bit to see 4 pin hit and not be able to call.
The air is very tense at this moment.
I think it's reasonable to stay in here.
We're witnessing a tense push and pull.
Little dodgy, but like, this doesn't win, not anymore, I
Is
think.
this hand
But
going to end quietly?
it's nice to dream of like reaching
Player
Pinfedora too.
across. And there we have the first call.
Calling to Yakuless Tempai with like just last ditch safe tile.
Who will seize the win this hand?
Let me see those Wests.
Ah,
What?
geez. The player on the right. A very
Ah.
swift win off the wall.
回
With a
転
fine play. No doubt about it.
And to you, is that your alt account? Tell the truth.
East 2. The Dora is east. The player is east.
I read the Wests and get sumo
I'd love to see
high.
some tile drawing magic here.
The stage is set.
That doesn't even
Anything
matter
can
for the
happen.
outcome of the game at all.
The player draws another Dora just like that. The player, one step
Just
in the right
complete
direction.
nonsense
This hand is
interaction
really come
foundationally. Woo!
Maybe it is better to hold back without any east tiles visible.
Any calls on this? Took a pass for now.
Maybe it was better to keep one there? But, like, doubt
The
it?
player. First place is well within striking range. The player. 2 tiles to Tempai.
The next few tiles could make a huge difference.
What to do with this tile? Still holding back.
I have the general impression that that East is not going to come out. Okay.
The player is already 1 tile to Tempai.
Certain tiles will fit right into this hand.
So, like,
Others
it's
will
something.
gradually transform it.
Like, really frustratingly bad Ipe.
The air is tense as the players take their turns.
And then, like, Ricci on fucking Dora East, just for fun.
Who's going the player? Is it still no call?
Just for laughs, just as a prank.
Oh my, and there's the niche!
I'm curious to see if this develops into a confrontation.
Will it be
The fact that
possible
this is
to catch
safe,
up here?
or like
The
safe-ish,
player's going for it.
feels completely
tile made it
unreasonable
through.
and really funny to me.
The player across the table has
6
discarded that
pins
tile.
still available. West does actually
Who will
seem
arise
kind of fucking
victorious this
suspicious.
time?
Suji versus push that versus fold with 6 pin.
One step in the wrong
I
direction.
kind of threw away all of my value, and like the ending shape wouldn't be stellar anyway.
We're witnessing a
Or at least it had a
tense
good
push
chance
and
of not
pull.
being stellar.
Is this hand going to end quietly?
Another safe tile.
That's kind of funny. So 4 pin is pushable, and then like,
Who will seize the win this hand?
cool. 4, 5, and 6 all fine.
This shootout.
We all
Only the
pay
player
kind of
across
a
the
mildly annoying no 10 payout and go
East
next.
3, 1 counter. The Dora is the 2 of Bams. The player is North. How does
Okay,
this
4
starting
Dora
hand look
hand.
to you?
Making use of the Dora
Very good
is key
chance
here.
of being
Now,
able to call the
let's watch how
Tanyao.
things develop.
Most likely I am meant to just click the button
player,
1 to
already
8,000
2
times.
tiles to Tempai.
This is the point where skill really factors in.
It's definitely like 3 pairs and a triplet though.
The player
Maybe
is
just do it like
already
this.
1 tile
It
to
definitely doesn't
Tempai.
need to be
This hand is
complicated.
very near completion.
The perfect tile. Hanemon Tempai.
Not necessary to reach on a hand.
There it is. I hear a roam.
That hand was quicker than lightning. The player.
I'm simply blown away.
You are that guy dealing into fucking Dora 12
East 4. The Dora is the
Discard
5
4.
of cracks. The player is West. Heading
That
into
guy
the
is
final
about to
hand
play
of
the
match.
angriest
Player
dealer
is
turn
in
of their
first
entire
and will
life.
normally play the hand fast.
Is this a lead?
I
that
guess
can be
sometimes good
defended?
things happen to me, huh? This is also like a pretty spectacular two-shanten.
The player on the left.
Like,
makes
this
a
is
call
kind of
out.
fucking
The player
groundbreaking, honestly. Look at that.
Refuses to compromise.
This
Look
hand
at
is
how,
now
like,
guaranteed
reasonable
too
this
high.
is. Do I fix another pair?
The player is already
Oh, wait, no,
1
it's actually
tile
a
to
pair hand.
Tempai.
The Dora no.
Any calls on this tile? Took a pass
Like, I could
for now.
totally click buttons, but also it's definitely just Ishanten Shitoi.
Who will come out on top in
Sorry,
this
I looked at my hand and then got distracted by,
The
like,
player
thinking
on
about
the
how
left
fucking cool that last
already
hand
calls
was.
a second meld.
decided that dots aren't worth chasing.
So I guess I just cut center tiles and then like try to coast for a bit.
The player on the
Whatever is
left,
going
that's
on
a
over
ball.
there is super fucking suspicious, and I kind of don't want a part in it. But also, it's probably just like
Have
Hatsudora
things
1.
calmed down for the moment.
It could be Hatsudora any, because there's like no visible value anywhere on the table, and one red 5-mon could like,
How are the,
The fucking
players
game.
going to approach this hand?
yeah, 5-4-6 P cut, now they know for sure you're Chitoy. For sure, but like, I feel like the question is, like, do you actually do anything with that information at this stage of the game?
No one dares to make the first move. The air is
I
very
do sort of
tense at
feel
this
like I'm
moment.
just sitting around with my fucking thumb up my ass waiting for this guy to sumo, which is sort of a frustrating position to be in first place, and maybe I should have clicked the pawn button and regressed Shanten for no
Still
fucking
holding back.
reason. But, like, why is this here?
Decided to pass on that middle weight. What to do with this still no calls?
Shanten Chitoy is like 2 Shanten.
The player. Is it time for a call?
It's like actually a trick.
Who will arise victorious this time?
Do I actually leave?
パラディオン
Ah, geez.
Ah, really?
The player suffers
I guess
an
5-2?
unexpected loss.
This will be a repeat of East.
Huh.
East 4, 1 counter. The Dora is the 4
This isn't
of
a
bands.
terrible outcome,
the player
though.
is West, still on the final hand. What's our situation?
The player is in first and will normally play the hand fast.
Will this be the hand that settles it all? The player, already 2 tiles to tempo.
ロン
There it is. The player
What?
on the right suffers an unexpected loss.
What's he
It's
doing?
a speedy finish.
The restraint to not reaching that is outrageous. Never in 10,000 years would I not have just hit the button. That is peerless strategy. That is so outrageous. I need to go outside. events that are not fucking real and didn't happen. So how are we doing? My Persona Cup record is dog shit, and I do nothing but lose. But I have almost reached the first rank of Robot. And that's kind of cool, I guess. I was at 3,500 at the start of today, so we are progressing. I also don't trust that I know how to do JST conversion, so I might just, like, play until it happens. TBH. These are like the 4 genders on this screen.
East 1. The Dora is the 5 of dots. The player is south.
I'd love to see some tile drawing magic here.
Alright, we can
Let's
accept
see how this
5
battle
pin.
unfolds.
No pair
The
just
player,
yet.
one step in the right direction.
This hand is really beginning to come together. Maybe it is better to hold back, without any white dragons visible.
I have a feeling about
Doubled
that
up
fucking...
on a tile that was just discarded.
Every time I do, like, vibes-based fucking diversions from, like, standard discard order,
The
I feel
next
like I
few tiles
immediately
could
get,
make a
like,
huge
politely
difference.
slapped on the wrist. It is very, very reliably
Who's
punishing.
going to make the first call here? The player is already 1 tile to Tenpai.
The Dora no longer has a place in this hand. Decided that cracks aren't worth chasing.
Can massage this a little bit, I guess.
My, oh my, and there's the niche. Chasing niche.
I'm curious to see if this develops into a confrontation.
Will it be possible to catch up here?
I don't know.
Draws yet another simple. Any calls on this? Took a pass for now.
That's a safe tile for the player across the table.
Maybe I should have
Doubled
cut
up on
something that I had a
tile
pair
was
of.
just discarded.
I don't really see any reason
to do,
to, like,
still holding
aggressively
back.
move into this, but luckily a bunch of fucking safe tiles just opened up, so...
One step in the wrong direction.
East is fine.
There it is. That's
Large
a
lightning
row
bolt.
from the left.
The player on the left, a very favorable start.
The player on the left
Pin through
takes a
Tanya,
modest
Dora.
lead.
メンタンピンドラドラバン
Yeah.
East 1, 1 counter. The Dora is the 4
My man
of
just turns
bam.
over the most
player
regular hand
is
in East
south.
1.
How does this starting hand look to you?
A quick Tenpai is very much in the cards here.
Friendly
This
shapes.
is not an
No
easy
pair,
spot
but very
to work
friendly
around.
shapes.
The player is already 1 tile to Tenpai.
This hand is very near completion.
This is like a sometimes nice things happen to you kind of hand.
What's going
Maybe
to
this
happen
is a
to
reasonable
this score
slide.
gap? East is looking to shut things down.
Jesus,
I'm
okay.
curious to see if this develops into a confrontation.
Fucking, I guess.
There it is.
I'd
The
be
player
so
across
fucking mad. I'd be
suffers an
livid.
unexpected loss.
That's probably not
That was
true.
a
I don't usually get
speedy
upset
finish.
about this game, but I feel like if I were that guy instead of
リーチ
myself, I would be
一
mad.
発ドラドラバンガン
Oh, Huh. Thanks for playing. So do I get second or third? Orb stolen. Thank you very much for your participation. I guess the game just isn't that hard. Alright, time to join the robot army. I wonder if I get, like, a point bonus for wearing her right now. I have to pick out a new background. They're not gonna let me do the thing that I really want to do, right? Nope. Not a snowball's fucking chance. What to wear then? I feel like it's sort of hard to go wrong with the Dreamcast. Just emotionally, I feel like that works for me. Given the opportunity, I would transfer my consciousness to a VMU, provided that it had rechargeable batteries.
戦闘開始であります。
East 1. The Dora is Red Dragon. The player is West.
Not entirely big on it though, because she only counts as a Sega character by sheer technicality. We should get into Ring Racer's roster arguments right now.
The player is already one.
That's like, if I mind control one of our artists to, like, sprite Dora-chan and, like, just yeet her into the game indiscriminately.
Who's going
That's
to
like
make
objectively
the
more
calls
Sega
of the
than
past
Azusa,
for
right?
now?
By like a lot?
This table is so quiet I could hear a pin drop.
I don't hate
There
this.
it is,
It's early enough
Peach.
that I can kind of just hit the button and feel like mostly emotionally okay with it.
Who will come out on top in this confrontation? Whatever happens, it'll be something to talk about.
I hit the Ricci button and now I just get to fucking relax. Life is good.
The players are already visualizing their winning hands. The player on the left is on the defense against the player's Beach.
I wouldn't say that I feel particularly respected
The player across
the moment.
decides to match the player's discard.
I definitely feel like East is just pushing.
The player on the right is assuming that it's an open weight.
Who's going
be
to
Suji.
pull away from the pack? Oh, wow, and there's a call.
Okay.
The player across is playing... Ah, gee! The player on the left. A
So what's the
very
lesson?
swift
Shampon
win
weights
off the
don't
wall.
ever
The player
work.
on the left, a very favorable.
I guess I just donated my Ricci stick and that's like fine.
East 2. The Dora is the one of BAMs. The player is South. How does this starting hand look to you?
This starting hand is certainly very competitive.
This is not an easy spot
Certainly
to work
very
around.
competitive, huh? Like
The player. First
4
place
shapes,
is well
some
within
of which might
striking
even
range.
be like fucking
The
good.
player. Already 2 tiles to Tempai.
This hand is really beginning to come to...
Took a pass for now.
Chance of 4, 5,
The
6.
player is already 1 tile to Tempai.
If
The
this
players
is my
decided
ending
to
shape
keep
and I
this
have to
Dora
cut a
to the
Dora
bitter
for
end.
it, I'm just staying Dama.
Things are at a standstill. The player,
That's sort of dog
Tempai.
shit.
Oh, wow, and there's a call.
And this could, like... There are a couple ways this could at least be massaged into dual pair or something. So with literally actually 0 value, like, maybe chill out for a bit.
How are the players going to approach
Because it doesn't take
this
that
hand?
many draws for this to become like Sananko, right? I could regress and try and
The
look for a
player.
fucking
Can this hand
Ryanman, but
withstand the heat?
I feel like that might be going a little bit too far.
No one dares to make the first move. The player across makes a call. Oh my!
Yeah, you know what? Get me out.
Amazing! What a spectacular draw!
I
A
participated.
very impressive finish. The player
Ningen
jumped into
Tsumo.
second place on that.
The most
East
cowardly
3.
personal
The Dora
placement
is
advancement
green
of my
dragon.
life.
The player is east.
I did get the bot.
player
Now I need to get the
finished
other copies of the
last
bot
hand
so I get
quick and dirty.
the
stage is
cut-ins
set.
and shit.
Anything can happen.
But we're at 6,000. We're past the halfway point. We are Gomi
The
gaming.
player first. The player across makes a call out of nowhere.
5, 6, 7. I'm wondering if it's
players
justifiable
are
to just like take a
already
Yaku High
visualizing
Para
their
and then
winning
like
hands.
start systematically dismantling everything else in my hand in pursuit of like Mangan Honitsu.
Who will come out on top in this confrontation? The player, 2 tiles
I'll like
to
take a
Tempai.
Ryanman though.
The
I'm
bands are
not
really
feeling
coming
overly
together.
picky. I should probably pay attention to what shapes are actually in this. I think it's probably most likely to just be like
Any
pair
calls
3
on
so.
this tile? Took a pass for now.
Maybe it is better to hold back without any
But
green
actually pair
dragons
drop
visible.
5.
What to do with this top? Still holding back.
I would definitely what's
The
correct
player
here,
is
right?
already 1 tile to Tempai.
Just like isolate
It's important to find
sequences.
the best possible weight.
The player. Is it time for a still no calls?
Prepare for like the most personally annoying fucking killed the Ryuiso chance. I expect to never see Ryuiso in my entire life because
The
I
air
always
is
forget
very
about it.
tense at this moment. The player on the left discards another BAM.
But now I'm gonna be looking at all these fucking tiles that I'm getting fed to my left. Like maybe it was time. Maybe I just click it.
The player across makes a call on another dot.
That discard order does suggest Pinzu flush. I feel like it's morally acceptable for me to cut into it anyway, but
The player across. Here we have a cheat.
That kills the Ipatsu.
I feel like I
The
should
player
feel
on the
really
right
strong
has
here, and I
discarded
don't.
That tile.
This is a little dodgy. Eight so feels reasonable as a
How are the
cut
players
against
going to
both.
approach this hand? Doubled up on a tile that was just discarded.
5 so would be the coward's way. North is fine.
Is this hand going to end quietly? Ah, geez.
5
The
then,
player
huh?
on the
2-5?
right, what an incredible win off the wall.
Wow, that
With
would
a fine
that have been
play.
double wrong?
No doubt about it.
I wonder.
ピンフ、イーペイ、ドラ、ワンナン。
East 4. The Dora is the
Maybe I should have
four
cut the
cracks.
5-10 early,
The
fuck.
player is north. Heading into the final hand of the match.
The
Just
player,
position aggressively and
Fortsumo,
stomp around on the
Mangan
other
will
side of the
take
table.
first.
Look at how large and
For
scary I
Dong,
am.
The Hanemon will take first.
Well, it's hard to know just how this will turn out.
Because now it's definitely like last place East 4.
Calls on took a pass for now. The player.
So maybe that was a little too timid.
The next
Am I
two
overcorrecting
tiles could
from
make
like
a huge
playing
difference.
aggressively and getting punished frequently by like playing too cautiously? Or am I even not correcting enough and just like weighting my recent results too highly rather than thinking about things in terms of abstracts?
Doubled up on a tile that was just discarded.
What if the strategy game was hard? Wouldn't that be terrible?
The player. Is there any way to turn the tables here? Another useless draw.
Another useless draw.
The air is tense as the players
Humans can't
take
know
their
the future,
turns.
but like, what if we guessed though? Wouldn't that be sick as fuck? If we just made something up?
Who's going to make the first call here? This table
I feel
is
like a
so
lot of
quiet, I can
fucking
hear a
enduring
pin drop.
strategy games have that sort of thing going on. They have the pendulum between I'm a genius and oh no.
Things are at a
And like the
standstill.
actual pace of play seems maybe slightly less important than the pace of how rapidly and how often you slide between I'm a genius and oh no.
No one dares to make the first move. The player.
I don't know
One tile
what
to
this
tempo.
Sozu
The Dora
situation
no longer
is.
has a place in this hand.
This is like probably a fixed pair and I cut
Draws
7p
yet
eventually.
another simple.
Have two pairs and then accept like 2, 4, 6, weak Suji trap, crawl into third. Fucking
The air is what to do with this tile. Still
Can't
holding
call it.
back.
and it seems likely that I have to push
The
this,
player's
even though it's
going.
dodgy. Dang.
Jeez. The player suffers an unexpected loss.
With a fine play, no doubt of
Game's kind of hard, IDK. Take it easy. Whew. I feel like my fight money is being drained at a rapid pace. Getting to play through all these low-value challenge cards, though. That's pretty hot, I would say. I kind of just don't fucking believe OBS when it reports to me a CPU usage of 0.0098%. Like, that was just a flat 0 up there. I think it's probably not the truth. I don't know.
戦闘開始であります。
East 1. The Dora is the 3 of dots. The player is south.
I'd love to see some tile drawing magic here.
Let's
Was
see
I too
how
timid?
this battle unfolds.
Vote now on your phones. Am I a big baby bitch who doesn't push enough
The
hands?
player, one step in the right direction.
This hand is really beginning to come together.
Who's going to make the first call here? The player.
I would say the
That's
best thing
progress.
about this
The
hand
next
so
few
far is that it
tiles
can have
could make
Dora
a
in
huge
it.
difference.
Draws yet another simple. The player.
Average value of
gaining momentum.
non-dealer Ricci is
This is the point
6400.
where
Is it
skill
that
really
high?
factors in.
Non-dealer 6400? I thought it was like closer to 52. I don't know that that
Any
point
calls
difference
on
should
this
actually
to the
like
pass for
change
now?
my calculations in most situations, but like
The player
Scary.
is already one. Oh wow! And there's a call.
so like it's not an unreasonable wait.
当たって砕きます。
There it is. Nietzsche.
It's like Ricci Tanyao. Ricci
The
Tanyao on a
player
2-tile wait.
across decides to match the play. The player on the left already calls a second meld.
That kills the Ippatsu.
Chasing Beach.
This is a beach shootout.
There's only one winner in a beach shootout.
The most confidently incorrect fucking thing that you can possibly state.
Who's going to pull away from the pack? The player. Can this hand
That fucking player to my
withstand
right
the
is ranked. They are 2,000 rated. And I'm not rated anymore. I just fell out of R. Life is hard, man.
The player suffers an unexpected loss.
Maybe I was
The player
never good
across
the whole
table.
time.
A very favorable
This
start.
seems
The
like
player
cheapish at
across
least.
takes a
Yeah.
modest lead.
250.
East 2. The Dora is the one of cracks.
There should be an
The
option to
player
take
is
back
East.
Ricci. I can't win against these
Player
idiot button
across the
clickers
table
otherwise.
is in first.
At the moment, this is anyone's game.
This is a
not an
reference.
easy
This
spot
is
to work
not my
around.
genuine belief.
What's going to happen to this score gap?
I mean, I guess I'll take it.
The player on the right
Okay.
makes a call out of nowhere.
5, 6,
The
7.
player,
I guess
2 tiles to
cutting
10
9 pin
high.
is
The
reasonable
next
there.
two
And he took a pass for now.
I actually didn't even
What
mean to
do
pass
with
that.
this tile? Still
but,
holding
like,
back.
It was still the correct choice to pass it.
The player. Is it time? Still no calls.
Maybe better to get rid of this now.
The player. Is there any way to turn the tables here?
Two-man draw would have easily allowed me to swap that for, like...
My, oh my, and
Cutting the
there's
8-9.
leech.
I'm curious.
But I kind of fucking
The player
didn't
on
want
the left
either block,
suffers an
honestly.
unexpected loss.
That was a speedy finish.
リーチ一発ピンフ
Alright, so this game has a public enemy number
East 3.
1.
The Dora is north. The player is north.
Let's see where this hand ends
Yaku High
up going.
Pair, 1
The
Dora.
stage is set. Anything can happen.
North Dora.
What's going to... Any calls on this tile?
時短装填
The player makes a call. What to do with this
時
tile?
短装填
The player already calls a second meld.
This lifts a heavy burden.
The player gaining momentum.
You
The
can
player
definitely just click
across
buttons.
Misses a turn. The new Dora is too bad.
There's not actually an authority that can stop you from
The
doing
player
it. This is
is
now
already
extremely unlikely to
one
connect
tile
to
to
anything, so it can
10
go.
Nearly every draw has been an improvement.
The player across made a call there.
I definitely feel like I've been getting matched
The
up against
player on
significantly
the
stronger
left
players
scored
recently.
3 Doras.
Like, you can sometimes kind of
The
tell when
player
people are just,
across
like, mindlessly
calls to
shoving
form
into
a
everything.
Dora meld. The player on the left continues to discard simples.
Decided that BAMs aren't working.
The player on the right.
Alright, everyone's
Here we
open.
have a
Nobody
cheat.
can reason about anything anymore.
The player on the left. Just the player. Tempai.
This Wade is outrageous dog shit. And I can definitely slide to a stretch if I can get this through. Twill, I thank
The
you very
player.
much
Is
for
there
your
any
support.
way to turn the tables here?
I visualized my
How are the
success
players
and
going
then it
to
manifested.
approach? Ah, jeez. The player across.
And then this
A
fucking
very
idiot sumo
swift
clicker won
win
another
off the
hand.
wall.
God damn
That
it.
was a speedy finish.
East
Alright, Dora
4.
high five.
The Dora
There's
is
hope.
the 7 of cracks. The player is west.
Woo!
Heading into the final hand of the match.
The player can win with a
East
self-drawn
pair,
Hanema.
decent
Well,
shapes.
it's hard to know just how this will turn out.
3 Dora. I don't really think this one is any more complicated than just, like, clicking the light up
What's
button.
going to happen to this score gap? The player is already one tile to Tenpai. Any calls on this tile?
時短装填
The player makes a call
Just wanted to
out
lock
of
that.
nowhere.
This lifts a heavy burden.
Draws yet another simple. The player, is there any way to turn the
Rodoro
tables
was never
here?
real. This is potentially, like,
making a
marginally
move
annoying
here.
to people. So that's fun.
No one dares to make the first move. The player, Tenpai. Oh my!
Hey, that's the right person to hit, too. Look at that.
A beating.
A very impressive finish.
役配
Ended with the player across the table in first.
Didn't quite make it to first, but, like... It's actually wild that they dealt into Mangan and just didn't care. That's so fucking based. Slightly crestfallen by that outcome, but also, like, thank you for 320 event points and, like, another step on the path towards 1600. I don't know, sometimes you just draw all of the tiles that are good. That definitely does happen sometimes. I fucking love Sega MJ because I feel like nowhere else do I get the opportunity to play this many hands this quickly. It just makes me happy.
East
Alright,
1.
what are we
the
doing?
Dora is the 9 of cracks. The player is North. How does this starting hand look to you?
This starting hand
This
is
is
certainly
sort of
very competitive.
disorganized,
Let's
but
see
it
how this
definitely has
battle
some shapes in
unfolds.
it.
Any calls on this time? Took a
Could
pass for
potentially
now.
pair north. Accepting Dora seems somewhat difficult.
The player on the left makes a call out of nowhere.
Kind of want to keep that around for safety.
Who will come out on top in this confrontation? The player, 2 tiles to Tenpai.
This hand is really beginning
That
to come
1, 3,
together.
4 really does not spark joy. I will throw almost anything before that.
What to do with this top? Still holding back.
Could call north and just click buttons to like slide in under things.
時短装填
I don't necessarily know that it's a good
This
strategy.
lifts a heavy burden.
Like, this is probably Monzu flush over here, so I feel like I'm sort of unlikely to get overflow tiles to complete
Who's
these
going to pull
sequences.
away from the pack? The player, Tenpai.
But, like, as a possible completion, that was the best single draw that could possibly have happened to me.
How are the players going to still no calls?
That felt so vanishingly unlikely that I didn't
No
even,
one
like,
dares to
consider
make
it
the
as a
first
possible
move.
draw. But it makes
The
this feel
player,
kind of
can this
reasonable.
hand withstand the heat?
Like, sure, you're pushing a
player
1,000
across
point
tears
hand into
up on the
unknown
door.
question marks, but, like, it's actually likely to succeed.
The air is very tense at this moment. Oh my!
Thank you.
There it is! I hear a roan!
Takes the
Gotta
lead
use
in
the
race.
Akagi logic
The
and say
player
that it's likely to come out because it is an overflow tile. Just visualize and then
East
manifest.
2. The Dora is north. The player is west. The player finished the last hand quick and dirty.
Taking a
Those are
modest
some yellow
lead
tiles.
with that one.
This is not
Generally
an
a fan of
easy
those.
spot to work around.
Oh yeah, Shoichi literally did write about that, huh?
The player, one step in the right direction.
The dots
Like
are
literally
really
just
coming
said
together.
in as many words, like, if they're going for
The
an
player
offsuit
gaining
flush,
momentum.
they will
The
feed you the
next few
tile,
tiles
and if
could
they're
make a
going for a
huge
same
difference.
suit flush, they will also feed you the
Draws
tile.
Yet another simple.
It is simply that easy. Flowbook 1
Who's
has
going to
done
make the
irreparable
first
damage to
call?
Hitbox Dimension
The player
Mahjong Discourse.
across
Okay, I'll take the
scores
second
3
one, sure.
doors.
Okay, so what's your Yaku, though?
Any calls on this? Took a pass for now.
It doesn't look like
Another
it's like
useless
Manzu
draw.
Flush, not with that discard order. So... you must, like, actually have Ton?
Have things calmed down for
What?
the moment? What to do with this tile? Still holding back.
Yeah, I don't know, actually. I'm kind of just not fucking sure.
The player. Is it time for a call?
This could potentially
Making
qualify,
a
like...
move here. Doubled up on a tile that was just discarded.
Pain.
The player on the left made a call there. The player. One tile to
I don't know
post.
that this call
The
is
player on the
necessarily
left. That's a
particularly
call.
well advised. 5577. Nah.
Ah, jeez. The player
Dang, I thought I had a little
suffers
bit more
an
time.
Unexpected loss.
With a fine play.
Oh, it's not a flush. It's just fucking bullshit.
East 3.
Okay.
The Dora is south. The player is
All right,
south.
flat scores East 3. Good
How
exchange.
does this starting hand work?
Ah.
This could turn into a very big hand.
The stage is set. Anything can happen.
I have a bad feeling that it's gonna turn into Chitoy instead. But like...
This table is so quiet I could hear a pin drop.
I could
Decided
probably
that
do
crack's
worse
not
than
worth
just
chasing.
clicking the button on every green tile.
Draws yet another simple. The player is already one tile to 10 pies.
Yeah, look at how
Certain
not
tiles will
impressive
fit
this
right
is
into
about
this
to be.
hand. Others will gradually transform it.
It's like... you think it's a cool hand, but it's
Things are at a
actually like
standstill. Any calls on this time?
worthless dog shit, probably. I mean, it's like 5'8".
It is Leech.
That is a very confident reach.
Like, it's not... there's no value. But it
The player
has
on the
a
left
good
is
weight,
on the defense
so
against the
button.
player's Leech.
That's all I got, man. I don't know what the fuck else to
The
tell
player
you.
across decides to match. Oh my!
Everybody else is just watching us play at this
That
point.
hand was quicker than lightning.
It's like sitting to the
player-
left of Akagi, except
simply
Akagi
blown
is
away.
like a grade schooler. Nowhere either.
East 4. The Dora is the one of cracks. The player is East. Heading into the final hand of the match.
Any player could take first.
So this is
It
kind
may
of
be the first player to make
abysmal.
Tenpai.
Is this a lead that can be defended?
Not deeply in love with the set of
Maybe it is
outcomes.
better to hold back without any east tiles visible.
It's slow
Doubled
enough
up
that
on
I
a
sort of
tile
feel
that
as though
was
East
just
pair is a
discarded.
reasonable thing to hold out for at least a couple turns. I don't actually need any value
Another useless
at
draw.
all. I just need to win.
The air is tense as
Sumo
the
could
players take their
absolutely
turns.
ruin me,
This
is the
hand
problem.
going nowhere.
Like, even a modest Sumo could absolutely be last place.
I see storm clouds on the horizon.
This kind of fucking blows ass, by the way. I wonder if I have enough terminals for Nagashi.
The player, one step in the right direction.
This is the point where skill really factors in.
579 is worth holding. I think I'd rather cut this.
Go. The player on the left. Here we
Okay.
have a con. The new any calls on
That
this
guy
tile?
is performing
Pick a
some
pass for now.
actions. So, like, at 3 away, I don't know whether I can actually push fast
How are
enough
the
to stop
players
the
going
sumo
to
if it
approach
happens.
This hand? What to do with this tile? Still holding back.
There's just kind of not a ton of shit that is available to me right now.
No one
9-mon
dares to
cut
make
is
the
easy
first move.
safety.
The player, still no calls.
Is West... West is almost as
みんな
good.
私たちには
Chasing beach.
There are any
Emergency.
number of responses here.
Question is, can the players survive this
5
situation?
pin, 6 pin.
One step in the wrong
Weakish
direction.
Suji, but like... I feel like the best I can hope for right now is like lateral movement.
Jeez. The
This is
player on
potentially
left,
the worst
a very
outcome.
Swift win off the wall.
With a fine play, no doubt about it.
Yeah, I think I just lose.
リーズモドライオンパネマン
Hang. That sucks. Yay. That feels like an especially brutal game outcome. I don't know what I'm meant to emotionally take from that. Also, like, what the fuck does 29:59 mean in terms of the event ending hours? Why notate it like this? Help me, I'm American. How do I convert from seconds to microwave time? I'm not even gonna pretend like to know what I'm reading on screen. What's a mahjong? Mahjong is a strategy-focused gambling game with big emphasis on risk assessment and
East
playing
one.
into
The
horseshit
Dora is the
situations that
five
you
of
hate
dots.
but have
The
to handle
player
anyway.
is north.
I'd love to see some tile drawing magic here.
Let's see how this battle unfolds.
More and more, I feel like the essence of the game is
Who's
like,
going to make the first
what if
call
folding
here?
in poker was really fucking difficult instead of being the easiest and most straightforward action in the game?
Quote, the player on the right makes a call out of nowhere.
More and more, I search for a straightforward way to explain it to
Who
people.
will come out on top
But, like-
in this confrontation?
Because obviously, like, in the future, I'm going to be working on a client. Fucking Frey's done a lot of the technical backbone, and so it's on me to be, like, a game designer for a bit, I guess.
The player.
And so it's like, alright, well, how do you teach
This
someone
hand is
mahjong?
really beginning
Fucking...
to come together.
Oh.
Any calls? Took a pass for now. The player is already one tile to Tenpai.
This hand is very near completion.
Maybe that should have been 2-pin instead, because, like, 4-6 can take in the red 5.
The player on the right continues to discard simples. One step in the wrong direction.
Oh, wait, because 5-7? Really? That sucks. Fuck it, I didn't want to be stuck on that anyway.
still holding back.
That's now an
Maybe
intentional
it is better
regression.
to hold back.
Don't worry
without
about it.
any red dragons visible.
The player on the right. Here we have a
I've
cheat.
definitely been playing a lot of hands today, huh? 4, 5, 6, 7 stretch. I don't know
Who's
if it's
going to
actually
pull away
like
from
anything.
the player is still no calls. The player, one tile to tempo.
So like,
It's
it
important
doesn't
to
have
find
to
the
be
best possible weight.
Pinzu over here, does it? Like, wait, are there live honors? Itsu maybe?
The player on the right.
Not with
makes
back
a
call,
call
though.
On another
So
dot.
maybe it is the flush, but like,
Look at that.
they just cut the isolated shit early because reasons. I don't know if there are a lot of ways that
The
weight can
player,
improve.
Tempai.
This is like value, but also if I need to like
勝負です
Making
throw
a move
scary
here.
Pinzu into that, I kind of fucking don't want to. How about a 6-pin? Does it run? Okay, you had to take a second to figure out what your hand was. Got it.
One tile.
Wow.
No turning back now.
That's kind of an amusing cut. Pivot to 1-4. Send it.
砕きます
Send it.
Nietzsche.
Loses Ipe chance for like
The
a weight
player
that might
across
actually
decides
succeed
to
at
match the
accomplishing a
player's
task.
discard. Is this hand going to end quietly? The player on the left is on the defense against the player's Nietzsche. The player on the right is playing cautious.
The player on the left won't be taking risks.
時短装填
The player on the left, that's a bone.
The player on the right is assuming that it's an open weight.
流局
Nobody wins this shootout.
Okay.
2 players are Tenpai.
East 2, 1 counter. The Dora is
Scary.
the 6 of cracks. The player is West. How does this starting hand
4,
look
6,
to you?
8, 9.
This starting hand is certainly very competitive.
This is not an easy spot to work around.
I would like my Ruchi stick back. That's kind of my primary goal at the
The
moment.
player on the left makes a call out of nowhere. The player on the left already calls a second meld. The player, 2 tiles to Tenpai.
The next few tiles could make a huge difference.
These shapes are kind of shit, huh?
Any calls on this tile? Took a pass for now. What to do with this tile? Still holding back.
I feel obliged to just stay in and see what happens, but like, this is sort of
The
dangerous
player
in the
is on
abstract
still no
at the
calls.
moment, so I'm kind of frowning at it. Probably should have
How
cut
are
that
the
9 mon
players
earlier.
going
That
to
was like
approach
doing nothing
this
for
hand?
quite a long time. Potential pair hand? Question mark? I don't know. I don't like it.
No one dares to make the first move.
Yeah, I don't know. This is kind of dog shit. I
One
kind of just want to
step
go.
in the wrong direction.
This is like way too many dog shit shapes to like accomplish a task.
Maybe it is better to hold back without any west tiles visible.
The air is very tense at this moment.
Like, this sort of feels senseless and ridiculous, but Despite having
Have
two
things
Dora, it
calmed down
seems
for
like
the moment?
really difficult for that hand to have like accomplished anything in that form.
My, oh my, and there's the Neech! Chasing Neech!
Gotta
Alright.
be cautious against an East Beach.
9 months
Question
safe
is,
against
Can
everyone,
the player
so
survive this situation?
I can chill out for
There
a
it
bit.
is! The player on the right suffers an unexpected loss.
The player across the table, a very favorable start.
リーチ一発ドラ
Yeah,
East
not a
two,
terrible
two
outcome, I feel.
counters. The Dora is the 8 of dots. The player is West. The player across the table
Okay.
is in first.
At the moment, this is anyone's game.
The stage is set.
This looks like
Anything
it's
can happen.
probably worth
Any
pursuing.
calls on this tile?
勝負です
The player.
Maybe I
makes
just
a
click the
call
button a bunch.
Out of nowhere. The player.
Yeah.
Gaining momentum.
No, absolutely.
This hand is really beginning to come together.
Pursuing Shanta
Look
versus
at that
pursuing
Dora.
Dora 1. A great many complexities emerge before me.
What's going to happen to this score gap? What to do with this tile?
時短装填
The player already calls a second meld.
This
Okay,
looks
but what
like
if I
a
did
burden.
cut it? I won't, but like, what if I did?
The player. Is there any
Like,
way
I'd definitely
to turn
rather
the
end on
tables
3-6
here?
with the Dora,
Draws yet
or,
another
like-
simple.
Irritating double fucking terminal weight.
The air is very tense at this moment.
Punished.
The player on the left The player, Tempai.
It's like, open Shanta's just dog shit, so fucking whatever, man.
必殺であります
There it is.
Thank you.
The player across takes a beating.
That hand was quicker than lightning.
逆杯
The player
逆杯
I'm simply
Alright. Good outcome.
East 3. The Dora is Green Dragon. The player is South. The player finished the last hand quick and dirty.
moving into first
One of
place.
the ugliest
at
two
least for the
Shantan
moment.
hands ever
Now,
recorded.
let's watch how things develop.
2, 4, 6. Ignore this one. It doesn't count. It's not real.
This table is so quiet.
Cut
I
scary
can
stuff
hear a
early and
pin
just kind of
drop.
like chill for a bit. I don't know.
This west could be kept as a safe tile.
Things are at a standstill.
You're not actually a pair hand, right? You're like,
The player is already
Frustrating
one
Ippei
tile to
chance.
Tempai.
This hand is very near completion.
The air is tense as the players take
these
their
are like
turns.
not my favorite shapes. And also there's like no point value in here besides like Richie Ippei.
The player on the left drops a pair. The player, Tempai. Easy money!
Thank you, Tone.
Who's
We're
going
actually
to
not
make the
hitting
first
Ricci this
call
time.
here?
I'm like one of the big adjustments I've been trying to make when I play recently is like trying not to hit the Ricci button when the weight is dog shit and the hand has no value.
Have things calmed down for the
And
moment?
just like
Took a pass
observing
for now.
what happens when I make that choice. You see, Ricci makes
The
Ippei better by
player.
increasing
Can
the
this
chance
hand
you hit double
withstand the
Ura.
heat? The player on the right
You know what?
follows suit here.
I believe you. I believe you.
当たって砕きます
There it is.
Sumogiri Ricci 8S. Fucking make what you will.
The player across scored 3 Doras.
That kills the Ippatsu.
And of course, as soon as I do it, it manifests the open Mangan across the table.
How are the players going to chasing Deech.
This is a Deech shootout.
There's only
The
one
ring
winner
racer's
in a
cheating
Deech
AI just
shootout.
appeared.
The player can't quite get the... Ah, geez.
Oh well.
The player on the right. A very swift win off the
This
wall.
seems likely okay.
Fine play. No doubt
That's
about it.
the hand.
リーチ一発ツモ
Alright, tied for first, huh?
East 4. The Dora is the 2 of Bams.
That means
The
that in my
player is
seat I
East.
just win, right?
Heading into the final hand of the match.
Any player could take first. It may be the first player to make Tenpai.
Well, it's hard to
Horrible
know just
5
how
chunk
this
and
will turn
mess.
out.
I guess I click buttons.
The
Dude!
player across
Wait, why?
makes
What?
a call out of nowhere.
Hang on a second, are you trying to trick me? Are you trying to bamboozle me? Is this deception?
The player, one step in the right direction.
This is the
But how
point
will
where
you handle
skill
it when
really
I
factors in.
fucking mindlessly cut center tiles into you and claim that it's defensive theory?
The player, gaining momentum.
This hand is really beginning to come together.
What are you gonna do then? Fucking asshole.
The players are already visualizing their winning
That's like a
hand.
lot of Sozu up there, right? Keep the north for safety, and then just, like, try to click the pawn button a lot. Oh, it's a fucking pair hand, isn't it? Oh, but I can't cut that.
The player
Maybe I can
is
cut that?
already one tile to Tenpai.
It's important to find the best possible weight.
I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. I think my brain short-circuited when I had to
No one
recontextualize
dares to
this.
make the first move.
ダメ押しです
This
The
all
player
seems
on the
horribly
left.
suspicious.
Here we have a con. The new Dora is 8 crack. Look at that. The player, Tenpai.
I don't trust 5S for some reason. I know
Took a
that,
pass
like,
for now.
9P would have been a wild
Oh
fucking
my,
weight.
and there's the niche.
There are any number
But
of
I just-
responses here.
Look at
5S
that
doesn't
red
feel right
dragon.
for some reason. I can't explain why. Like, what the fuck are you doing cutting all of these if you don't, like, have middle
The
Sozu
air
or
is
something,
busy.
right?
The
Like,
player
what's
across.
going on up
we
here? I
have
don't-
a cheat.
That
I
kills
fear
the
what I don't
intensity.
understand.
必殺であります
Jeez. The player suffers an unexpected loss.
Alright, how many are,
Fine play. No doubt about it.
do I escape death by the skin of my teeth?
リーチドラ
Nope. 500. Did I make the right choice, Father? I'm concerned that I'm not good at this game. It's starting to worry me. Alright, hold up. I stole another pack of spicy peanuts from Frey. I hope they can forgive me. Peanuts are like the apex snack. When are we VR chatting some jongers? I do wonder. I'm looking forward to having more space for VR in the new place. Right now I can't even fucking, like, stand up in my room without walking into something.
East 1. The Dora is the 8 of dots. The player is north. How does this starting hand look to you?
Alright, can I dream of going positive in a fucking game?
Let's see how this battle unfolds.
Do I suck ass at Mahjong? I feel like I'm okay with the answer being yes, I just don't know.
Who's going to make the first call here?
I feel like I consistently have frustrating outcomes on a hand that I wasn't expecting to turn into cheat toy turns into cheat toy.
Useless draw. The player is already one tile to Tenpai.
Decided to say
like, I don't know,
goodbye
man.
to the
Maybe you
Dora
just
there.
needed to believe.
Any calls on? Took a pass for now.
Slide to 4-5.
What to do?
Holland's
with this
pretty good.
top still
Holland's are up
holding
there.
back. The player still no calls. There it is, Nietzsche.
I would find this weight annoying.
Who will come out on top in this confrontation?
I've definitely
The
been trying to
player
pay
on the
more
right
attention to hand
decides
composition to like
match the
actually
player's discard.
take pinfu opportunities where I can.
The player, can this hand
And
withstand
I'm starting to
the
realize that like
The player
often
on
involves
the-
locking pairs earlier than
There it is.
expected.
The player on the right
Dang.
suffers an
Donatan?
unexpected loss.
That was a very quiet start.
The player on the left takes a modest
Donatan with
lead.
that, huh? I'm surprised. That is
East
definitely
2.
the sort of
The
thing I would
Dora
typically
is
reach.
the 8 of cracks. The player is
Like
west.
4-7's not that bad,
How
right?
does this starting hand look to you?
This starting hand is certainly very competitive.
This is not an easy spot to work around. The player already two
Good couple of
tiles
draws
to
for sure.
Tenpai.
This hand is really beginning to come together.
The player, first place, is well within striking range.
This is sort of a 6-block hand, isn't it? 4-7
The
versus...
player is already one tile to Tenpai.
This hand is very near completion.
Any calls on this? Took a pass for now.
No kidding, huh?
There it is.
That's a fun
Each.
shape.
That is a very confident reach.
12 tile weight.
Oh my! He puts the player across. Takes a beating.
I'm gonna have to remember
hand
that
is
shape. That's
quicker
kind of
than
fucked up
lightning.
looking.
The player could take the win, depending on the underside Dora.
I'm simply
I definitely
East
participated
3.
in that hand.
The
That was
Dora
pretty cool.
is Red Dragon. The player is South. The player went for a quick finish last hand. The stage is set. Anything can happen. The player
So like, what's going on
already
in
two
pin here?
tiles to
That's like
Tenpai.
embedded pair
The
of
next few
7s.
tiles could make a huge difference.
It's like a 3-pair hand. A little bit awkward.
The player, first place, is well within striking range.
I definitely feel like this
Draws
has
yet
it
another
blocked.
simple.
But also, like, one more pair draw could change it.
The player across continues to discard simples. Took a pass for now.
Huh.
The player is already one tile to Tenpai.
Remember, I feel rough about my own Mahjong skills. I remember the wisdom of Hasapin.
The player on the
My
left
guest pro
scores 3
debut.
Doras.
I played 3 games, 4th, 3rd, 4th. I am retiring.
How are the players going to approach this hand?
Oh, shit. That's really good.
The player across drops a pair.
My pro debut, I am retiring.
The player
Fucking
across
same.
discards another crack.
TBH. I wonder if I should just
Any
leave
calls on
against,
this
like,
still
dealer
holding
open
back?
Mangan right now.
What to do
But-
with this tile? Still no calls.
I don't really know what I would throw into it. Like, I have a couple of turns of safety if I can, like, pivot around this.
No one dares
This
to
is
make
the first person
move.
to achieve the highest Tenno rank, by the way. That's pretty good.
The player on the right pairs up on the Dora. Look
It's
at
true,
that.
online Mahjong was worthless the entire time. There's no way I can actually cut that, right?
The player, Tenpai.
I didn't mean to cut it, but I guess I did. I ran out of time, I meant to swap.
Is this hand going to end quietly? Who will seize the win this hand?
It's Suji, man. I don't know what to tell you.
My, oh my, and there's the niche!
There are any number of responses here.
The player! Can this hand withstand the heat? Who will arise victorious this time? Nobody wins this shootout.
3 players are Tenpai.
East 4, 1 counter. The Dora is Green Dragon. The player is East. Heading into the final hand of the match.
The player, for Tsumo, 500
Okay.
points all around or better will take first. For Gong, 1500 points or more will take first.
Well, it's hard to know just how this will turn out.
Evading that dealer Mangan streamer. It took all of my brain power to accidentally push a red Bixo into it.
The player, first place is well within striking range. The player is already one. Any calls
Okay.
on this? Took a pass for now.
So there are a couple ways this can advance, I guess.
Things are at a standstill. The player on the right continues to discard simples. The air is 10. What to do with this tile? Still holding
I wish
back.
I could. The most engaging part of the game, when you're stuck Ishanten and trying to decide whether you should fold
Who's
to a
going to
fucking
make the
shadow.
first call here?
Like, that felt weighty. What was that about? What's he doing up there?
This table is so quiet I could hear a pin drop.
Do I look suspicious yet? Did I sumo giri enough?
The air is very tense at this moment.
So we're definitely line 2, and I'm
Have
definitely
things
still
calmed
Ishanten.
down for the moment. My,
And And it seems like it might be time for me
There
to
are any
evade.
number of responses here.
Will it? The player. Is it time for a still no
But I
calls.
don't have a lot of strict safety.
One step in
Recklessly
the wrong
cutting
direction.
5-pit into that seemed like wrong in every situation. 7-mon is
that
only
Dora.
safe against one
That's a
here.
safe tile for the entire
That's
table.
safe against both.
That's a safe tile for the player across the table.
Think about it real hard. Okay. Slightly fearful that I'm gonna get, like, the Street Fighter rollback into getting Hanemon. Is my internet still running? Looks like it. Oh, that guy just left. Okay. That's cool.
Following
4
suit on
pin
that
just
last
became
discard.
safe. 7 so just became safe. Thank you for clearing the way, disconnected fucking idiot.
Excellent evasive action.
流局
Nobody wins this shootout.
Ended with the player on the left in first.
Okay. Positive placement. It is possible. It does happen sometimes. I dreamed of the impossible, and it became possible. I didn't fucking beef a game of Mahjong. My YouTube subs just gave me... Jersey Jack did a fucking Avatar pinball machine? That's the cool on the James Cameron one. Continuing on the proud tradition of having no cultural impact. I'm sad that Android keyboard got discontinued. I was excited to try it after reading your thing about it. I think there's a fork floating around at, like... I ran into some stability issues with it, personally. But I do know that there's, like, some fork
戦闘開始であります
available somewhere, and I wish I fucking remembered the name of it.
East 1. The Dora is the one of BAM.
I still miss
The
it. It's
player
like the
is
fastest
south.
I've ever been at mobile typing. Maybe I still
How
have the
does
fork
this
installed.
starting hand look to you?
Keyboard
A quick senpai
71
is very much in the cards here.
is the one that
Let's
you're
see
looking
how
for.
this battle unfolds.
Are you the drink? I'm not even the fucking cup.
Who's going to make the first call here?
I don't know how to fucking play this game.
The
I'm glad
player
for
on
you.
the left drops a pair. The player is already one tile to Tenpai.
This hand is very near.
Any calls on this top? Took a pass for now.
So, like, can this
Look
just
at
be
that
horseshit
Dora.
Pinfu, and can I have, like, things work out? Can I have $1 million and, like, Itsu immediately, please?
This table is so quiet.
Itsu would be pretty funny, and then ending on, like, stretch single 1-4. That's kind of hot. That's, like, a hand.
Who's going to pull away from the pack? Things are at a
Quickly scrolling the
standstill.
Ring Racers Discord while I commit to making no decisions until I draw an advancement.
Look at that!
Nice!
当たって砕きます
There it is!
We
East.
visualized
Oh,
success and
wow,
then
and there's a
manifested it.
call.
Life is
That
good.
kills the Ipatsu.
Fuck!
The player
Okay,
on
now
the
what,
right
though?
is on the defense against the player's niche.
Do I, like, draw the tile?
Making a move here.
Confidence is half the battle. Alright, I draw the tile. I draw the tile!
であります
Amazing! What a spectacular draw!
Richi
A
Itsudoro one,
tremendous
that's
hand
Mangan,
right out
right?
of the gate. The player.
The player takes a modest lead.
リーチツモイツドラ
Oh, it's similar, absolutely.
East 2. The Dora is the 5 of BAMs. The player is East. The player is coming off a spectacular hand.
Taking a modest lead.
Okay, so we
This
got like
is
some
not an
Ryanman
easy spot
shapes.
to work around.
Yaku High Pawn. Sort of a dog shit situation here, but it's
The air
fine.
is tense as the players take their turns.
I mean, this is just standard dealer turn business, right?
Who's going
Do you
to
believe
make
in the
first
conspiracy
call
theory
here?
that Mahjong Soul / Richie City rigged tile draws to favor paying users? No, and it's for a pretty straightforward reason that has nothing to do in my faith in the
This
companies.
table is so quiet, I could hear
It's
any
because
calls
at the
on this
start
make
of
a
the
pass for
hand,
now.
if you mouse over the dead wall, they will give you the fucking random seed for the wall, basically. And so
Things
after
are
the game
at a
is over, you
standstill.
can go to the replay and look at the wall and verify that it served the wall that
The
it said it
player,
was going
2
to
tiles
serve.
to Tempai.
This hand is really beginning to come together.
Could you rig it
No
while
one
still
dares to
providing the
make first
hash?
move.
You'd have to do it entirely with HiPi, right? And at that point, it would be really easy to fucking work out algorithmically.
Because
you would just,
It's important
Look
to
at
find the
HiPi's
best
in St.
possible
Room or something,
Oh
and then just check their average starting Shantan.
Probably wants to avoid taking risks while in the lead.
Question is, can the players survive this situation? One step in
Like, if
the
you don't
wrong
have
direction.
the ability to feed players tiles at specific moments in the game, then all
What
you
to
can
with
do
this still holding
is
back?
rig HiPi, I think, because so many
The
things
player
can
across
change
the
turn
table
order.
has discarded that tile.
And it seems to me like it would be really straightforward to just scrape replays and go, oh, these HiPis are fucking suspicious
Maybe
and
it is
fucked up.
better to hold back.
And
without
that
any
would have
white
been
dragons
discovered
visible.
way before now. What you been up to in general? Just ring racers recently. Ring racers and prepping for a big ass annoying move across the country again.
The air is very tense at this moment. Look at that green dragon.
Hitting a nice combination of rural location and symmetrical gigabit municipal fiber, so I don't have to talk to anyone, but I still get high-speed internet.
Look at that Dora.
Probably looking to block that white dragon for quite a while.
I could totally fold by just throwing all 3 Hatsu in. All 4. Yeah, you know what? Fuck it. I'm no longer participating.
Is this
Fuck it.
hand going to end quietly?
They totally would rig it if they could find a way, though. No, absolutely. Fucking... I have no reason to trust Yostar, and, Ricci City
This
is,
white dragon
visibly
could be
and
as a
obviously
tile.
greasy. You can see the gasoline shine on it from a mile away.
Who will seize the win? Nobody wins this shootout.
2 players
It frustrates me that Ricci City is probably the client that has the
Three,
most,
one
relevant
counter.
gameplay
The Dora
feature
is the 2 of
advancement.
cracks. The player is north. The player
Because,
is in the
like-
lead, at least for the moment.
Hopefully this will end without any incidents.
The stage
It's
is set.
difficult for me to
Anything
quantify
can
this
happen.
feeling. And, no disrespect if it's your preferred client or what have you, it's easy to understand why people would enjoy it.
This lifts a heavy burden.
It does have a
The
lot of
player,
visible
already
advantages,
2
and I
tiles to
acknowledge that my
Tempai.
tastes are
The
sort of
next 2
uncommon.
tiles could make a huge difference.
But, it feels free. It feels extremely free. Is the way that I can describe it.
The player is already 1 tile to Tempai.
Certain tiles will fit
I
right
do
into
play
this
Sega
hand.
on
Others
my
will
phone as
gradually
well. If you
transform
can
it.
get the Japanese APK, it works fine, and Quoap, or however the fuck you pronounce it, definitely looks and feels like malware, but also will reliably
player on
give me
the
an
right
updated
drops a
APK of
pair.
Sega Net Mahjong that I can install. So that's nice. So I've had decent success with that.
Have things calmed down for the moment?
It's one of those Q without use, so all I can do is type it to you because I have no fucking clue how I'm supposed to say it out loud. I would try to sideload Sega onto my iPad as well,
How are the players
but
going to approach
because
this
of
hand?
Apple's payment policy stuff, the iOS version of the app is in payment jail. And, like, you basically have a separate shadow account behind
one
your
dares
real
to
account
make the
that is,
first
like,
move.
your Apple accessible shadow account, where none of your cosmetics
making a
and shit
move
carry
here.
over. But, like, you'll still be able to
The
use, like,
player on
tickets
the
from it.
left
So it's
refuses
just a
to
big goddamn
compromise.
waste of time for everyone.
The player, Tenpai.
We're on that walled garden
The
shit.
air is
It's
very
bad.
tense at this moment.
Give it the dual pair here. Seems sensible.
Ah, jeez! The player across. A very swift win
Tanya
off
door
the
one.
wall.
With a fine play. Nope.
Yep.
East 4. The Dora is the 7 of BAMs. The player is West. Heading into the final hand of the match.
Alright, up by
The
a fair
player
amount. Don't
is
need
in
to do
first
anything too
and will
crazy,
normally
I
play
feel.
the hand fast.
Is this a lead that can be
It sucks
defended?
because iOS is, like,
The player on
substantially
the left
better
draws a pair.
as an,
The
like,
player,
environment
one
for
step in
running
the right
programs than
direction.
Android
This
is.
the point
Android
where
is horse
skill
shit.
really factors in.
But I don't know if I could ever daily drive an iOS device for anything besides work. Like,
The player,
only if I
that's
didn't ever
progress.
need to
This hand
actually
is really
do
needing to
anything
come
on it.
together.
Any call? Took a pass for now. The player.
It's like
gaining
iOS is
momentum.
great for the
Next
device that
few
you only
tiles.
need to
What
do
to do
two
with
things
this
on,
tile?
like a
Still
couple of
holding
times a
back.
month. Because you can always turn it on and it will be capable of doing those
The
things.
player is still no calls.
But that's kinda it. I wonder if I just Yaku High Pawn and like rush here.
Who's going to make the
Nothing
first
seems
call here?
super scary yet. That super weighty pause before dropping 4 was like a little bit dodgy looking.
Another useless draw. This table is so quiet I could hear a pin drop.
I kind of just don't want to fucking botch my lead completely right now. I don't really need value or anything like that. Honestly, having these Dora is more just like emotional insurance that someone else doesn't have them.
Things are at a standstill.
And like
That's the
obviously
last
like
tile. Any takers?
a fat stack of points would be cool. I actually think I'm gonna hold on to these.
Doubled up
I
on
don't
a
know that
tile
the call
was
speeds up
just
the hand.
discarded.
It's 2 safe tiles if someone calls like a late Ricci. That completes the 7799 stuff, so...
The player. One tile to Tenpai.
This hand started
I feel a
out as
little bit
nothing,
better about
and
cutting
now it's something.
2-3 so than 4-6 pin. Just for
Look at
broad
that.
safety reasons. This is Yahoo-less without Ricci,
The player.
but
Tenpai. Oh,
maybe
wow,
Damaten
and
is
there's
still
a
better
call.
in the score situation.
Who will arise victorious this time?
Also, the state of Android devices is like absolutely fucking what? Yeah, I don't know.
One step in the wrong direction.
I have a bad feeling.
We're witnessing a tense push and
I'm just
pull.
gonna reposition and like play it cool.
Is this hand going to end quietly?
Does it come down to pushing this for no 10 payouts? It's a little sketchy.
Nobody wins this shootout.
Got away without getting caught in the crossfire.
Wow, but the most appealing looking Android device is a $600 Chinese gamer phone.
任務完了であります
It's like the controller space where like the hardware you expect to be like complete bunk from just having interacted with a computer before is actually the best thing on the market purely because the ecosystem is a fucking desert. Alright, I'll be right back. Okay. Let's see. How are we doing on points? Got 7,500 out of our needed 10k to max the character. The dead wall is a little bit weird because, like, the dimensions of it kind of both determine how many Dora indicators you can flip and how many fucking replacement tiles you can actually draw from the dead wall.
The 8 of BAMs. The player is south.
The player, last match,
Playing our fucking dogshit Samna variant and just leaving the dead wall with like 28 loose tiles pushed into an empty chair. Should have been north first. I don't know why I did that.
Who's going to make the first call here? The player, one step in the right direction. Any calls on took a pass for now. This table is so quiet I could hear a pin drop. The player, 2 tiles to
BAMs
jump
is
high.
not standard terminology by any means. These announcers are left over from a now defunct English localization of this client, where like, I guess they figured they had to use whatever English terminology there was in order to like reduce the fucking learning burden. It's interesting to look at the old footage of that client and see that they have, like, fucked up EMA-style Yaku names crammed into the same space.
Who's going to pull away from the player? Still no calls.
There
it is!
I will gladly take the 1-4.
That is a very confident reach.
I want my rating back. I'm sad.
The player on the right is assuming that it's an open weight.
The player on the right is playing cautious. The player! Can this hand withstand the heat? The player on the left is on the defense against the player's beach.
Checking up on the dev chat while I have no decisions to make.
Making a move here.
The player across the table won't be taking risks here.
Oh my!
Yay!
Amazing! What a spectacular draw!
Takes the lead in the race. The player
Takes a modest
We gotta
lead.
post more about White Woman Mahjong.
East 2. The Dora is White Dragon. The player is East. The player finished the last hand quick and dirty.
taking a modest lead with that one.
This is not an easy spot
I like how
to
if you
work
search
around.
that specific fucking series of words, you actually
Look
get,
at that
like,
Dora.
real results. I wonder if that company is still up.
Things are at a standstill.
Like, are they still selling anything?
Maybe it is better to
They
hold back
totally
without
are,
any
holy
white
shit.
dragons visible.
The player.
That's
one
based,
step in
dude.
the right direction.
You want
The
to buy a
bands are really coming
$400 fucking American set? Where all of the iconography
Doubled up
is
on the
completely
Dora.
fucking gone? It will also happily
The
sell you a
player on the
$200
right continues to
floating
discard
table.
Symbols.
Like, to play it in the fucking pool. To be fair, that's kind of based. I'm a big fan of that,
The air
personally.
is tense as the players take their turns. Another useless draw. The player.
I feel like the American sets
just
just make me
This hand
sad
is
because,
really
like,
beginning to come
why
together.
do the tiles need a fucking rack? Why make them so thin? What's that for?
The player.
Who does that
One
benefit?
tile to Tempai.
It's important to find the best possible weight.
The perfect tile.
I don't get to do evil fucking wizard Damaten for this.
Leech.
That is a very confident
With no
reach.
visible Dora, I feel like people are going to be a little
Draws
bit
yet
cautious about
another
shoving here,
symbol.
so...
The player on the right is playing cautious.
I'd like to learn a little bit of American at some point, but, like... Definitely
How are
the Yaku
players
Battle
going
Pass
to
is a
approach
bit of a
this
fucking
hand?
turnoff.
The player on the right is on the defense against the player's leech. The player on the left decides to match the player's discard. The player! Can this hand withstand the heat?
Like, and just like... I don't know if I believe that this is actually true, but a, like, cursory,
The player
lazy
across the table won't
examination
be taking risks
has me
here.
thinking, like, if this shit is basically just a Yakuman building competition, like, isn't that just fucking
Is
less
this
interesting
hand going to end
than,
quietly?
like, the way hand types can intersect
The
and combine
player
in Richi?
can't quite get the
Or,
job
like,
done on this hand.
Any other fucking variant? Like, I probably learned
Who will
MCR
seize
before
the
I learned
win this
American.
hand? Who will arise victorious this time? Oh my!
Nice.
There it is! The player across takes a beating.
A very impressive finish.
The player is not letting up.
リーチドラさん漫画
So that's cool.
East
Bring the
2,
Hololive set
one
over
counter.
and we can
The
attempt to
Dora
learn
is the
Taiwanese.
5 of
It's time to learn
diamonds. The
Filipino
player is
Mahjong,
east.
dude. It's time to
The
learn
player
16
is
tile
coming
hands and we
off
pay
a
each other in fucking
spectacular
quarters.
hand. The stage is set. Anything can happen. The player, 2 tiles
Charleston
to
makes it
Tempai.
slightly more
This is the
interesting than
point where
MCR in my
skill
mind.
really
I do
factors
like
in.
the idea of an exchange step in games that are, like, otherwise gonna be kind of slow. Like, that's basically just getting a head start on draws,
Yet
but, like,
another
with
simple.
actual strategy involved. And that's kind of cool. Like, recently when
going
I've been
to
trying to
make the
teach a couple of
first call
friends, I've
here?
been using Mahjong Soul Battle of Asura, because the exchange step speeds up the game a little bit, and because you're more likely to complete
The
a hand
player is already one
if the game
tile to
doesn't end
Tempai.
after the
Certain
fastest
tiles
hand.
will fit right into this hand.
So people get to, like,
Others will
actually see their
gradually
hands
transform it.
through and get, like, that feeling of having actually accomplished something rather than, like,
Oh, wow. and
so
there's a
close.
call.
Ishant in hell.
Any calls? Took a pass for now. No one dares to make
You
the
can pull
first
the
move.
pivot and actually get value. Yeah, I like it as a mode. I feel like I've been thinking a lot about, like, whether I want to present a modified rule set for, like,
The air is very
beginners
tense at this moment.
in some way. And Battle of Asura is on my mind when I think about that.
私ったら
The player on the right. Here
Chanta?
we have a cheat.
Would make some sense.
My, and there's the leech.
Probably wants to avoid taking
Repin.
risks while in the lead.
Question is, can the player survive
I don't
this
really
situation?
feel the need to shove into this super aggressively, but I also don't have a ton of stuff going on for me.
The player's going for it.
That tile made it through.
So, like, 8mon gives me the ability to pivot just a little bit, but also if no actual safety appears, then I can just cut all 3 and chill.
We're witnessing a tense push and pull. What to do? Still holding back. The player, still no calls.
Keeping a very cool head here.
One step
What
in
the fuck is
wrong
going on with
direction.
Hans Mahjong?
Is this hand? Ah, jeez! The player on the left. What an incredible win off the wall!
With a fine play, no doubt about it.
Just the shitty kids set. Fun.
ズモドラゴパネマン
Alright, not my favorite sumo to take in the entire
East
world,
three.
but like
The
definitely better than
Dora
doing
is
in.
the three of dots.
For sure.
The player is north. The player on the left is in first.
The point leader is not terribly far away.
I'm starting to
Now,
feel like it's going to
let's
get
watch
difficult
how
to
things
focus
develop.
during this last leg. I must stay strong.
The player across makes a call out of nowhere. The player one step in the right direction. The player across already calls a second meld.
They're just fucking speeding
The
along,
player
I guess.
on a roll.
The next few tiles could make a huge difference.
I smell a 1,000 point hand, so I kind of feel inclined to just like play
Any
very
calls on
disrespectfully
this
around
pass
that.
for now?
But like,
The player
also I
across
can only
made a
see the
call
one
there.
Dora. Because that's at least 2k.
What to do with this still holding back.
Likely, if it's Toy Toy as well, it's Mongon. So maybe I just like leave.
The
I don't know,
player
man.
across. Discard the player. It's still no calls.
Doesn't seem unreasonable to just like decide that that's not really worth it.
The player. That's progress.
This is the point where skill really factors in.
Draws yet another
That's a
symbol.
cut. Alright. Is that like pivoting a middle Pinzu it or
Have things
something?
calmed down for the moment. The player.
Quite
2 tiles
suspicious.
to Tempai.
The dots are really coming together.
The player. 1 tile to Tempai.
This hand looks nothing.
バジリスクタイム
Uh-oh, East has declared Nietzsche.
I'm curious to see if
Or
this
pen?
develops into a confrontation.
Sure.
Will it be possible to catch up here?
Be better to take
One
7
step
Mon
in
from
the
there.
wrong direction. Ah, jeez! The player on the left.
This
a
fucking
very
guy.
swift win off the wall.
ズモ
That took care of that East Beach.
Insane shove.
East 4. The Dora is the 7 of BAMs.
Rainbow
the player
Haunts
is
coffee.
west.
I see.
Heading into the final hand of
Nice
the match.
desk mat, by the way.
player. For Tsumo, 1,000, 2,000 or more will take first. For Gong, 5,200 points or more will take first.
Well, it's hard to know just how this will turn out. The player. 2 tiles to Tempai.
This hand is really beginning to come together.
Maybe I should cut this early. Just to
Any
avoid a
calls
little
on
bit
the
of
pass
terror.
for now.
And to like irritate everyone in my vicinity.
Oh, wow, and there's a call. What to do with this tile? Still holding back. The player. First place is well
I wonder what this
within
is
striking
over
range.
here. Can I cut this?
The player.
I see.
Is it time for still no calls.
Not the voice you want to hear, TBH.
The player on the right misses a turn.
Do I reach for 4-7 here?
当たって砕きます
There it is.
I have a fair margin of
The player
safety,
on the
so I feel
right.
like
Here we have a cheat.
That kills
this
the
might
East
actually be the correct choice here.
The player on the right decides to match the player's discard.
The player on the right is assuming that it's an open weight.
The player on the left.
私ったら
The player on the right made a call there. How are... Oh my!
必殺でありま
There
す
it is! I hear a roan!
A very impressive
Did another
finish.
fucking
I'm very
Taiwan
curious
thing
about the
happen
results
in a
here.
gacha game
I'm
scene?
simply blown away!
Bro, ho, ho, ho. Oh no. This is just never going to stop happening, is it? Taiwan #1 for players. Do you mean China? Fuck. This shit's never going away. We're just stuck here forever. This is, we've reached hour 4. Definitely feeling like
East 1. The Dora
the mental is
seven
flagging
of
a
cracks.
bit,
The player
but I
is
also
west.
kind of feel like I
I'd
played
love to
through
see
it
some
to
tile
like
drawing magic
some
here.
sort of
Let's
weird
see how
second
this
wind
battle
where I'm just
unfolds.
excited to play more.
Look at that Dora. The player, one step in the right direction.
This hand is really beginning to come together.
Any calls on this tile? The player makes a call out of nowhere.
I am kind of
The
wondering if
player
I can just
on a
rush
roll.
this.
The next few tiles could make a huge difference.
The player gaining momentum.
This is the point where skill really factors in.
Reasonable
Who
shapes.
will come out on top in this confrontation?
I kind of can't fucking believe that
Whatever
Mahjong,
happens, it'll
Second
be
Night Mahjong
something
doesn't
to
have
talk
customizable
about.
hands.
What to do with this tile? The player already calls a second meld.
That feels to me like it would be one of those things that had to
The
have shown
player
up at
across.
some point.
Continue. The player. Is it time for a call? The player. Tenpai.
Bet it looks like Tanya. It's not.
Draws yet another
It just fucking
symbol.
isn't.
Who's going to pull away from the pack?
I kind of want to play more Rivals too, but I've been trying to be really careful with my hands.
How are the players going to approach
Been
this
having a good
hand?
amount of fun with that game.
Uh-oh, East has declared Beach.
Gotta be cautious against
I gotta
the
stay
East
in.
Beach.
The player. Can this hand withstand the heat? No one
I have
dares
decided
to make
I
the
need to
first
play another
move.
1st to 100 set of Uni 2. I am glad
The
you have
player
been
across the
enjoying
table
Uni
has
2. Wagner
discarded
is a
that
fun
tile.
fucking character.
The player can't quite get the job done on this hand. Oh my! It is
Yay.
Aron.
Takes the lead in the race. The player.
The player
役入ったわ。
takes a modest lead. East 2. The Dora is the 6 of BAMs. The player is South. The player finished the last hand quick and dirty.
Taking a modest lead with that one.
This is not an easy spot to work around. Look at that Dora.
I've been like... My junk food recently has been scrolling the negative
player
reviews of
draws
Rivals 2.
Another Dora, just like that. The player, one step in the right direction.
The dots are really coming together.
The player, gaining momentum,
This hand is really beginning to come together.
draws yet another simple.
There's like some things that seem to be spoken from the heart here,
Who's going to make the first call here?
but there's also like, this game sucks, Brawlhalla is better, and like cringe grab spam simulator.
This table is so quiet I could hear a pin drop.
It destroyed my SSD.
Wow!
It is
and
one of my
there's a
favorites
call.
currently.
The players are already. Any calls on this tile? Took a pass for now.
I think my favorite might be runs like shit. More proof Unreal Engine isn't a viable game engine for any developer worth their salt. Why do gamers love talking about engines so
The air
much?
is very tense at this moment.
Holy fuck.
What to do with the still holding back? Another useless draw.
Bro.
The player across
Rumenheimer.
discards another bet.
What are you talking about, my brother?
Still no calls. The player, one tile to Tempai.
This hand looks nothing like it did at the start.
It seems reasonable to try to push this. I don't
The
see
player,
like super
is it
scary
time
stuff
for a call?
from my left just yet. Everyone seems pretty relaxed.
Have things calmed down for the moment?
I've been having a lot of fun.
How are the players going
My
to
read from the
approach this
pre-release
hand?
footage is that Rivals
Decided
2
to
would
pass
probably
on
be
that edge
fine.
weight.
And I am happy to have been wrong. Rivals 2 is great. The
The
readability
player on the
issues
right, that's a
that
cone.
I had with it basically go away with some like noteworthy exceptions when you're actually holding the controller.
Is this hand going to end quietly? Who will seize the win this hand?
I don't know if it'll achieve like the big boy broad appeal success that the team hoped for.
My, oh my, and there's
Launching
the
with no
leech.
There
tutorials
are any number of responses
is
here.
Question
fucking
is,
rough.
Can the players survive
And I
this
recognize
situation?
that's like
One
not an
step
ideal
in the
situation
wrong
according
direction.
to anyone on that team probably.
Finally, the last.
You took it.
Nobody wins this shootout.
2 players are Tenpai.
East 3, one counter.
Launching with
The
no
Dora
tutorials
is
and
the
probably,
4
like,
of
single
Bams.
player that they
The
are
player
outright
is
ashamed
east.
of,
The player is
judging
in
by
the
the fact
lead,
that it's
at
not
least
in the
for
demo.
moment.
Hopefully this will end without any incidents.
The stage is set.
I get the feeling that if people
Anything
knew
can
how
happen.
scant the single player offerings were, it would be like,
The player, one step in the right
I don't know, maybe some people would play the
The
single
next
player in
two
the demo
tiles
and get
could
through it
make
in
a
like an
huge
hour and be
difference.
like, well, no reason to play the rest of the game. A lot of people are in these sorts of games just for the single player.
Things are at a standstill.
The silent majority of Ring Racers players
The
that
player,
never fucking
that's
touch
progress.
netplay.
This is the point where skill really factors in.
Doubled up on a tile that was just discarded.
That was really interesting for me to consider for a while.
The player, 2 tiles to Tempai.
This hand is really beginning to come together.
I feel like this could
Any calls on
maybe
this?
call.
Took a pass for now. The
Now it
player
can
is
definitely
already
call,
1 tile
but
to
like
Tempai.
also staying
This
closed
hand
on a
looks nothing like
369,
it did at the start.
super fun. Good thing Ring Racer single player has approximately 900 million hours. I'm definitely pretty
The
pleased
air
with the way
is
it came out
tense as
largely.
the players take their turn.
There are some tuning things that I'd like to
What to
fix
do
in
with
2.4,
still holding back.
but like overall, I think Sal did a pretty good job with bots, and they like make fun opponents, IMO.
Who's going to make the first call here? Still no
I've
call.
been very much focused more on the human side of things recently. I'm not
This
thinking about
table is
Nagashi
so
with a
quiet,
hand
I
like
can hear
this
a
lined
pin
up. Look at
drop.
this shit.
The player
Beautiful
across
three-sided
continues
weight.
to discard simples.
当たって砕きます
There it is! Leech! The player on the right
Granted, the
decides
9s
to
are
match
gone,
the
but like
player's
3-6
discard.
is still pretty fine.
The player on the left is on the
3-6
defense
redacted,
against the
damn she
player's
fine.
leech. The player across follows suit here.
The player on the right won't be taking risks here.
The player! Can this hand withstand the heat? Oh my!
Nice.
必殺でありま
There
す
it is! The player across takes a beating.
Wow, what a show.
I'm simply blown away.
リーチタンヤオドラドラマイラ
I'm feeling quite comfortable in this game right now.
East 3, 2 counters. The Dora is the 9 of cracks. The player is East. The player is coming off a spectacular
ones,
hand.
The player remains in the lead.
Now, let's watch how things develop.
Life is good this time.
Any calls on took a pass for now.
Pair hand, potentially.
What to do with this tile? Still holding back.
With some edge tiles, it could have also been a dash, but like... I don't feel the need to expose myself to a ton of
Things
risk while
are
up by
at a
this much.
standstill. The player. Is it time for a call? Still no calls.
So we're just gonna cut a bunch of center tiles and look suspicious. Your puny mortal Suji will not work here.
Another useless draw. The player across continues to
All of my
discard
fucking dev
symbols.
friends have been spamming UFO 50, and now whenever I use the word
Decided
mortal,
to pass on that middle
Ritual
weight.
of Arrow just appears in my brain without my consent.
The player across discards
UFO
another
50
dot.
looks pretty cool.
Maybe it is better to hold back without any east tiles visible.
I have a lot of respect for fuck you, we're doing
Oh my,
microtonal
and
music on a
there's the
fantasy
beach.
console.
Probably wants to avoid taking risks while in the lead.
Question is, can the player
That's just
survive
cool stuff,
this
man.
situation? Excellent evasive action. One step in the wrong direction.
Without a lot of Dora
Following
visible,
suit on that last discard.
and like that suspicious late 6-mon cut, I do sort
Keeping
of
a very
wonder if
cool
I'm
hand
about
here.
to get sumoed for like 11 Dora. But I do feel like playing it chill
Who
is
will arise
overall correct
victorious
here.
this time?
And even if it wasn't correct, now 3 Shanten in row 3,
Chasing the
it definitely
Probably wants to avoid
became
taking
correct.
risks while in the lead. That's a safe tile for the entire table.
Draws yet another simple. We're witnessing a tense push and pull.
Tough choice.
Nobody wins this shootout.
2 players are Tenpai.
East 4, 3 counters. The Dora is the 2 of cracks. The player is North. Heading into the
2,900
final hand
points in
of
the middle,
match.
The
so
player is in first and will normally play the hand fast.
I can
Is
see
this a
anybody
lead
jumping
that
at
can
this
be
one,
defended?
honestly. Were they orphans, Tenpai? Oh my god, I didn't even fucking look.
The player.
That's
one step in
insane.
the right direction.
This is the
Ricci
point where skill really
orphans?
factors in.
Button clicker?
My,
Oh.
oh my, and there's the beach.
Probably wants to avoid taking risks while in the lead.
Question is, can the player survive this situation? Any
Oh shit, that's
the
funny.
player on the right suffers an unexpected loss.
That was
I'm
a
glad I had
speedy
the
finish.
ability to insta-fold there.
リーチドラ
The legendary
Player
no
held on
placement
to
change.
first place.
That's hot. I mean, say, sometimes I've been there. Sometimes your best bet is the Iridora. I get it, bro. I understand. I've been there. I understand. I empathize deeply. I feel you. I'm 1600 again! Yay! And I have a 2-star character. I can select a robot or schoolgirl form. I feel like there is merit to both. What? Where's my phone? Set as a special costume. Depending on the costume, the voice and cut-in effects will also be set to special. If you choose level 2, the cut-in effect will not be displayed. Okay. Yeah, level 3 is the sliding cut-ins. Yeah, so am I in combat mode or relaxation mode? That can depend. Alright, I have a rating again. I have 2,000 more points to go. I kinda wish I could set it to random. That'd be fun. Or maybe you like transform on Richie. That's a gimmick I'll definitely. Holy shit, there she is! The closeted lesbian herself.
East 1. The Dora is the 8 of cracks. The player is South.
The player. Last match, we saw a very impressive win. This
I
match
have
is
a rating
sure to have
again.
just as many opportunities.
Let's see how this battle unfolds.
Oh,
The player on the left
Okay.
makes a call out of nowhere.
This hand is now a guaranteed 2-han.
Any calls on took a pass for now.
This is feeling like an insta-fold round.
The player on the
I
left
definitely feel like I
calls
already made a
second
mistake
meld.
being
The
so
player,
aggressive about
2
cutting the
tiles to
7-mon
Tempai.
The next
when
few
like
tiles could make
124p
what
was
to do
there
with
and
this tile
also like
still
doing
holding
nothing
back.
for me when 7-mon could potentially have
The
accepted
player,
Dora.
still no calls.
I feel like I slip on Dora acceptance a lot.
oh,
The player on the left.
Whoa.
The player. Is it time for a call? One step in the wrong direction. The player on the left
Don't
continues
want
to discard
whatever
symbols.
that
Maybe
is.
it is better to...
Oh, making a move here.
Sunstroke chance this
The
way.
player
Well,
on
now
the
it's
right.
fucking
Here we have a
like
cheat.
unapologetically run from danger, but
Ah, jeez! The player on the left. What an incredible win off the wall!
The player on the left, a very favorable start.
The player on the left takes a
yeah,
East 1. One counter. The Dora
Hey,
is the
24K
2
is
of
enough,
cracks.
right?
The player is South. The
I would
player on
also
the
have
left
clicked
is
the
in
button.
First. Somebody needs to put a stop to this madness.
What's needed is a roan off the point leader.
This is not an easy spot to work around.
Does homophobia make you this powerful? I internalized the homophobia
Any
so I could
calls on this
fire it
tile?
at other combatants like a
Took
psi
pass for
wave.
now.
That's incredible.
My,
Dude,
oh
fuck
my,
off.
And there's the niche.
I'm curious
Go
to
somewhere
see if
else.
this develops into a confrontation.
Will it be possible to catch up here, following suit on that last discard? Ah, geez! The player across. What an incredible
gonna lose my
win
rating.
off the wall.
That was a speedy finish.
リーチ一発ツモドラマンガン
Mangan with 0 value in it. Thank you
East
very
2.
much for that.
The Dora is the 8 of dots. The player is East.
I'd love to see some tile drawing magic here.
The stage is set. Anything can happen.
So like,
The player Already 2 tiles to Tenpai.
Got a
This hand
stretch.
is really beginning to come together.
I guess with like decent shapes, I kind of just cut dangerous tiles early and like wait for things to
What's
occur.
going to happen to this score gap? Another useless draw.
Four, 6.
The player is already 1 tile to Tenpai.
This hand is very near completion.
It's safe against Shimo Chef, I hold on to it. But I'm dealer, so I kind of want to play the pure efficiency here, especially with like kind of shitty shapes. And it's not like they've cut anything scary.
The
The
player,
out of sequence
is there
3
any
pin
way
is
to
like
turn
a
the
little bit
tables
strange,
here?
but apart from that,
What to do with still holding back? Who's going to make the first call here?
how do people feel about like dated Sumogiri as like an online client thing?
This table is
The place I play
my,
the most just
and
uses it, so I've
there's
become
the
very
player.
used to it.
Still no calls.
But I am occasionally like, you know, I sometimes think
One
about
step
like
in the wrong direction.
what circumstances might arise
Maybe it is better to
where I
hold
would
back.
feel frustrated by the fact that I haven't learned fucking
A roam.
With a fine
Tadashi
play,
memorization
no doubt
myself.
about it.
燃品 E ペイドラゴバイマン
Sneaky play becomes tricky. For sure. I wonder, oh, they fucking died. Okay. That's cool. I don't really feel like I own that 3rd place necessarily, but I guess I participated. Easy 240 points. Easy no rating anymore! Woo! My goal in creating an online environment is to eat every other client. At least for the purpose of in-houses. So that sort of assist is probably going to inevitably be a toggle.
East 1. The
But I
Dora
do wonder
is
about the
2 of
defaults in, like,
Bams.
random
the
rooms.
player is East.
I'd love to see some tile drawing magic here.
Let's see how this battle unfolds.
So I think things that support fast play,
Who's going to make
might
any
just,
calls with
I
the
might
pass
just
for
think
now?
of them as unambiguously good. The rhythm of play is very important to me.
This table is so
Spoken like a
quiet, I
true
could
slot
hear a
machine
pin drop.
enjoyer.
Draws yet another simple. The player, 2 tiles to Tenpai.
The next few tiles could make a huge difference.
You ever like
That
actually go to
Dora.
slot YouTube? Slot YouTube goes fucking crazy.
Things are at a standstill.
It's like, even if it's not like the online gambling shit, like, I clicked on Kick and was surprised to find Kick on
Another
Kick.
useless draw.
Occasionally you get like manufacturer, like trade show type deals where it's like meant to be like,
That kills the Ikpatsu.
this information is for manufacturers and
The player
casino
is
operators and
already
shit.
1 tile to
And they're like
Tenpai.
very
This
upfront
hand
about
looks
like,
nothing
oh
like
yeah,
it
no,
did at the
players
start."
trust physical reels more, even though they're exactly
One
as rigged.
step
So we
in
made
the
this
wrong direction.
machine with a curved screen,
The player on
so
the
that it
left.
feels
Here we have a cheat.
like you're playing a fucking,
The player across the
physical,
table has
like,
discarded
reel.
that tile.
even though it's just computer bullshit. Even though they are both computer bullshit. 2 on? Yeah.
Oh, making a move here. There it is. The player on the left suffers an unexpected loss.
The player
You get,
across
like,
the
people
table
who are,
a
like,
very favorable start.
on that
The
$200
player
of
across
spin
takes
shit,
a mark.
very clearly, like, trying not to throw up and shit
Two.
themselves when they hit
Dora is
fucking,
the two of
favors and shit.
The player is north. The player across the
It's like, it's
table
not
is
we're
in
overplaying this
The
for the
point
camera
meter is
because
not
we're on that part of
terribly far away.
YouTube.
This
It's
is
like,
not
no,
an easy
genuinely
spot
the
to work
emotions that
around.
are happening to me right now are unsafe.
The player.
I feel
one
bad
step
for
in the
indulging
right
in that
direction.
This
sometimes,
is the
but
point where
I have,
skill
like,
really factors in.
I do have kind of a
The
curiosity
player
about, like,
gaining momentum.
This
the,
hand is
the
really
appeal
beginning
of
to come
purer
together.
forms of gambling and, like, the techniques that are used to fuck with people's heads.
The player. First place is well within striking
Dark
range.
Google, how do I manipulate the shit out of people? The Madoka Pachi slot is the funniest. Okay, you can remove
The
your
air is
finger now.
tense as the players take their turns.
I would play that once for the novelty. Because it's the only
He
fucking
calls, took a pass for
content
now.
that we have gotten in the longest goddamn time that isn't a fucking gacha game. Life is hard.
Who's going to make the first call here?
This west could be kept as a safe tile.
Because, like, we acknowledge that, like, shit like slots is just like, oh, if there
This
were
table
something
is
more
so
addictive
quiet,
than
I
this,
can
they would
hear
just
a
use it
pin drop.
instead. Like, very straightforward, like, self-evident, this is the most fucked up thing you can do to someone's brain to part them
I'm
with their
curious to
money.
see
What to do with this still holding back. Excellent evasive action.
And so, like, it
The
feels
player is
a
in
little
still
bit
no
too
calls.
cavalier for me to claim that, like, oh, I'm not susceptible to that. Because, like, given the right circumstances, I obviously would be, right?
How are the players going to approach this hand?
the player across
But on the
table
other
has
hand-
discarded that tile.
Like, we have all had the run-in with Hades or Balatro or something like that, where, like,
Keeping a very cool head here.
even if there are other things going on, like, it is ridiculous to claim that a huge part of your investment
Chasing Beach.
There are any
isn't
number of
that
responses
idea
here.
of
Will it
delayed
be
intermittent
possible to
reward.
catch up here.
That's a safe tile for the entire
That,
table.
like,
Gee,
part of the thing
player
that's
on
being
the left.
engaged in your
What
brain
an
is the same
incredible
thing that
win
slot machines
off the
engage.
wall.
With a fine play, no doubt about it.
And that given the opportunity, we are incredibly adept at pretending that that's not our motivation. Because it happens as kind of
Three.
like
The Dora is the two of
psychological
bands. The player
background
is west.
radiation that is sort
The
of
player
difficult
on
to
the
audit.
left is in first.
At the moment, this is anyone's game.
The stage is set. Anything can happen.
Like, what's fucking happening here? I'm a gambler. It has no monetary stakes, so I don't shit myself.
What's going to happen to this score gap?
And, like, I'd like to think that the strategy elements of the
calls on
game
this
engage me in a
pass for
more
now.
consistent and, like, holistic and fulfilling way than, like, one time I clicked all of the buttons.
player is already one tile to Tenpai.
This hand is very near completion.
But, like,
What to
sometimes
do
you
is
really
still
just
holding
do
back.
call 2 dragon
The
sets and then
perfect
stare at the
tile.
third, right? This is, like,
The player,
valueless, so
stand by.
kind of wait for an opportunity to pivot the weight. Score gaps aren't huge, and, like,
The
I
player.
can't see any
is
of the
there any
Dora.
way to turn the
I would
tables
kind of
here?
rather not, like, walk into a landmine. This is slightly more gambling than competitive Pokemon, I suppose.
Things
Competitive
are at
Pokemon
a
seems
standstill.
interesting to me. I occasionally fall into, like, the fucking Swagon
Wow,
side of
and
YouTube
there's a call.
and just, like, I like your funny words, Magic Man, at, like, the current state of fucking Gen 9
Who
OU
will
or whatever.
come out on top in this? The player across. That's
But,
a
like,
bone.
what I can gather from just, like, absorbing fucking garbage video essay
Still no
content
calls.
and, like, interesting
The
commentary
player.
channels,
Can this hand withstand the heat?
is that a lot of it really is just like weighted prediction. In a way that's like... the EV of the choice seems to matter a little bit less than having a read on your opponent.
To make the first move.
Or at least not many people talk about like evaluating things in terms of raw EV. And I wonder if I have the right read on that. Like, is that what's going on?
The air is very tense at this moment.
Is it time for me to bring back my dog shit fucking Gen 1 Ubers team that I didn't know was Ubers at the time because I was just picking Pokemon in the game and he was really good?
On the left suffers an unexpected loss.
This will be a repeat of the...
That seems uninteresting, but that's kind of funny.
East 3, 1 counter. The Dora is White Dragon. The player is West.
Let's see where this hand ends up going.
Now, let's watch how things develop. The player. First place is well within
So there are
striking
some
range.
like shapes in here. This 1-3-4 is pretty aggressively bad, and I don't really see any situation where keeping it around
This north could be kept
makes
as a
any
safe
sense.
tile.
Like even Sanshoku would be like 2-3-4
The air is
rather than
tense as
1-2-3.
the players take their turn.
And even that
The
was
player,
pretty unlikely.
One step in the right direction.
This is the point where skill really
It's like a
factors
3-pair
in.
hand, right? Four, 6, 7, 8.
The player
Cut this early.
gaining momentum.
This hand is really
I
beginning
do feel
to come
like
together.
East 3, third place by like a fairly narrow margin. This is probably like, as the Dora are appearing,
Who's
if there
going
were
to
ever
make
a
the
time
first
to
call
push
here?
a mediocre Tanyao hand, it sort of feels like this would be the
Another
one.
useless draw. Any calls on this tile?
I don't actually think calling that necessarily helps me though,
What to do with this tile?
because all my other pairs are like kind of weirdly embedded.
Wow.
But she
There's
definitely
a
does
call.
though.
The player is already 1 tile to Tenpai.
It's important to find the best possible weight.
This basically like just guarantees good shape, Tenpai, even if
The
it's
player
like
took a pass
dirt
for
cheap.
now.
And given that everyone has cut Dora,
How are
like,
the players going to approach this hand?
I don't know that I'm necessarily super afraid of anything that's gonna come out here. But at the same time, like, this can accept all 3 of the Akas.
No one dares to make the first move. The player, Tenpai.
Wouldn't it be wonderful to have Sanshoku here?
The air. BTS. My, oh my, and there's the niche.
There are any number of responses here.
Is this hand going to end quietly? The player on the left.
I don't really
pairs
have
up on the
anything that
door.
I would
The
fold with.
player. Can this hand withstand the heat?
That seems dodgy. I could toss this.
One step in the wrong direction.
It's only 1 turn's worth of safety, though. I wonder. It just seemed way too fucking outrageous. I don't actually have anything
player,
else, so I'm just gonna
that's a
cut something I have a
pass
pair
on
of.
Tenpai. The player on the right. And there we have the first call. Who will seize the win this hand?
This can't complete an open weight
Suji
on
is
the
a
left.
defensive technique for liars.
Nobody wins this shootout.
2 players are tenpai.
Does that no 10 payout mildly
East
blows?
4,
Because now I'm in
2
fucking
counters.
last.
The Dora is the 7 of cracks. The player is south.
I do
Heading
think
into
the
the final
beyond
hand of the
continuing to
match.
push that
The
felt
player
kind of
for
dodgy,
Tsumo,
but
1300,
maybe I got spooked by the 5 so too
2600 or
much
more
just
will
because,
take
center
first.
tile.
For Dong, a Mangan will take first.
Well, it's hard to know just
Tudora,
how
like
this
reasonable
will turn out.
shapes.
What's going to
There's always hope
on
for,
this
like, lateral
topic of
movement.
pass for now. The player. Is there any way to turn the tables here?
Maybe it is better to hold back without any green dragons visible.
Only reason to stick around is for the exhaustive payout, which is the same value as flipping the hand over. Yeah, exactly. So, like, a hope for pivoting at the last moment into Yakula's Tenpai when I had more information was, like, there, but not really at the forefront of my brain.
Things are at a standstill.
Maybe from an efficiency perspective, it was substantially better to take that and, like, try to replace the bad shape.
The player.
None of that's
2
out.
tiles to
Fucking
Tenpai.
easy
The
choice
next
to
2
take
tiles
5, 7,
could
9.
make a huge difference.
This is starting to look a little suspect up here.
The air is tense as the beach. My, oh my, and there's the beach!
I'm curious to see if this develops into a confrontation.
Will it be possible to catch up here?
The player across the table has discarded that tile.
Hmm. 4, 6, 8, 8.
This can't complete an open weight across the table.
Like, I obviously have to do something.
Oh, wow.
It doesn't
There's
seem
a call.
reasonable that my best hope is just to, like, hope for somebody else to deal in.
The player's going for
That
it.
feels a
That
little
tile
bit
made
like
it
straightforwardly giving up. Because
What's it go?
obviously sumo is bad for me.
The
That would
player
also
on the
be bad
left
for me depending on the
suffers
hand
an
value.
Unexpected loss.
With a fine play, no doubt about it.
リーチドラ
Well, shit. My rating. Oh no, how is life so goddamn difficult? Maybe Sashikomi was the way there. That's scary though. It does bother me that I didn't think of that in the moment, though. Probably should have been under consideration. Alright, I'll be right back. Alright, what's our status? 8,640 points out of 10,000. Jesus Christ, I have put a lot of fucking time into Mahjong today. Sega MJ is a Gariyame. So, first place dealer and all last is just match over. Agariyame. I'm never sure how much to try and pronounce things correctly when describing fucking Japanese Mahjong terms. Because, like, making no attempt sounds less goofy than making a big-ass attempt and getting it completely fucking wrong.
I'd love to see some tile drawing magic here.
Tudora,
See
turning
how
where I
this
can
battle
call.
unfolds.
Power up the white dragon, perhaps.
The player, one step in the right direction.
3-pair
This hand is
hand.
really beginning to come together.
Not really a good amount of fucking shape
Calls
potential
on Vistica
otherwise.
pass for now.
6-7's a nice pickup.
Maybe it is better to
The
hold
8.
back without any white dragons visible.
So it would be nice to be able to call this. It's hard to evaluate, like, the speed potential of,
The
like,
player, 2 tiles to Tempai.
The next few tiles could make
holding
a
out
huge
hope for the
difference.
Yakuhai pair.
What to do with this tile?
It's something I've been
Still
trying
holding
out in
back.
hopes of, like, getting a generalized
The
feel
player,
for it,
still no
but
calls.
I don't know that I have, like, sophisticated fucking strategic breakpoints to reason about it.
Who's going to make the first call here? The player is already 1 tile to Tempai.
This hand looks nothing like it did at the start.
The player, is it time for a call? This table is so quiet I could hear a pin drop. Doubled up on a tile that was just discarded.
Maybe it's best to cut this now and then, like,
Oh, wow,
yeah.
and there's a call.
Yes, the shape situation, not ideal. Fun, not guaranteed. But
Who's going to pull away from the pack? The player on the right
like, it's Dora
drops a
3.
pair.
All I can... I don't think it ever makes any sense to not just, like, shove this until something ridiculous appears.
The player on the left, that's a pawn.
5, 5, 6, 7. I don't know if that ever... better to take 2, 4, 6 and
making a
cut the
move
5
here.
pin there. That was kind of bad. Slightly distracted, because
The
As is
player
trying to
on the
negotiate a
right
fucking
makes
food
call
airdrop.
on another BAM!
my life is great.
How are the players going to approach this hand?
Well, I get a chance to go back.
Is this hand going to end?
So this
quietly?
could be a Sozu flush, I guess. But feels somewhat doubtful. 5 Mon Suji? No.
Ah, jeez! The player
Half Suji is
suffers
not
an
real. It is even less
unexpected
real than
loss.
regular Suji.
That was a very quiet start.
East 1. One
Not a
counter.
big hand, at
The
least,
Dora
but
is the 5
kinda
of
blows.
dots. The player is north. The player on the right is in first. The player has less than 30,000 points.
At the moment, this is anyone's game.
This is not an easy spot to work around. The player, first place, is well within striking range.
Would love to snap up that 5 Pandora.
Things
3,
are
5,
at a
7, 8.
standstill.
Some
The player,
weird stuff.
one step in the right direction.
This is the point where skill really factors in.
Could be like 6, 7, 8 or 7, 8, 9 Sanshoku. observing the Sanshoku and then never
The
ever
air is
actually
tense as
completing
the
it.
players take their turn.
That's like a whole ass food
The
group
player,
at this point.
That's progress.
This hand is really beginning to come together.
The player gaining momentum.
The next few tiles could make a huge difference.
No, that
Any
guy's just
calls
gone.
on this tile? Took a pass for now.
Rest in peace, that motherfucker. Oh, we're back.
Who's my, oh my, and there's the niche.
I'm curious to see if this develops into a conference.
Oh wow, and there's a call.
That kills the Ippatsu.
At 2 away, I don't think I ever push if I have the ability to fold. The question is the ability to fold.
One step in the wrong direction.
Like, this doesn't buy me much.
What to do with this still holding back?
That's 2 turns. And it's not even a pivot until the second turn. Fucking...
No one dares to make the first move.
The player across the table has discarded that tile.
Nine's so likely, but also like Wizard Kabe.
The air is very tense at this moment.
Wizard Kabe is like whatever my current mental justification is for discarding
Who will
something that I
seize the
feel
win
intuitively
this
should
hand?
be safe, even though there's no reason.
Look at that Dora. Who will arise
If you give
victorious
something a
this
name,
time?
it becomes strategy, even if it's bad strategy. Can I pivot around this? Onso got through.
We're with the player. Still no calls. The player on the left pairs up on the Dora.
It feels unlikely. I sort of feel like just limping out.
Is this hand going to end quietly?
Ryukyuku.
Nobody wins this shootout.
Only the player across the table is Tenpai.
East 2, 2 counters. The Dora is the one of cracks. The player is West. How does this starting hand look to you?
This starting hand is certainly very competitive.
The stage is set. Anything can happen.
Interesting call delay.
The player. First place is well within striking range. This table is so quiet I could hear a pin drop. The player on the left makes a call out of nowhere. Who will come out on top in this confrontation?
One
Draws
Mondora
yet
is so
another
fucking weird
symbol.
here.
The player is already one
It's a beautiful
tile to
potential
Tenpai.
369.
This hand is very near completion.
Whatever happens, it'll be something to talk about.
Yeah,
The
basically
perfect
guaranteed at
tile.
least decent Tenpai, and that's fucking
There it
great.
is. Neach.
That is a very confident reach.
Now it's time to look at this restaurant that fucking Az sent me and see if there's anything in it that I'm interested in.
The players are already visualizing their winning hands. Oh my!
Yay!
パラディオン
There it is. The player on the left takes a beating.
That hand was quicker than lightning. The player could take the win, depending on the underside Dora.
なんや
I'm simply blown away. East 3. The Dora is the 4 of cracks. The player is south. The player went for a
Americans
quick
can't make
finish
Japanese
last hand.
curry, evidently.
Now, let's watch how things develop.
Why did I say evidently when you said apparently? How does the fucking human processing of language even function? By the way, for like dark
The
streams,
player, first
I
place
kind
is
of think
well
the
within
Zero Ranger
striking
palette
range.
is fucking hot. Like, check that shit out.
Another useless draw.
Isn't that kind of extremely fucking based?
The player, one step in the right direction. He
Hold
calls
on, real
this
quick
tile.
for content.
Pick a pass for now.
Go pink,
Oh,
perhaps.
wow, and
I just
there's a
have to
call.
hue shift
This
the
hand
palette
is
and
now
see
a
what the fucking
guaranteed
complimentary
two-run.
would come out as.
Who will come
Really
out
quickly,
on
if
top
I just
in this call?
Paste this.
What to do with this tile? Still holding back.
Oh, that's sick. That actually looks so raw.
Whatever happens, it'll be something to talk about.
They're all Dora now.
The player, is it still no calls?
That's so fucking hot, actually.
Have things calmed down for the moment?
May have to steal. So, like, if I color correct view shift after
How
that
are the
step.
players going to
Oh,
approach
that's
this
bright.
hand?
Drugs.
No one dares to make the first move. The player on the left. Here
You
we
like
have
fucking
a call.
watermelon
The
Jolly
new Dora
Ranchers?
is 8 crack. The player is already one
I kind of
tile
like
to
watermelon
10
Jolly
by.
Ranchers,
It's important to
TBH.
find the best possible weight.
The player on the left continues to discard
So, like, what is
symbols.
this exactly?
That's the last tile. Any takers? The player,
It kind of sucks to cut
Tempo.
Dora into this.
Ah, I hear a roan.
Doesn't
This
look
will be a
normal anymore.
repeat
Put it
beast.
back to Zero Ranger.
ドラドラバンバン
I do genuinely think this looks pretty hot. Not gonna lie. Look at that! That's sick.
East 3, one counter. The Dora is the 4 of BAMs. The player is south. How does this starting hand look to you?
Not a bad configuration. Let's see what tiles come off the wall.
Is this a battle that can be won?
Leaving it like this and just seeing how many people walk in and go, what's wrong with your stream? Actually, wait, we can do this really easy.
What's going to happen?
There's
to
a
this
way
score
easier way
gap?
to accomplish this task.
Look at that Dora.
There you go.
Maybe it is
Now
better
we're
to hold
gaming.
back without any east tiles visible.
Oh, wow, and there's a call. The player draws another Dora just
You
like
can
that.
tell that the mental stamina is like flagging a little bit when the content bits come out.
Any call? Took a pass for now.
Like when the content bits come out while I am in a dire last place in East 3.
The player, 2 tiles to Tempai.
The BAMs are really
What
coming
is it
together.
about this shading that looks so fucking awesome?
The player across
Donkey
continues
sucks. It's
to
kinda-
discard symbols.
It's kind of bad. I gotta play on this client more at like fucking ass o'clock at night, so I can play more Hanshan, but like at Sega MJ speeds.
The player, what to do with this tile? Still holding
Every
back.
client is so fucking close to being cool and then drops the ball in some
The
major
player
way that's
is
frustrating.
already 1 tile to Tempai.
Certain tiles will fit right into this hand.
My, oh my, and there's the Nietzsche.
I'm curious to see if this develops into a confident.
Chasing Nietzsche.
That is a very confident reach.
Activate fuck mode.
The player, is there any way to turn the tables here? The player, can the, oh my!
That buy one get one free Cali bento looks kind of hot. Oh shit.
パラディオン
There it is. That's round from 2 players.
Wow, what a show.
I'm simply blown away.
Oh shit. Yeah.
リーチピンフドラさん漫画
Alright, well now it's no longer my
East
life that
the
is the
Dora
fucking
is
worst in the
south.
room.
The player is
That's
east.
fun.
Heading into the final hand of the match.
The player. For Tsumo, a Mangan will take first. For Dong, a Haneman will
The
take
bright
first.
orange
Well, it's hard
hands.
to know just how this will turn out. The player on a roll.
This hand is really beginning to come together.
Rate the watchability of this
The
stream.
player across makes a call, and he calls on the
I closed a
pass for
tab
now.
and my browser fucking
The
flicked
player,
back to the
2
Asapin
tiles to
quote.
Tempai.
The next few tiles
My guest
could
pro
make a huge
debut.
difference.
I played 3 games, 4th, 3rd, 4th. I am retiring.
Draws yet another simple.
He was so real for that. He was so real for that.
The player across already calls a second meld. My, oh my.
Oh, I guess I should
there's
probably
the
just
beach.
leave,
I'm
huh?
curious to see if this develops into a confrontation.
Will it be possible to catch up here? The player, what to do with still holding
Like, even
back.
if I can pivot in, I probably
The
fucking
player on the
shouldn't.
left has discarded that tile.
Look at that.
That's, like, not a bad weight, though.
The player, Tempai.
But also, like... So there's no way this has the value to overtake.
What's going to happen to this
Obviously,
score
they're
gap?
going to push. They cut a fuck ton of center tiles
The
early.
player, is there any way to turn
It
the
looks like it
table?
might be
Still
like
no
Manzu
call.
Flush or something. Ah,
オリギア
Chasing beach.
I feel like a number of bad things can happen
The
for hitting
player
funny
on the
button,
right
but
follows
like,
suit here. The player.
Not
Can
that
this
many,
hand
right?
withstand the heat?
there are some things that might not happen.
Oh my!
Don't.
There it is.
Again?
パラディオン
There it is. That's Roan from
Do I get an
2
assist up to
players.
second place for
Wow,
this?
What a show. I'm very curious about the results here.
This
The
is
player
unreal.
Is not letting up.
Richinomi.
リーチ
Richinomi. It was not enough to accomplish anything. No, I'm not, healer. I don't know how you could miss that, Tone. The information is on the screen, clear as fucking orange. What's all that about? Camera. Unable to meet the requirements for the card. You can try again once by watching the video without recording your results on the card. It wants me to fucking watch an ad to retry my challenge card. I don't think I will be doing that. Woohoo! That's crazy, look at that. I feel like I'm like just discovered Reshade, but also like, wow, look at that orange. Okay, so what if it was the Zero Ranger palette, but I looked at a woman?
薬姫一覧です薬姫の詳細や
Let's look at everyone's favorite.
一人前になれるように
She's so happy to be here.
頑張ります
No changes. $300 of something. Do I have to take a picture to stabilize the image? Play 300 matches. Huh. I've played that little? Dang. That looks kind of hot. Alright, are we done with the bit? Vote now on your phones. Are we done with the bit? You mean bit? That's a good point. This was always 100% sincere.
East 1. The Dora is the 5 of BAMs. The player is East. How does this starting hand look to you?
This could turn into a very big hand.
Let's see how this battle unfolds. Look at that Dora!
I feel like I do fuck with the two-tone camera, though, because anything that pulls me farther away from my own image is great.
Out of nowhere.
So, like, is it Shinizu? Do I just force it? It would be quite big. It would be large.
Who will come out on top in this confrontation? The player across already calls a second meld.
All green.
Any calls on this tile?
This is a joke about the currently active bit.
Making a move here.
I don't know if that call actually accomplished anything for me, but it did make me feel better to hit a button and affect change on the game state, so there is that.
Draws yet another simple. What to do with this tile? The player makes a call on another
Do you
BAM.
think that Shinizu is obvious enough?
Already one tile to Tenpai.
If only there was a way to tell them.
The player across makes a call on another dot.
By the way, 5 Sodora, in case you can't tell.
Probably looking to block that red dragon for quite a while.
It would be very slightly funny to be in a fucking Honitsu Hellweight for this, actually.
Hanemon Tenpai.
This hand
Do you
may
think
have
your
a poor
opponents
weight,
actually
but it's
look at
still
your discard
explosive.
pile? Some of them probably do, right?
The Sanbaimon Tenpai. The player on the right drops a pair.
Is it obvious enough now?
Who's going to pull away from the pack?
The announcer just screaming, what is he doing?
Is this hand going to end? Ah, geez.
All right.
The player across. A very
Yakuhai.
swift win off the wall.
That was a very quiet start.
1100. Pushed 1100 into
East 2.
Sanbaimon.
The Dora is the 3 of dots.
Into
The player
completely
is north.
open
The player
Sanbaimon.
across the table is in first.
The point leader is
I
not
wish I was
terribly
that
far
cool.
away.
I wish I was
This
as cool
is
as
not
that
an
guy,
easy spot to work
100%.
around. Look at that Dora. The player already 2 tiles to Tenpai.
This hand
If I
is really
take
beginning
off
to come
the
together.
fucking... Oh yeah, it does. Applying the filter twice does kind of wash out the colors a bit. Somewhat surprising.
Any calls on this tile? Took a pass for now.
Shattered your whole flow. Your root chakra is
The
destroyed.
player, first place
You're
is
not
well
going to
within
make it.
striking range. Look at
When I am
that
here
Dora.
still at work, did I miss anything significant? I apparently got worse at the game, possibly. I'm not sure. If
Another
only there was
useless
some way to
draw.
tell. But having a good time.
Who's going to make the first call here? This hand is going nowhere.
Vibes. It's true.
I see storm clouds on the horizon.
Sometimes I just click on the tiles.
The player on the right continues to discard simples. What to do with this tile? Still holding back.
Better to use 4-5 here?
My, oh my, and there's the niche!
I'm curious to see if this develops into a confrontation.
Do I
Will it
just
be
leave?
possible to catch up here?
I just leave.
Excellent evasive action.
Evasive action. Well, obviously
The
8-so is
player's
safe
going
because
for it.
9-so and
Tile
7-so are
made it
safe.
through.
Bronze player, by the
The
way.
player across the table has discarded that tile.
One step in the
Yeah, I
wrong
do feel a
direction.
little bit robbed that I, like, just consistently totally failed to advance that hand in any way. But, you know, these things happen.
Not giving up on this one. Safe!
Also, somehow pivoted back into Yushanten.
Who will seize
But,
the will of
like-
the player? Is it time for a call? Still no call.
Maybe that was worth calling just because...
This tile
Oh
is-
shit, I really didn't want to push that.
The player
Of all the
suffers
tiles
an
that I didn't want to click,
unexpected
that was
loss.
up there.
With a fine play, no doubt about.
Time trouble is so tough.
East 3. The Dora is the 6 of BAMs. The player is West.
I'd love to see some tile drawing magic here.
The stage is set. Anything can happen.
Dang.
Any calls on this? Took a pass for now.
So the rating circumstance is, maybe it's best we just
The
give up
player,
on that for a
one
while.
step in the right direction.
The next
Maybe
few
it's just not my
tiles
time.
could make a huge difference.
The player on a roll.
This is
Maybe I will simply
The
enjoy the
player
game
on the
instead.
right makes a call out of nowhere.
Quote.
The player on
What's
the
he
right
doing over there?
already calls a second meld. What's going to happen to this score gap? Uh-oh, East has declared niche.
Gotta be cautious against an East.
Part of me
Beach.
just wants to, like,
Question is,
mindlessly push
can the
into
players
this because I'm
survive
already
this
behind and it's
situation?
East 3. Even though there's, like, no path to value
The
here, I
player's
also kind of
going
don't have
for it.
any safe
That tile
tiles.
made it
What to do with still
Like, not
holding
even
back.
one. Without many
One
visible
step
Dora,
in the
like,
wrong direction.
someone dealing in might be some of my best hope here, but
The player. Is there
Hard
any way to
to
turn the tables
say.
here? Quote. The player.
that guy
Still no
definitely
call.
wants to shove.
The player. Is it time for a call?
The player on the right just pushed that tile through.
Excellent evasive action. How are the players going to approach this hand? There it is.
Yeah, like, that's a good prospect for me,
This
for
will be
sure.
a repeat of East.
That's kind of what I was hoping for. Just, like, dealing wrong on somebody else.
リーチドラさんバンガン
East 3, one counter. The Dora is the 4 of cracks. The player is West. The player across the table is in first.
Form
The
Dora.
player has more than 40,000 points.
What's needed is a
callable.
roan off the point leader.
Now, let's watch how things develop. Any calls on this tile?
行くであります
The player makes
Vroom.
a call out of nowhere.
This lifts a heavy burden.
The player, one step in the right direction. What to do with this tile?
What if I just fucking win faster.
容赦しませ
The
ん
player already calls a second meld. The player gaining momentum.
The next few tiles could make a huge difference.
The player, is it time for a call?
容赦しませ
The
ん
player
Did
calls
someone
to
decline a
form
pawn
a
there?
timeout.
Is that why I got the
Could sound an
longest
alert
delay in
to
the
other
world?
players.
The player is already one tile to Tenpai.
Nearly every draw has been an improvement.
Estimated arrival
Maybe it is
midnight.
better
I
to
wonder
hold
if I
back
can finish
without
the
any
grind
east tiles
before it
visible.
happens.
What's going to happen to this score gap? The player, is there any way to turn the tables here? The player on the left continues to discard
That
simples.
seems somewhat unlikely, but doesn't matter. Acquiring value.
The player on the left drops a pair. No one dares to make the first move.
It's very funny seeing the fucking numbers on the little
tense
Manzu
at
hint
this
guy
moment.
at the bottom change color based on like which parts of the stream are lit up. That's a cute detail.
Have things calmed down for the moment?
We truly did slap a reshade filter on the stream.
How are the players going to approach this hand? The player, Tenpai,
Donkey weight
who will
on
arise
a
victorious
5.
this time.
It's fine. There will be no consequences to this choice.
We're witnessing a tense push and pull.
The dealer seems like they're the only person who has any interest in pushing Sozu tiles at all.
Is
That's
this
kinda
hand
funny.
going to end quietly?
Could pivot to 6-9 and Katadora. And actually potentially fucking draw the out. Since no one in their
Who will
right
seize
mind
the
is
win
going to
this
throw it
hand?
to me.
My, oh my, and there's the niche!
There are any number of responses here.
I guess I was just fucking wrong, by the way, because that guy pushed in and it was fine.
Thrown from the left.
With a fine
And
play,
it's
no doubt about it.
Honitsu Chitoi?
The player on the left.
Why did this happen again?
Contender for first place.
My fucking
East
god.
4. The Dora is south. The player is south. Heading into the final hand of the match.
The player has one
3
final
Honitsu
chance
blocks.
to make a big move.
Well, it's hard to know just how this will turn out.
I am definitely feeling the mental deteriorate a little bit. Oh,
The
fuck.
player looking for a way to rise from the dead here. What's
Just
going to happen
tosses
to
the
this
Dora.
score
Just
gap?
don't want anything to do with what's going on
The
right
player,
now.
2 tiles to Tenpai.
The dogs
I
are
respect
really
that, I
coming together.
understand. So, like, what is my path to value? Is
Any
my path to
calls on
value
this
just, like,
time? Took a
preachy
pass for now.
and
The player
believe?
is already 1 tile to Tenpai.
It's important to find
It's not
the best
Pimfu, not with
possible
the
way.
East pair.
What to do with this time? Still holding back. The player on the right discards another BAM. The player, is there any way to turn the tables here? My, oh my, and there's the niche!
Between a rock and a hard place.
Will it be possible to catch up here?
I mean, yeah, there's no folding, so... Nothing to do but boldly advance forward.
That tile made it through.
Not giving up on this one. Safe!
What if it's Yakuman and someone else deals in?
Is it time for a call?
Oh,
wow. The player,
This is like
Tenpai.
worthless
That
Tenpai.
call brings the hand a step closer to finishing.
This is like very straightforwardly worthless.
Ah, geez.
Yay!
The player suffers an unexpected
Fuck.
loss.
With a fine play. No doubt about it.
You didn't need to do all that.
イーペイドラさんバンガン
The fucking clown. Toby by the fucking clown. I fucking ranked down again. It's dire. Maybe this wasn't a good idea. I don't know that I'm actually playing any worse than I normally do, though. I'm having a pretty good time. Alright. 1,000 points remain. So many MJ chips to go down to ranks. Life is fucking hard, man. Just 13 orphans? You know, that's true. I hadn't tried that yet.
お役に立てるよう頑張ります
East 1. The Dora is east. The player is east.
I'd love to see some tile drawing magic.
Okay.
Let's see how this battle
Okay.
unfolds.
So.
The player already
Shanta?
2 tiles to Tenpai.
This hand is really beginning to come together.
Took a pass for now.
I do ostensibly have the pair.
Who's going to make the first call here?
Seven, 9.
One step in the wrong direction.
This is like a 6-block Chanta hand.
This table is so quiet I could hear a pin
The
drop.
Shantan calculator is like, but bro, you threw away your only pair. And I'm like,
2
I don't
tiles to
fucking
Tenpai.
give a
The
fuck.
next few tiles could make a huge difference.
Maybe keeping 7 Mon for this Sanshoku chance. And like cutting 1-2 so instead, or 1-2 pin.
Things are at a standstill. The player on the left pairs up on the Dora. Another useless draw. Who's going to pull away from the pack?
Okay, that's advancement. What's more
The
likely?
player, 1 tile to Tenpai.
8 so is already on
hand
the
is very
table,
near
so I guess
completion.
it's slightly more likely to draw like 3 pin or 7 pin.
The air is tense as the players take their turns.
Would I Riichi? Definitely, right?
My, oh my, and
Would I
there's
continue
the
pushing?
beach.
I'm curious to see if this develops into
9 so
confrontation.
Suji?
Question is, can the players survive this situation?
Implying that I would actually
This
have
can't
to push
complete
the
an open
3 on
way across
eventually
the
in
table.
order to fucking progress this is a little dodgy, though.
How are the players going to approach this hand? The player...
Don't.
Ah, jeez! The player suffers an unexpected
So the half Suji
loss.
wasn't that
The
good.
player across the table, a very favorable start.
The player across takes a
Not a big hit, but eh.
East 2. The Dora is the 5 of dots. The player is North. How does this starting hand look to you?
The question is, where's the white dragon hiding?
This is not an easy spot to work around.
I feel like bad things
The
happen to
player,
me
first place
unusually
is
often.
well within striking range.
That's the root belief, right?
Who's going to make the first call here?
I wonder if it's more indicative of a character flaw to believe I am unlucky or I am in elo hell. That's
This
something I'm
table
gonna
is so
have to like
quiet, I
roll
can
around in
hear
my
a
brain
pin
for a
drop.
bit. Sanshoku Doko chance?
Things are at a standstill.
I'm keeping an eye out for
Player
it.
is already one tile to Tenpai.
Maybe
It's
with this
important
hand
to find the
composition, it
best
was better to
possible
cut
weight.
the fucking Haku.
Beach.
My oh my!
Just to,
and
like, have a
there's
pin
the
pair.
reach.
I'm curious to see if this develops into a confrontation.
Will it be possible to catch up here?
The player across...
Any calls on this tile?
Not much in the way of visible
The
Dora.
player.
I can take,
Tenpai.
like,
That call brings the hand a step closer to
reasonable
finishing.
Tenpai.
Don't.
There it is.
Large
The player
lightning
on
bolt.
the left takes a beating.
That was a speedy finish.
It's like I noticed there weren't many Dora visible, and then a bunch of Dora turned out to be in someone else's hand.
East 3. The Dora is the 7 of dots. The player is West. The player across the table is in first. The player has between 30 and 40,000 points.
Still very much...
Does
in
anybody
position
remember
win
how
the
to,
game.
like, complete a hand in this game? I seem to have forgotten.
Look at that Dora.
I just don't remember how it's supposed to work. Sorry, I forgot.
What's going to happen to this score
That guy
gap?
does. That's true.
The
I should
player
ask him.
Already 2 tiles to Tenpai.
The dots are really coming together.
Hello, NFT from Persona 3. How do I complete a hand in Richimajan? This is like an unusually
The
auspicious
player,
series of
is
draws.
there any way to turn the tables here? Draws yet another simple. The player is already 1 tile to Tenpai.
Certain tiles will fit right into this hand. Others will gradually transform it.
Any calls on this tile? Took a pass for now.
Yeah, there's basically no reason not to hit the button on that one.
Who will come out on top in this
It's like
confrontation?
I could ostensibly have waited to slide the fucking Pinzu shape a little bit. Hey, that time I
The
actually
player
caught the
on
fucking
right
guy's
decides to match the
profile
player's
shrinking a little
discard.
bit. It was after my discard,
The
the
player on
fucking
the right
little
is
card just
assuming that it's an open weight.
miniaturized. You can still see the little click effect.
player
You can actually
can
see it
this
way
hand
better in the
withstand
fucking
the heat?
Azure Ranger palette.
The player across is on the defense against the player's beach.
I played 3 games, 4th, 3rd, 4th. I am retiring.
The player on the right is
That's
playing
gonna be
cautious.
like, I want that framed on my wall right now.
Chasing Deech.
This is a Deech shootout.
There's only one winner in a Deech shootout.
I do wonder about, like, the
No
ability
one
to
dares
have
to make
fun
the
while
first
losing
move.
badly.
The player can't quite get the job
Like-
done on this hand.
Is there something we can do to cultivate that in people? So I feel like I know a good number of people who would really, like, their lives would be way
The
more
air is
enjoyable
very
if they
tense
had
at
it.
this moment.
And probably they would get better at the games they were playing too. Which seems to be at least a secondary goal.
Is this hand going to end quietly?
Like, is it something you can fucking give to someone? Can you alter their mindset in that way with some type of formative experience? Or is it just, like, something you have? Is that, like, set way too early for us to directly interact with it? Anyway, ouch.
East 4. The Dora is the one of cracks. The player is
it was such a reasonable
heading into
Ricci.
the final hand of the match.
Fuck.
The player has one final chance to make a big move.
Well, it's hard to know just how this will turn out.
Can't believe I'm losing to these idiot sumo clickers, SMH, TBH. Indeed.
What's going to happen to this score gap?
Sometimes it just happens that way. This is, in a lot of ways, an impressively bad high-pie, too.
The player. Is there any way to turn the tables here? Any calls on this tile? Took a pass for now. The player. One step in the right direction.
This is the point where skill really factors in.
The air is tense as the players take their turns. The player on a roll.
This hand is really beginning to come together.
I'm scrolling the Mahjong Soul is rigged thread again,
at that
just
Dora.
smiling.
Draws yet another simple. The
What
player,
do you think
two
is a
tiles to
reasonably
tempo.
putts rate?
Wow,
Oh,
and there's
boy.
a call. Have things calmed down for the moment? The player on the left drops a pair. Decided to pass
There
on that
needs to
middle
be
weight.
bad luck protection, especially for good players against bad players.
How are the players going to approach this hand? The player, one time.
ロン
Ah, jeez! The
Dang.
player suffers an unexpected loss.
Maybe they were
Just
right.
speed
Maybe the
finish.
game is rigged. Watching Taishi and Nato compose music on a Nintendo Switch. That's hot. They using like one of the core gaps? Or is it like fucking Nintendo Labo shit? The core gaps are so fucking hot. I want to play around with one of those at some point. We found another night owl to pick up your order. Oh, shut up. Fuck off. Fuck off. Fuck off. Thank you, name redacted in a model of car redacted. I'm still thinking about fucking Marujan letting you put on rep player mode
East
in
one.
ranked rooms.
The Dora is the 5
What the
of
fuck is
bands.
that all about?
The player is south.
I'd love to see some tile drawing magic here.
Let's see how this battle
Alright, like
unfolds.
7, 8, 9, Sanshoku chance, Ippei chance.
The player across makes a call out of nowhere.
Yep, the parking garage rally circuit scene page made a noise when I clicked on it.
Who will come out on top in this confrontation? Whatever happens, it'll be something to talk about.
It's got a very distinct sound, doesn't it? Shit, I didn't even, I clicked the
Visualizing
store
their
tab
winning
and it went
hands.
back there.
Any calls on this tile?
I wanted to take a look at fucking Victory
Took a
Heat
pass
Rally
for now.
because a couple of
What
people
to do? Still holding back.
whose opinions on racing games I very
Draws
much
yet
trust
another simple.
are of the
player,
opinion that
two
the game
tiles
is
to tempo.
overwhelmingly
This hand
too
is really
easy,
beginning to come together.
and I like keep checking in and wondering if that's still the case.
And there's the niche.
I'm curious to see if this develops into a confrontation.
Will it be possible to catch up here? Excellent evasive action.
Could still play this like a pair hand and try to like pivot a little bit, but that's kind of the only safe tile that I had, so
The player. Is it time? Still no calls.
like genuinely not that much to be done here other than like dismantling.
Who's going to pull away from the pack? Look at that Dora.
I kind of love when people show their whole ass in these Steam comment sections, though.
Keeping a very cool head
Isn't
here.
it a bad habit reading negative reviews just to, like, see the headspaces that people are in when they decide to do this?
How are the players going to approach this hand? One step in the wrong
Nobody
direction.
cares about your stupid little story in a racing game. Wanna write dialogue? So go write a book then, space, comma, space. Stay away from video game development, no
The
period.
player on the right takes a modest lead.
ドラさんパネマン
Very few characters from the cast that appeal to normal people is kind of fucking telling on yourself.
East 2. The Dora is the one of cracks. The player is East. The player on the right is in first.
Still very
Like,
much
sometimes
in a
you
position
just
to win
know.
the game.
This is not an easy spot to work around. The player, one step in the right direction.
The next few tiles could make a huge difference.
What's going to happen to this score gap? The player, is there any way to turn the tables here? The player.
So I'm
that's
definitely kind of
progress.
just like
This is
clicking
the
on
point
tiles
where
waiting to
skill
advance
really
the hand right
factors
now.
in.
My ass for fucking turns into the round, being like, why hasn't something
going to
happened
make
yet?
the first
What
call
the
here?
fuck? Nintendo?
Decided to pass on that middle weight.
Oh, that's definitely not the thing that I wanted to discard. Oh well.
This table is so quiet I could hear a pin drop.
Well, now this is a horrible backfire situation, but like, it's also a Rionman, so it's impossible to say if
Any
it's good or
calls
not.
on this tile? Took a pass for now. Things are at a standstill. The player on the right continues to discard simples. What to do with still holding back? The air is tense as the players take their turns.
You really need to actually fucking open Godot and sit down with it
No
in
one
like a
dares
real
to
way.
make the first move.
I haven't done much with the
Another
editor other
useless
than
draw.
like making sure that I can like actually build the project that Frey set us up
and
with.
there's the niche.
There are any number
So I
of
figure I'm
responses
gonna
here.
be on like
Question
at the
is,
very
can
least
the player
interface
survive
bullshit.
this situation?
The player on the right has discarded that tile.
I'm way too far away to actually push anything here, so... Like, if I could fold by
Is this
exclusively
hand
discarding
going to
Sozu
end
and Finzi
quietly?
tiles, that would be pretty hot. Like, accidentally folding into Chinitsu sounds like a lot of fun. I just don't know
Who
if
will
that's
seize the
going
win
to
this
fucking
hand?
happen. That's a bolt push. What's going on up
Who
there?
will arise? Oh, wow,
Nagashi
and
attempt
there's
aborted by a
call.
red 5 on row 3 against Arichi. Okay.
The player is still no calls.
Maybe I should have called that. If my goal was to, like, pivot bolt into Chinitsu.
Another safe tile.
We're witnessing a tense push and pull. Whatever happened,
Okay, cool. I
nobody
survived.
wins this shootout.
Only the player on the right is Tenpai.
East
That was an
3,
exciting dealer
one
turn. Thanks for
counter.
playing.
The Dora is the 8
Fuck.
of dots. The player is north. How does this starting hand look to you?
The question is, where's the white dragon hiding?
The stage is set. Anything can happen. Any calls on this tile?
Maybe I just
The
pawned.
player makes a call out of nowhere. The player already 2 tiles to Tenpai.
This hand is really beginning to come together.
Oh, I should have fucking... I'm a dumbass. Why'd I
What to do
fucking
with this tile?
cut the 9 so readily
The
when,
player
like,
already calls a
got
second
Dora
meld.
acceptance?
This lifts a heavy burden.
What are we doing?
Doubled up on
That
a
isn't
tile
how you're
that
supposed
was
to play
just
the game.
discarded. What's going to happen to this score gap?
I should play some more on Tenho if I can muster up the fucking dopamine
The
to
player,
actually,
is
like,
there
look
any
at
way to
Tenho
turn
for
the
longer than
tables
10
here?
minutes. Maybe what I need is just to get brutally fucked up for all of my bad habits for a really long
The
time.
player, Tenpai.
This is horrible, atrocious fucking Tenpai, but it's Tenpai.
The air is very tense at this moment.
That's better. I prefer that, I would say. Even though both of those are, like, kind of equally
Have things
unlikely to
calmed down
actually
for
be
the
thrown
moment?
into.
なるほどな。
I sure did hit the button.
Makes a call
I
on a
sure did hit the button.
player. Here we have
I
a call
sure did
from
hit it.
inside Dora. How are the players going to approach this hand?
So something's going to happen, probably.
The player across discards another crack. The player! Can this hand withstand the heat?
The dead wall showed me the fucking stars. Oops, finding another
No one
delivery
dares to
person.
make the first
That's
move.
awesome. That's fucking great, actually.
That's one ugly Dora.
Go back. You have to go. It's just... Don't get out of here.
The player can't quite get the job done on this hand.
ロン。
There it is. The player
Oh,
on
please
the
flip
left
11,
takes
Pandora.
a beating.
With a fine
Close
play.
enough.
No doubt about it.
ドラさん番外
Infudora 3 Damaten. That's fucking funny, actually.
East 4. The Dora is north. The player is west. Right out of the gate with one tile to Tenpai. Incredible.
starting
Can I
hand is like a
please,
gift from heaven.
please,
Well, it's hard to
please
know
have double
just how
Richi
this
just
will turn
once?
ロン。
The player
Can I pretty
across
please have
makes
them?
a call out of no. Any calls on this tile? Took a pass for now.
Aw. But I asked nicely and everything. This is bullshit.
What's going to happen to this score gap?
Is 6-7...
Decided
Yeah.
to pass on that middle weight. The player. Is there any way to turn the tables here?
So, like, I'm definitely participating in the hand, but only in the sense that, like, I'm waiting for the hand to complete so I can hit the Ricci
The player
button.
across. Here we have a con. The new Dora is 3 dot.
Ron.
Ah, jeez. The player suffers an unexpected loss.
No placement
That was a
change.
speedy finish.
East 4.
Cool.
1 counter. The Dora is the 1 of dots.
Go next,
The player is
TBH.
West. Still on the final hand. What's our situation?
The player has one final chance
Tompu
to
is
make
so
a big
bad.
Is there a victory on the horizon?
Tompu is so
The player,
significantly
one
better
step
than
in the
Sanma,
right
and yet it's
direction.
still
move. The
so
next
bad.
few tiles could make a huge difference.
Oh, it's fun, though. God damn, is it fun.
The player gaining momentum.
This is the point where skill really
You don't get a
factors
lot of
in.
that experience with, like, playing from behind but feeling like you have time.
The player is
It's mostly
already
just when you're
one tile
behind,
to 10
like,
pots. The player
you get
across
put into
makes it
jail
all
immediately.
Out of nowhere.
G.
The
It's like, hello, you dealt it an East 2. We will now, like, beat you to death with a hammer.
Oh.
The player on the left already calls a second match.
Oh.
This is a fierce exchange of. Took a
I
pass
feel
from
like things are going
The
a
player
little
on the
too
left.
fast
Here
for
we
me,
have a
guys.
cheat.
Can we fucking slow it down? No way. Okay.
What's going to happen to this score gap?
I don't feel ready for this right now.
Ron.
There it is. The player across suffers
No placement
an
change?
unexpected loss.
That was a speedy finish.
No placement change. Me too, TBH. Another fucking third place. I'm drowning here. Whew. All right, I'll be one moment.
I'm gonna eat that bone stack because I'm a man.
I hate you.
I hate you.
Do cards really only, like, take your best score over the event? I guess it snapshots it. That's nice of them, at least. I didn't really know that, because typically when I play, like, 8 games in a card, I stop. So I guess it's good to know that they take the best, like, rolling series of 8 games. Or the best series of 4W games. B stands for Wumbo, by the way. Isn't it funny when I don't understand Japanese? Doesn't that just fucking tickle your funny bone? Isn't that some of the funniest shit you've ever seen in your fucking life? I still got the filter on! I fucking forgot. I think I've seen this fucking eyeball guy before.
East 1. The Dora is the one of cracks. The player is East.
I'd love to see some tile drawing magic here.
Let's see how this battle unfolds.
So it's a 5-block hand. Not 5 good blocks, but we can't always be picky.
Another useless draw. This table is so many calls on this type.
I do
of
sort of
pass for
feel
now.
like being a little
player,
stubborn
2
for the
tiles to
East,
Tenpai.
just for a little
This
while.
hand is really beginning to come together.
Doubled up on a tile that was just discarded.
I feel as though this could
The
become
player
Shanta,
on the
but
right drops a pair.
it's not, like, actually particularly close, and the way it's most likely to proceed at this point is just fucking preachy bullshit.
Things are at a standstill. What to do with still holding back? Oh, wow, and there's a call. I see storm
I feel as
clouds
though
on
this
the
stubbornness
horizon.
may not have been entirely warranted.
The player
Maybe I'm a
is
big
still
shitter
no
who just
calls.
wants to match the shapes. Maybe it was a slot machine the entire time. We found another night owl to pick up your order. So how many
Who's going
times
to
are we going to
pull away
switch
from the
drivers,
pack?
do you suppose?
Look at that Dora.
This seems to happen like sort of an unusual amount.
How are the players going to approach this hand?
Better
The
to walk a
players,
pair?
1 tile to Tenpai.
This hand is very near completion.
I don't know. 3 pairs here kind of fucking blows, but... Shape's bad. Is this scary up here? I can't really see any
Is
fucking
this
Dora, but I
hand
didn't
going
get
to
pawned when I
end
shut
quietly?
mine, so... Maybe it's less bad than it appears. Maybe everyone's just fucking...
The player on the
Ricked.
left discards another crack.
Beach.
My, oh my, and there's the Nietzsche!
There are any number of responses here.
Question is, can the players survive this situation?
The player on the right has discarded that tile.
I mean, it would be great to, like, get a Tenpai payout.
Who will
I don't
seize
think
the win this
that's
hand?
actually going to fucking happen,
One still.
but...
Ah,
oh, okay.
jeez. The player on the right.
Just immediate-
What an incredible win off the wall.
The player on the right, a very favorable start.
The player on the right takes a modest lead.
ドラワンラン
Ouch.
East 2. The Dora is the 2
Yeah.
of cracks. The player is North.
So last place, but not by a
The
huge
player
margin.
on the right is in first.
Still very much in a position to win the game.
This is not an easy spot to
How do I
work
complete a
around.
hand, though? I still don't quite understand that.
What's going to happen to this score gap? The player, is there any way to turn the tables here?
Oh shit, I didn't.
The player across drops a pair.
They're both Tadashi. You've never debated someone like me before.
The air is tense as the players take their turns.
You know, Nagashi Mangan is tempting.
Any calls on this time? Took a pass for now.
Just do it for fun,
player
do it
on
for
the
content.
left discards another crack. The player, one step in the right direction.
The next few tiles could make a huge difference.
What to do? Still holding back.
Content is a decent reason to do things, I think.
Who's going to make the first call here? The player, is it still no calls?
Still well on our way. There is hope.
The player across discards another BAM.
This honestly looks uncomfortably
Things
close to
are
being a
at
reasonable
standstill.
Chinitsu hand.
Wow, and there's a call. The player across continues to discard simple. The player on the left refuses to compromise.
Okay, we're gonna make it to row 3 with the Nagashi viable.
No one dares to make the first move.
Well advised? Probably not. But, like, it is technically still alive. Oh shit.
Who will arise victorious this time?
Lena, you better call. I'm gonna do it. I didn't do it.
The player, that's progress.
Watch that deal in.
The
Not
player on
quite.
the left, here we have a con. The new Dora is 9 BAM.
Decided that cracks aren't worth chasing.
Got pretty close, honestly.
We're witnessing a tense push and pull. The player, and there we have the first
Okay, that was
call.
definitely
The
meant to
new
be Dora
Dora is one crack.
Um,
One step in the wrong
just
direction.
gonna awkwardly shuffle out of the room.
Is this hand going to end quietly? Nobody wins this shootout.
Cool.
2 players are tenpai.
East 3, one counter. The Dora is south. The player is west.
Let's see where this hand ends up going.
The stage is set. Anything can happen.
So that hand was kind of fucking nothing. Oops, finding another delivery person. Hey, Az, are you still here?
Any calls on this?
Do you
time?
know why
Took a
this
pass
happens
for
to
now.
us? Does anybody here
What's
drive
going
for
to
Uber
happen
Eats and
to this
understand
score
what the
gap?
fucking inner
Look at
machinations
that
of the
Dora.
app are when this occurs?
The player. Is there
Because,
any
like,
way
losing
to turn
2
the tables
people
here?
in the same fucking run is like...
The player. 2 tiles to Tempai.
The
Either
dots are really coming
they
together.
literally are not making the food, and there is no mechanism by which the app can convey this information to me.
The air is tense.
It's like we've had
as
2
the
people
players
assigned by
take their
name
turns.
so far. And it's like the location is showing them as arriving at the restaurant. So either like the food is
What to
literally
do?
not
Still
getting
holding
made,
back.
or the wait times are so fucking long that drivers are silently bailing on the gig. And in either case, there's apparently
Maybe it
no
is better to
mechanism
hold back
for
without any
the
soft
system
files
or
visible.
anyone involved in it to tell me what the fuck is going on.
Oh, wow, and there's a call.
And I just find that really interesting, TBH. Because the option of, like, the food is there and people keep driving away for no reason, that's not real. Clearly there's something going wrong, like, further up the chain than just, like, bro, deliver me my thing.
The air is very tense at this moment. The player on the right discards another dot.
This is a cute little Pinfu pair, I would say.
Ah, geez!
Okay.
The player on the right, a very swift win off the wall.
With a fine play, no doubt about
East 4, the Dora is the 8 of dots. The player is south.
I mean, sometimes you push every hand and nothing happens.
The player has one final chance.
We found
to make
another
a
night
big
owl
move.
to pick up your
Well,
order.
it's hard to know just how this will turn out.
They are visibly
The
moving.
player on the left makes a call.
That does seem to
out of
indicate
nowhere.
something.
This hand is now a guaranteed 2 Han.
The player, 2 tiles to Tempai.
The next few tiles could make a huge difference.
How long you feel like waiting?
The player is already
I'm not
one
feeling
tile to
particularly
Tempai.
picky.
Nearly every draw has
Usually
been
the
improvement.
system gives up on its own at some point, but, like, it's not clear to me when or why.
なるほど
The
な
player, here we have a
Agrees
con.
the place
The
is
new
listed to
Dora
close at
is
1:30 and
5
it's
dots.
past that. Yeah, maybe they closed up early or something, and there's just, like,
What's
no
going to
mechanism on
happen
the
to
app
this
that can,
score
like,
gap?
resolve that.
Decided that
So,
cracks
like,
aren't
I'm
worth
pretty
chasing.
sure that person's driving away from the restaurant.
The player, and he calls on took a pass for now.
That's a cute way.
There it is. Neat.
Check that out.
That is a very confident reach.
The player on the right is on the
I do dig
defense
those,
against
like,
the
embedded
player's
pear
niche.
shapes. I just wish I was a little bit better at reading them.
The player, is there any way to chasing Deech?
This is a Deech shootout.
There's
Alright, I'm
only
getting
one
chased.
winner in a Deech shootout. The player, can this hand? Ah, jeez. The player across.
I guess that
What
was
an
just a
incredible
fucking
win
game that
off
happened,
the
huh?
wall.
With a fine play, no doubt about it.
Like, Jesus.
リーチ一発ツモドラさんパネマン
This all seems horribly unnecessary. I have donated my rank to science. Delivery driver approaching rapidly? Maybe. If they have the order, the app is very confused because it says that they don't. But they also don't usually show you precise location if they're on a different trip. Like, something has clearly just gone wrong. I've canceled
East
it
1.
now.
The Dora is
Dang.
the 8 of cracks. The player is north.
Sorry for the
I'd
runaround.
love to see some tile drawing magic here.
Let's see how this battle unfolds. Who's going to make the first call here? This table
So
is
like
so
that's normally a
poorly
really
calls
easy
on
cut from
this
that like
topic of pass for
569,
now.
but I do want to maintain Dora acceptance.
Things are at a standstill.
How do you guys feel about Magical Sound Shower?
The player, one step in the right direction.
This hand is really beginning to come
Got the
together.
song burned into your brain yet?
The player on the right, what to do with this tile? Still holding
Could
back.
maybe pawn, but not sure about it.
Who will come out on top in this confrontation? Look at that Dora! The player, 2 tiles to Tempai. The player, is it time for a call? Still no
Next
calls.
opportunity, still no, I feel. This is definitely,
Whatever happens, it'll be something to talk about. Oh, making a move here.
It's like Dora 2, so I kind of just
the player
feel like
is already
playing
1
raw
tile to
efficiency.
Tempai.
The Dora no longer has a place in this
Unfortunately, raw efficiency right now means Chitoi, which just feels inherently slow.
Who's going to pull away from the...
Maybe I
The
should have
player
called
on
when I
the
had the
left,
chance.
That's a pawn. The player on the right.
I feel like Chitoi is so
refuses to
good
compromise.
when people reveal it against me, and then it is so bad when I am actually trying to take it to the finish line.
Exchange of fire.
Like, the hand type as a unit has a fucking cold.
How are the players going to approach this hand? The player on the left continues to discard simples. The player on the left discards another BAM.
Like, this, being Ishanta and
No one
Chitoi
dares to make the
is,
first
like,
move.
the most vulnerable I have
Look at
ever
that.
felt to, like, conspiracy theories about, like,
The player,
how to
Tempai.
rig the slot machine. Where it's like, nothing is happening.
The player
I must be
across,
doing
that's a
something
pawn.
wrong.
Is this hand going to end quietly?
With Ricci, Sumo bumps this to
Here we have a
Haimon, but
con.
I do
The new
kind
Dora
of want
is
to
3
wait for a
BAM.
marginally less shitty wait before Ricci.
Who will seize the win this hand?
425 is not terrible if it falls
the
in my
player
lap, you
in
know?
this hand. The player on the right. Here we have a con.
Okay.
Underside Dora.
Alright.
Hanemon Tempai.
Not necessary to reach on a hand of this caliber.
4-pin?
Look at that Dora.
Not quite, huh? Well, this is safe against one.
Nobody wins this shootout.
Dang,
entire
everybody
table
was
is
pushing.
10.
There's my 4-pin! Full fucking Tonki weight on the 4-pin.
East
Brutal
2,
stuff.
1 counter. The Dora is the 7 of cracks. The player is West. How does this starting hand look to you?
A quick tenpai is very much in the cards here.
This is not
3,
an
4, 5,
easy
6,
spot
7,
to
8.
work around.
Na-da-da-da.
Look at that Dora. The
That's pretty
player
cool.
is already one tile
That is a
to
very
10
elegant
high.
pickup,
This hand
actually.
is very...
Any calls on this tile?
行くでありま
The
す
player, Tenpai.
That call brings the hand a step closer
Welcome,
to finishing.
Kanyo Dora 2. The wait's not good, but I got there super fucking fast, so it's okay.
The players are already visualizing their winning hands.
Advancing from Ishanten to Tenpai
Who
in
will
exchange
come
for like
out on
cutting the
top
value
in
of the
this
hand in half.
confrontation?
I wonder if that's sensible.
The player.
With
Can
flat
this
score
hand
and a
withstand
Tompu,
the
I
heat?
feel like it's probably
The
pretty
player
fucking
across
justifiable.
drops a pair. Oh, making a move here. Whatever happens, it'll be something to talk about.
So now we're just chilling. I want to be able to hit auto discard
player
here,
on
but
the
like
right
unfortunately
makes
this
a
can just
call
pivot
on
to like
another
18
dot.
better weights.
The player.
So I do actually
can't
have to
quite
pay
get
some
the
attention.
job done on this hand. The air is very tense at this moment. Took a pass for now. The player on the right. Here we have a cheat.
So now I just like wait to draw the
Things
thing.
calm down for the moment.
I don't ever think I actually fold into
There it
this.
is. The player across suffers an
That's pretty funny, though.
unexpected loss.
The player on the right, a very favorable.
East 3. The Dora is the one of dots. The player is south. The player on the right is in first. The player has less than 30,000 points.
At the moment, this is anyone's game.
The stage is set.
North.
Anything can happen.
We're at the vocal stim part of the night, I guess. I don't know why I did that. We're fucking
The
playing
player,
Rivals 2 in
one
a
step
death call
in the right
earlier.
direction.
And
This
like
is the point where skill
every
really
single
factors
fucking
in.
stupid interaction that happens,
calls on
the
this
first
to
thing out of my
pass for
mouth is
now.
just Marth. Marth has been made
The
to bear
player
all of the
across
sins of
makes
all
a call
platform
out
fighters
of nowhere.
in our fucking group. Crack is the dumbest
The player,
fucking idiot
first
character to
place
ever
is
walk the
well
earth,
within
and
striking
I
range.
love him. And I would marry
A
him.
move here.
He's the best. It's like, I kind of didn't want to deal with, like, The Rock being a part of your game plan,
The
because I kind
players
of
are
just don't
already
play item characters
visualizing
like
their
that.
winning hands.
But then I realized that all you have to do is pick up The Rock, and immediately the interaction that happens afterwards is, like,
How
guaranteed
are the
to
players
be
going to approach this hand?
in the top, like, 5 percentile of dumb
The player,
interactions
two
you've ever
tiles to
had in a
Tenpai.
platform
This
fighter.
hand is really beginning to come together.
No one dares to make the first move. What to do with this tile?
You don't even have
Still
to
holding
do
back.
anything specific. You actually do just have to, like, pick it
The
up.
player, one tile to Tenpai.
It's important to find the best
And then, like,
possible way.
place it anywhere. Like, the ability to
player
turn a
is
high
still no
platform
call.
into, like, a techable ceiling is on its own just a completely irresponsible superpower that no
The
character should
player
ever
on the
have.
right discards
I
another
really
dot.
fucking hope that game
The player
succeeds.
across continues to discard simples.
Because it genuinely looks like shit is dire for them.
There it is!
I wish it
That
wasn't.
is a very confident reach.
The player on the right decides to match the player's discard. Oh my!
Yay.
Hearts! The player on the left.
That's like the
takes a
best possible
beating.
outcome for
A
that
very
hand.
impressive
Holy.
finish. The player
I'm simply blown away.
リーチ一発単ヤピンフワンヤ
East 4. The Dora
Am I gonna
is
be able to
the
bring it home
7
this
of
time?
cracks. The player is East.
Can I get one
Heading
fucking
into
W?
the final hand of the match.
The player
Can I
is
get
in
one
first
gigantic
and will
unearned
normally
W?
play the hand fast.
Is this a lead that can be defended? Any calls on this? Took a pass for now. The air is tense as the players take their turns. Who's going to make the first call here? This table is so quiet I could hear a pin drop.
Row 2 made me realize that I'm gonna really fucking miss, the ability to do tilts out of run
The player gaining
from
momentum.
Ultimate.
This is the point where skill really factors in.
Like, just having to crouch out of run
Things are at a standstill.
just bugs me a little bit. Because I've tasted what it feels like without it, and it's real nice. Oh, they actually bounced. That's funny. They're just done, huh?
Who will come out on top in this confrontation?
New to
player
genre,
across
feeling dejected.
continues to discard
I only
symbols.
lose like 8 MMR a match, so I'm going to have to continue getting annihilated for hours until I'm where I should be. That's funny as fuck. That sucks. I've never heard
happens,
anyone
it'll
say
be
I'm not
something to
losing
talk
rating
about.
fast enough.
Another useless draw. The player across drops a pair. What to do with this tile? Still holding back.
6, 7, 8. The pair situation is not my favorite here, but it's like not nothing.
The air is very tense at this moment. The player, one tile to 10.
That's like,
Certain tiles will fit.
I am
right into
okay
his
with
hand.
being told I'm
Others
ass,
will
but I
gradually
want even
transform it.
competition.
My, oh my, and there's the niche.
I'm curious to see if this develops into a confrontation.
Question is, can the player survive this situation? Ah,
Wow.
geez.
No shit, okay?
The player on the right. What an incredible win. Off
So much
the
for
wall.
first.
With a fine play, no doubt about it.
Fucking idiot
リー
Patsu
チ
clicker.
一発ツモピンフドラドラパネマン
I love all of the fucking, like, jokes of that format about this game. Like, the implication that your opponent has done something wrong for being lucky. That's just inherently funny. It's such a ridiculous thing to believe, and I occasionally actually see it in real life, though. 99-20! One more, win or lose. People fucking discoursing about
East one.
crouch
The
cancel.
Dora is the 7 of bands.
Which is super fun.
The player is north.
I'd love to see some tile drawing magic here.
Let's see how this battle unfolds. Who's going to make the first call here?
Yeah, people who expect Rivals 2 to have like a healthy ranked mode.
This table is so quiet I could hear a pin drop.
I don't know about that. The game is currently free. So the population that it has right now is the... Oh shit.
Direction.
Didn't mean to do that. Fuck. The population it has right now will likely be the biggest that it ever has unless it like relaunches, soft relaunches with more content.
Standstill. The player, one step in the right direction.
This hand is really beginning
And
to
so
come together.
if the ranked ecosystem is functioning this way with the current player base, it's unlikely that a smaller player base will have it functioning any better, you know?
The air is tense as the players take their turns. Who will come out on top in this confrontation? Whatever happened. My, oh my, and
Alright,
there's the leech.
There are any number of
Ooh,
responses here.
Shantan.
Question is, can the players survive
Not
this
a lot
situation?
of advancement
Look at that
potential
door.
here. I think I
Excellent
kind of
evasive
just
action.
fucking leave if I can.
The players going for it.
That tile made it through.
Any calls on this time? Took a pass for now. Following suit on that last discard.
Especially with like no visible Dora. That's too scary.
Who's going to pull? Ah, jeez! The player on the left. A very swift win off the wall.
The player on the left, a very favorable start.
The player on the left takes a modest lead. East 2. The Dora is the 2 of BAMs. The player
One small
is
request
west.
from a 35-year-old
The player
Zetterburn
on the
main
left
slash
is
Fox
in
main.
first.
Please in a future
point
patch
leader
add the
is not
ability to
terribly
switch down
far
special
away.
with neutral
This
special
is
for my
not
muscle
an
memory.
easy spot to work around.
Fucking based.
The player. First place is well within striking range. Things are at a standstill. Doubled up on a tile that was just discarded. The air is tense as the players take their turns.
Relatively
The player,
flat score.
One step in the right direction.
Kind of just want to see this one through.
Oh, wow,
I
and
think I
there's a
click the
call.
button because I have a couple ways out.
What to do with this tile? The player across misses a turn.
This lifts a heavy burden.
This could still potentially be Honitsu with like one draw.
The players are already visualizing their winning
Yep,
hands.
there you go.
Decided that cracks aren't worth chasing.
Let's do it.
How are the players going to approach this hand? No one dares to make the first move. The player. Is it time for a call? The player. Tenpai.
Alright, we made it to Mongon on a horrible wait and very little opportunity to pivot,
tense at
but
this moment.
it's Mongon.
Have things calmed down for the moment?
This isn't so dire that I would want to like break Tenpai to reorganize, right? Sad how Sonic Runners ended up. Didn't that game just get power crept to shit?
This hand may have a poor weight, but it's still explosive.
Doubled up on a tile that was just discarded. Oh my!
Nice.
パラディオン
There it is! The player on the right takes a beating.
A very impressive finish.
統一
The
敗
player
退逆敗
Simply
ワンワン
blown away.
Decent outcome,
East
yeah.
3. The Dora is south.
Really
The player is
goofy
south.
and lucky.
The player is coming off a spectacular hand.
moving into first place, at least for the moment.
The stage is set.
Wait, this is
Anything can
also
happen.
a absurd Pinsy flush. What?
Any calls on this tile?
Yes. Why, yes, I will.
Makes a call out of nowhere. The player is already one tile.
That's like
to
super
tap
funny,
by.
actually.
Betting on an influx of dots here.
Who will come out on top in this confrontation? This hand is going nowhere. Whatever happens, it'll be something to talk about. Ready?
I should check
Making a
on-
move here.
Maybe it is better to hold back without any white dragons visible.
Yeah, so 6.5 hours of Mahjong, huh? Probably not something that I want to make a regular habit of doing.
The air
At
is
least
very
not when
tense
it's
at
like
moment.
this go, 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 go.
Have things calmed down for the moment? The player on the right discards another dot. The player on the right pairs up on the Dora. How are the players going to approach this hand?
I get hit and my controller suddenly stops working. Can't jump, can't up B. How can I apply that kind of stun to my opponent, and how do I snap out of it when it's being applied to me?
No one dares to
I don't
make
even
the
get
first
mad,
move.
just deeply confused. If I'm going to irredeemably die, why not just do that zoom every time, instead of giving me a
The
hope that
player
is
on
simply
the
not
left
there?
Drops a pair.
Platform fighters.
Is this hand going to
So
end
this is a pretty
quietly?
funny Shanten, by the way. I don't know if you guys noticed.
What to do with this tile?
Okay, there we go.
行くであります
The player.
I will
That's opponent.
gladly
The
take that
player,
pawn.
Tenpai.
This is like a giant red warning flag that says Tenpai, by the way, but
Who will seize
We
the
got
win
there.
this hand? The player on the left made a call there. Who will arise victorious this time? We're witnessing a tense push and pull. My, oh my, and there's the niche!
There are any number of responses here.
Question is, can the players survive this situation?
I don't think I bail.
Look at that Dora!
It would be very funny to go into a
Can this hand
completely
withstand-
fucking. Oh, okay.
Jeez! The player on the right. What an incredible win off the wall!
With a fine play, no doubt about it.
This is
リンチ
officially
一
a
発
very
ツモ
close
タイ
match!
ヤオピンフドラ 羽番
Alright, still leading, but pretty slim.
East 4. The Dora
Can I just
is
finish
White
this up?
Dragon.
Can I get
The
a W
player
to
is
end the
East.
night?
Heading into the final hand of
Do
the
I
match.
dare
The
believe?
player is in first and will normally play the hand fast.
Is this a lead that can be defended? Who's going to make the first call here?
Playing one seems
This table
sensible
is
there.
so quiet I could hear a pin drop. Things are at a standstill. The air is tense as the players take their turns. The player on the left makes a call out
4, 4,
of
5.
nowhere.
Maybe it is better to hold back without any white dragons visible.
This thing is a little suspect.
The players are already visualizing any calls on this tile. Took a pass for now. The player,
Nice
two tiles to
completion.
Tempai.
This hand is really beginning to come together.
What to do with this tile? Still holding back.
I am feeling extremely prepared to just like
The player
Giga
is
Rat
already one tile to Tempai.
with Damaten
important to find the best
Pinfunomi,
possible way.
Pinfudora 1.
The player on the left. The player. Is it time for still no calls? The player on the left continues to discard simples. How are the players going to approach this hand? The player on the right discards another BAM.
If I have to cut like horseshit honors or Sozo into this, I probably am just
The
gonna
player
bounce
on the
though.
left makes a call on another BAM. The player, Tempai.
And like this weight is a little bit dodgy, so maybe Damaten is fine.
No one dares to make the first move.
It might overflow from them if they push,
The air
and
is
if I
very
reach you, they
tense
can't
at this
fold.
moment.
But like, okay, that is a weighty fucking pause. Huh.
Is this hand going to end quietly? My, oh my, and there's the beach!
There are any number of responses here.
Question is, can the player survive this situation? The player,
safe.
can this hand withstand the heat?
The player across the table just pushed that tile through.
Is this terrible, Damaten? It might be.
Who will seize the win this hand?
I really don't fucking feel like cutting Sozu into whatever that is, though.
The player,
ロン
ah, geez.
Alright.
The player suffers an unexpected
Be a small hand,
loss.
please.
With a fine play, no doubt about
Fuck.
it.
リーチドラ
Okay, I survive. Second place is fine. Moving up in the world slowly. Maxed the event. Got my 3-star robot. Let me quickly see that in CPU matches. Show me that call cut in.
お役に立てるよう頑張ります。
East 1. The Dora is the 5 of cracks. The player is West.
I'd love to see some tile drawing magic here.
Let's see how this battle unfolds. The player, one step in the right direction.
This hand is really beginning to come together.
Just waiting for a call prompt
Draws yet
anytime.
Another simple.
Anytime you guys like.
Oh wow, and there's a call.
Okay, I guess not for that.
The player,
Coloring is
two
slightly worse
tiles
on
to
this table.
10.
Oh yeah, it's
The
a
next few
it's a
tiles could
hot
make a
mess on
huge
this
difference.
table. It looks like that shit looks
The
posterized.
player is already one tile to Tenpai. Any calls on this tile? Oh, making a move.
There we
here.
go.
The player on the right refuses
All right,
to compromise.
it's working.
The player on the player.
I have
That's a
acquired
pawn.
robot. It was worth it. Now I'm gonna go do something else. Thank you all very much for the company. Fucking please take care of yourselves. Good night.